The boy, finding himself in a strange place, wondered if he had gone to heaven, although he doubted it. He remembered that he had just sat down and watched the Sunday anime. Now he wondered how he had gotten here. A girl appeared in front of him and asked if he was Kazehaya Suta. Sauta was struck by her appearance and felt like he was in heaven. He noticed how straight her blonde hair was, how blue her eyes were, and how unusual her clothes were, and he wondered where such a beautiful cosplayer could have come from. When he recovered, he excused himself and asked her name in a slightly confused manner, showing a mixture of politeness and respect. The girl glanced at him and replied with a touch of reserve that he wasn't here to talk. She added that she could answer his question. With a small sigh, she confirmed that he was in heaven and explained that based on the research results, it was decided to send him to another world. Sauta couldn't immediately understand what was being said and only uttered a surprised expression. The girl, seeing his bewilderment, smiled with a slight irony and, introducing herself as the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, said that she was going to send him to another world, having previously instructed him. Sauta, completely baffled, asked for a moment, saying he didn't understand. Aphrodite, unperturbed, explained that she was here so that a scum like him wouldn't die a miserable death in that world. She advised him to stop gawking at her and focus on the player's profile. Sauta was deeply hurt by her words, especially when she called him trash. Even though it stung him, he decided to keep his composure and act like an adult. He thought that a player's profile had actually appeared in front of him, and he peered around, trying to figure out what it was. A profile popped up in front of him. Kazehaya Suta, Monster Tamer Profession, First Level, with Survivability 10, Physical Strength 5, Magic Power 10, and Intelligence 55. His divine gift was Absolute Dominance, and the skill was listed as a ball capsule. Aphrodite glanced at the profile and sneered, sarcastically remarking that he was a tamer who would tame slugs to pot. Sauta, taken aback, asked her what she meant. Aphrodite sighed and began to explain that he would go to the world of Athlegate, which was designed so that heaven would grant him a purpose and a life path at birth. However, she added that the monster tamer is the most useless and unnecessary purpose for anyone. Sauta was shocked, wondering how this was possible. Aphrodite, noticing his reaction, sarcastically declared that this assignment was perfect for a nerd like him. She recalled that back on Earth, all he did was play games and watch anime, and concluded that his profession was as useless as he was. Sauta was in a state of complete confusion. He was trying to figure out who the girl in front of him was. She looked cute on the surface, but she was actually quite the bitch. Sauta wondered why she called him a nerd, since he was a diligent high school student. His school uniform was supposed to prove it. Doubts about the reality of what was happening did not leave him. Whether he really was in heaven and talking to the goddess. Distracting himself from these thoughts, he decided to find out what the mysterious ball capsule is. As Sauta focused on this subject, he noticed that the system allows you to see details as soon as you think about them. The capsule was designated as Class G and had the ability to capture monsters for later use. Captured creatures could not harm the master if he had at least the first level. Sauta started thinking about how to use the capsule and decided to try activating it, just like the profile. When the capsule appeared in his hands, he felt a little flustered. Aphrodite, watching him, explained that the ball capsule is a basic item for tamers, allowing you to capture monsters with a chance if you throw it at them. Sauta asked with interest if it really worked, and Aphrodite confirmed that she was going to send him to another world. He did, however, ask her to wait a bit, as he had an idea for an experiment. Aphrodite, surprised by his initiative, allowed him to try. Almost defiantly, Sauta said it was her own fault and threw the capsule directly at her. Surprised, Aphrodite did not immediately understand what it was doing and caught the capsule, outraged that this item only affects monsters. But to her surprise, the capsule suddenly began to pull her body in. Aphrodite was inside the capsule, and Sauta was startled to see that the goddess was now the size of an eraser. He couldn't help but admire her stats. Her profile showed level 3,620, vitality 297,786, physical strength 19,822, magic power 68,810, and intelligence 38,240. Many of her skills, however, remained unknown. Inside the capsule, Aphrodite was angrily indignant, demanding to be released immediately as it was a crime against the gods. Sauta, a little confused, mumbled that he just wanted to try and couldn't resist, now not knowing what to do. Aphrodite insisted on letting her out. Sauta honestly admitted to himself that he still didn't fully understand what was going on and where he really was. But whatever this place was, the goddess was with him now, And that made the situation even more amazing. Sauta realized that he was suddenly summoned to heaven, assigned as a monster tamer, and given a new skill without anyone asking for his consent. The first thing he did was use this skill to capture the goddess, which he was slightly surprised by. Puzzled, he wondered what to do next and how to handle the situation. Everything around him seemed strange and unfamiliar, and then he was suddenly transported to another world. Looking around, he noticed that the sky was blue, but a very different shade, and the surrounding colors looked strange and unusual. It made him realize that he really did seem to be in a different world. Deciding to find the nearest town first, Sauta followed the path, hoping it would lead him to civilization. Suddenly, a goblin monster appeared in front of him. Surprised, Sauta remembered that in games, the first enemy is often a goblin, and decided that this is an appropriate opportunity to test the combat system. However, as a monster tamer, he wasn't sure if he should fight in person. Then he remembered the ball capsule. Aphrodite exclaimed in despair, not believing what had happened. She couldn't understand how she had ended up in such a humiliating situation. Sauta focused on summoning Aphrodite for help, hoping it would work the same way as before. He was able to successfully summon the goddess, greeting her with a hint of malevolence. Aphrodite clambered out of the capsule and exclaimed, outraged that he had used her for an experiment. Sauta apologized, noting that he did so in response to her recent taunts. Aphrodite, in anger, called him offensive words, threatened to take revenge, but Sauta asked her to calm down, reminding her that there was a monster nearby. Seeing the goblin approaching, Aphrodite arrogantly stated that it was only a goblin, and she, as a goddess, would be able to deal with it without any problems. Sauta, watching her self-confidence with interest, suggested that she chase the monster away. Aphrodite agreed, but demanded an explanation after the victory. Confident in her abilities, she turned to the goblin, introducing herself as the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, and promised to bring down heavenly punishment on him. Sauta was wary, expecting an impressive sight considering her status as a goddess. But despite her commands, nothing happened. Confused, Aphrodite continued to summon divine wind, but the result remained the same. The goblin was getting closer, and Aphrodite screamed in panic, asking Sauta for help. Sauta, slightly disappointed by her helplessness, thought that he had gotten a defective goddess. Not expecting to hear a plea for help from the goddess herself, he recalled how she herself had claimed that the tamer profession was useless. Realizing that he had no other choice, he decided to act. Sauta ran up to the goblin and kicked it with ease, gaining a quick victory. Satisfied with the result, he noted that the battle was easy and quick. Aphrodite exclaimed in frustration, wondering why all this was happening to her. Sauta tried to cheer her up, but when she was annoyed to hear him call her Afro, she was indignant and said sharply that she wasn't Afro at all. Realizing his mistake, Sauta apologetically replied that he would not say so again. Aphrodite suggested that if you were to address her briefly, just call her Dele. Although she said that she didn't like familiarity, but it was still better than Afro. Accepting this, Sauta asked Dee why she couldn't handle the goblin. Aphrodite replied indignantly, reminding her that her divine power only works in heaven, and on earth her magic, which could turn any living creature to ashes, is useless. She claimed that things would have been different in heaven, and she would have been able to prove it. Susita, surprised by her words, wondered if goblins were really that dangerous. Continuing the conversation, Aphrodite asked if Superta had figured out his abilities, and suggested that they look at her profile, assuming that all her characteristics, except for survivability, had decreased. Sauta confirmed her guess by looking at the stats. Her level was 3,620, her vitality was 9,778, her physical strength was 4, her magic power was 18, and her intelligence was 13. After hearing this, Aphrodite said that she had guessed such a result, linking it to Sobuyata's divine gift. Sauta asked her again about his gift of absolute dominance, and asked if the divine gift was different from ordinary skills. Aphrodite explained that skills can be developed through training and experience, while the divine gift is given from birth and is not available to everyone. According to her, only a select few have received it in the entire history. Sauta then looked at the description of his gift and was surprised to note that his absolute dominance allowed him to subdue living creatures. He thought it was a little strange. Aphrodite explained why she called Suata's gift trash. She reported that the ball capsule's restriction to capture only monsters was no longer valid. Sauta, hearing this, was surprised and assumed that it meant that he could capture both humans and similar creatures. Aphrodite confirmed his point, noting that it had already worked for her. Remembering that he had already trapped her in the capsule, Sauta wondered how he had obtained such abilities, suggesting that it might have been some sort of bug. Aphrodite was surprised to see his profile and asked what had happened to his level, Sauta himself was shocked to see that his level suddenly rose to 557, and his survivability increased to 252. Physical strength was 95. Magic power was 200. And intelligence was surprisingly high at 2,898. In addition, he had the divine gift of absolute dominance, and his skills included the ball capsule and piercing eye. He suggested that perhaps a goblin was given a lot of experience, but Aphrodite doubted this and clarified that his high level was the result of him trapping her, the goddess of beauty, in a capsule, which brought him such experience. Sauta thought that her opinion of this was somewhat arrogant. Aphrodite added with a grin that his achievements were actually due to her, as her patronage helps him. She expressed confidence that at this rate they would be able to return to their own worlds. Sauta, puzzled, asked Aphrodite what she was talking about. She replied with a slight surprise, adding that she seemed to have forgotten to tell him. He was summoned to this world to save it and destroy a powerful demon that will resurrect in the future, and until then, he will not be able to return home. Sauta, indignantly realizing that he had only just found out, asked if the demon really hadn't returned yet. Aphrodite confirmed this, adding that the gods decided to prepare in advance for his return by sending people from Earth and making them heroes like him. Sauta thought that if he was sent, maybe others were sent too, but he was puzzled by how this was consistent with human rights. He then asked if he would actually be able to return to Earth after destroying the demon, and if he would still retain his abilities. Aphrodite reassured him that the gift would stay with him. Sauta then asked if he could take all the creatures trapped in the capsule back to Earth, to which Aphrodite confirmed that it was possible, even though the gods would be watching over him. After receiving this knowledge, Sauta said that he now knew what he would do in this world. Aphrodite, delighted, thought that he was ready to fight a demon, but he denied it. She quizzically asked if he didn't want to go back to Earth, but Sauta reassured her, saying that he did, but he had his own goal. The goal is to collect as many beautiful girls as possible and bring them back with you. Aphrodite was stunned by this admission. Sauta expressed his desire to create a harem of Inozemic, describing it as something unattainable and beautiful, like a mythical vulture that floats in men's dreams. For this purpose, he was willing to put up with living in a world without anime games or even air conditioning. He stated that he would destroy a powerful demon, but first build a perfect harem. Aphrodite, outraged by his words, exclaimed that she would not allow this, reminding her of her divine status and deciding not to remain silent any longer. However, Sauta answered with a questioning confidence, hinting that his actions might affect her as well. Seeing her confusion, he clarified that he would not kill the demon until he had assembled his harem. If he didn't destroy the demon, Aphrodite wouldn't be able to return to heaven. Sauta added that she wanted to go home, so he offered to make a deal. Realizing that she had no other choice, Aphrodite reluctantly agreed to help him. Sauta solemnly noted that he knew she would agree. In his mind's eye, he noted that from that moment on, he and the goddess began implementing a plan called the Inozemic harem. Sauta thanked Aphrodite for her help and remarked that she had given him a lot of experience. He wondered why, despite the considerable amount of experience gained, the indicators of all his characteristics, except for intelligence, remained almost at the same level. Aphrodite explained to him that this was due to the characteristics of the Tamer class, which initially had rather low stats. Puzzled, Sauta noticed the appearance of a new skill called Piercing Eye. Interested, he immediately decided to try out what this skill is and what opportunities it gives him. The skill Piercing Eye was active and allowed him to see all the parameters of creatures in the world of Athelgade, but required the owner to have an intelligence indicator of more than 2,000 units. At that moment, the goblin attacked them again, and Sauta used the Piercing Eye to study its characteristics. He saw that the goblin was level 1 out of 5, Class G, and its stats included Survivability 10, Physical Strength 15, Magic Power 10, and Intelligence 5. Sauta was happy with the convenience of the new skill, as he could now assess the opponent's abilities before the battle even started, which gave him a strategic advantage. Meanwhile, Aphrodite urged South to deal with the goblin as quickly as possible. Sauta didn't get distracted as he asked if he would gain less experience if he decided to capture monsters instead of destroying them. Aphrodite replied that the amount of experience would remain the same regardless of the method, and once again pushed Sauta into action, urging him not to delay. Supera, encouraged by her words, quickly prepared for capture using the ball capsule. After an hour of hard work, Sauta happily summed up the results. He managed to capture 18 goblins. However, despite such an impressive catch, he noticed that even with this amount of experience, he didn't manage to level up. The goblins were not as valuable in terms of increasing his strength. Despite this, Suta was still impressed by the quaint ball capsule, as it, being outwardly small, could accommodate all the trapped creatures, leaving enough space inside. Puzzled by his skill, Suta asked Aphrodite if there was any limit to the number of creatures he could subdue. Aphrodite replied that initially he would have the ability to subdue only one monster, but with each dozen levels, he would have an additional one available to him. Suta quickly estimated that with his current level, he could gather up to 56 creatures, and this discovery made him excited. He noted that such a skill could very well be called a cheat skill, since it would allow him to easily win most battles. He then asked if the goblins would obey him, given that he didn't capture them very politely, kicked them, and used force to capture them. Aphrodite assured him that any creature caught with the ball capsule would not be able to disobey his commands. Sutu, pleased with the information he had received, realized that he now had almost unlimited possibilities for manipulation. Caught up in his own thoughts, he began to imagine Aphrodite, and his imagination took on a playful tone. Suta, on the other hand, was inspired by the possibilities of the new skill and decided that he could now control the actions of the great goddess as he pleased, considering it a unique opportunity that she would definitely be surprised by. To test the power of the skill, he asked Aphrodite to spin around on the spot to make sure that she really obeyed him. Aphrodite was initially outraged by Sut's request because, in her opinion, the great goddess should not follow his commands. But to her surprise, she began to spin around as if she couldn't control her actions. As Suta watched in surprise, he saw her skirt lift up as she rotated. She stopped, flushed, and scolded Sut indignantly for his actions, but he only apologized innocently, explaining that he needed to make sure that the new skill was working properly. Inwardly, he noticed that she was wearing cute panties. Confused, Aphrodite tried to laugh it off, adding that maybe in the future, he could just ask her to do something like this, instead of giving orders. Aphrodite asked suspiciously if Suta was going to order her to do something obscene. Suta was surprised and asked with interest if she had the gift of clairvoyance. Aphrodite indignantly reminded him that she had promised to help him with the harem, but she was not going to become a concubine herself. To this, Suta jokingly suggested that she might even like it, to which Aphrodite couldn't stand it and hit him. Suta realized that he was wrong, because she is the goddess of beauty, and now they are connected by friendship. He decided that he should think about how he felt about her, since it would be wrong to forcibly drag a friend into the harem. Aphrodite was tired from the long journey and asked how long it was to get to the city. She said she wanted him to carry her in the capsule. Suta was surprised, because Aphrodite hadn't liked being in the capsule before. She explained that it was more comfortable to move around in a ball capsule. There, she can avoid hunger and stress. In addition, you can restore all your stats in the capsule, and it has a healing effect. Suta was impressed by this capsule's power. Aphrodite continued that the capsule also protects against the curse placed on the gods who descended to earth. Suta remembered that this curse was what she had said when she said that the powers of the gods only worked in the heavens. Aphrodite confirmed this and added that it wouldn't take long to walk in the ball capsule. She asked him to be careful with the ball. Suta thought that Aphrodite was a cunning goddess. Later, he called out to her, but she only asked him to wait another 5 minutes. Suta woke her up, and Aphrodite jumped up and asked if he had caught another goblin. Suta replied that he had caught 37 creatures along the way. Aphrodite reacted with surprise. Suta noticed that they had already seen the city. He read the name on the sign, St. Bell Trading City, and was shocked that he could understand the unfamiliar symbols. Aphrodite explained that all Papadans are given the ability to understand and read the local language. Suta noticed that goblins and orcs were working, and thought that in this world, monsters were used as labor. A rock turtle at level 8 out of 10 has Class F, Vitality 55, Physical Strength 128, Magic Power 7, and Intelligence 5. Suta also saw a stone turtle working and asked if it was a means of transportation. Aphrodite replied that it was possible, but she wasn't sure. Suta, a little surprised, asked if this was true. Aphrodite asked him why he was surprised, and explained that he was very much mistaken if he thought that, as a goddess, she should know everything. She admitted that for the first time in many years she came down to earth. Suta thought that he now understood the situation. He wondered why there was so much pathos if it was a goddess, and wondered if she could do anything at all. Then, he decided to take another look at her profile to understand her true nature. Aphrodite was a goddess from a divine family. Her class was still unknown, but her level was 3,620. The goddess's survivability reached 29,778, indicating her considerable resilience. Aphrodite's physical strength was only 4, while her magic power was 18 and her intelligence was 13. As for her skills, they were also unknown. Aphrodite's condition became clearer to him. Sutauda, assessing its characteristics, noted that, despite its survivability, other indicators look rather modest. He asked her why it said "unknown" in her skill bar. Aphrodite explained that due to the special concealment skill, her abilities are not visible to others. She shared that she really has such a skill. Suta admired her skill, noting that it proved her divinity. Inwardly, he thought that even though her skills were useless, she was still a goddess. If Dia has really useful abilities, then life will become much more fun. Aphrodite chuckled and said it wasn't that simple. Sauda saw her look away and asked her why. Aphrodite turned away and explained that most of her skills were actually blocked by the curse. Therefore, her previous words and Suta's expectations were a bit misleading. Sauta, realizing this, confirmed that he had expected such an answer. Sauta made the remark that if the gods could display their full power, there would be no need to send outsiders here. Aphrodite was concerned and turned to him. She explained that she really couldn't use her powers here and her skills weren't working, but she still didn't want him to abandon her. She begged Sutao not to leave her, threatening to curse him and send him to hell. Sauta, tired of her panicked words, promised that he would not leave her, but at the same time asked her to get away from him. He realized that now he had to take care of Dia as well as Aphrodite. Sauta realized that, first of all, they needed to find work to provide shelter, food, and clothing, as well as the means to maintain their fighting forces. Hence, their path must lead to this place. Sauta added that if they needed a job in another world, they should look for it here, in the Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild, people were whispering, creating an atmosphere of tension. Aphrodite held Soda's hand in fear. He noticed her behavior and asked her what she was doing. In response, she asked him to look around and pointed out that everyone was staring at them. Sauda agreed, noting that he was wearing a school uniform and she was wearing a sky robe, and such outfits attract attention. A man in the crowd expressed surprise, exclaiming who this pussy is and remarking that she looks amazing. It crossed Sauta's mind that it wasn't just the two of them. It was just Dia's attractiveness. He imagined her and thought that she was obviously too pretty. Sauda decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. A girl approached them and asked if they were adventurers. She introduced herself as Chloe Grice of the Katsi family and gave her age as 18. Sauda was struck by her cat ears and thought that Chloe was a beautiful Inozamite, as if from his dreams. He thought she was so cute that he would have been happy to take her to the capsule. Aphrodite, noticing his pensive expression, asked what he was thinking. When there was no response, Chloe offered to help. Sauda, a little embarrassed, replied that they were looking for a job. Chloe, smiling happily, asked if they were new to the guild. Sauda confirmed that they had just arrived in the city. Chloe offered to register them and instructed them to enter their names. Sauta nodded in agreement and was surprised to find that he could not only read but also write in their language, which seemed incredible. An entry appeared on the map. Kazehaya Suta, G-rank adventurer. Chloe explained that in the guild, the map is a very important thing, so it should be protected. She said that since it was Sota's first visit, she was ready to instruct him. Chloe explained that the Adventurers Guild is an organization where adventurers complete quests and tasks that come from both public and private individuals. Quests can be very diverse, from destroying monsters to finding lost kittens. She added that by achieving good results and increasing their rank, adventurers will be able to receive more quests. Sashita asked what he needed to do to increase his rank. Chloe replied that to do this you just need to be useful to the guild, and the rank itself will rise. Aphrodite, hearing this, noticed that it was a rather blurry condition. Sauta had the idea that even if he did his job well and the guild administration didn't like him, his career development might be delayed indefinitely. It felt like exploitation to him. Chloe pointed to the guild's bulletin board and explained that there were order announcements posted there. She suggested that Sauta choose his first quest, which will be to his liking. Sauta agreed and began studying the ads. He chose 3 quests that might suit him. The first quest was to subdue wolves. The required rank was G. The goal was to subdue 5 wolves, and the reward was 5,000 call. Repeated execution was acceptable. The second quest also dealt with pacification, to subdue 5 goblins, with the same reward of 5,000 calls and repeated execution. The third quest was to collect medicinal plants. The required rank was G. The goal was to bring 10 medicinal plants, and the reward was 8,000 call. Repeated execution was also allowed. Suta, curious, asked how he could prove that he had defeated the monster. Chloe explained that to complete the quest, you need to bring some part of the monster's body. For example, if it is a wolf, then you need to bring a wolf's fang. Sauda nodded, knowing it was reasonable. The idea that it was better for him to make friends with any monsters that came across slipped through his mind, so he decided to take the quest to find them. Chloe confirmed that the quest for collecting medicinal plants was accepted. She added that according to the quest booklet, beginners are entitled to a gift, a beginner's kit. She was happy to show him the kit. Sauta was delighted and thanked her, noting that this was exactly what he needed. He thought that the guild was really impressive, even if it was only based on the support of newcomers. Aphrodite, noticing his joy, joked that he was easily appeased. She asked where they were going and why they couldn't search right here. Sout said they could stay here, but they needed to find a more private place. Aphrodite, puzzled as to why, heard Suda explain that they would let the goblins out to gather grass, and if they were spotted, there might be trouble. A picture flashed through his mind of the adventurers seeing the goblins and raising the alarm. Sauta expressed the hope that the adventurers wouldn't kill their fellow goblins. Aphrodite agreed with him, saying that it was a good idea, but added that she was tired of walking and wanted to rest in the capsule. Sauta, a little upset, agreed and decided that it was time to start. In his mind, Sauta realized that he had gathered his small army of 37 goblins and one lazy goddess. He had to work hard to collect such a large amount. He gathered the goblins and began instructing them to collect the medicinal herbs shown in the drawing. He explained that as soon as they found such herbs, they should bring them to the roots of the tree. Sauta warned that if anyone other than him appeared in their path, they should immediately run away and not engage in battle. He sent the goblins to gather herbs. Sauta put all his energy into this speech, but he wasn't sure if the goblins understood. He felt a little flustered, but he realized that collecting everything alone would not be the best option, and he could quickly deal with such a crowd. He encouraged the goblins to start their work. Sauta appreciated the success of his goblins, noting that they collected healing plants, Class F, which are the source material for creating healing potions. The thought crept into his mind that this was a great catch. Most of the goblins had already returned with their findings, while he himself hadn't found a single plant in 2 hours. It seems that the main role was played by the intuition of wild creatures. In addition, he caught 15 new goblins, which was also a good result. Siwarta thought it was time to finish, but not all the little ones were back yet. Suddenly the bushes began to move. Suda spotted wolves. Level 3 out of 5. Class G, with Vitality 18, Physical Strength 23, Magic Power 6, and Intelligence 7. An alarm crossed his mind. These wolves might attack his goblins. Sauta realized that no mercy was to be expected, and prepared to fight. He evaluated his chances, realizing that although the wolves were stronger, the goblins were much more cunning, and the numerical advantage should play on his side. Sauta ordered the goblins to attack. He was aware that the odds of winning were roughly equal on both sides, but given the goblin numbers, they should have won. The wolves were defeated, and Suda also captured 5 wolves. At the same time, if he encountered more goblins, he might have to give them to the wolves to feed, so that he could sacrifice something for the common goal. Aphrodite, unable to stand it, expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the goddess had to carry something. Sauta explained that if you left it to the goblins, they might be spotted near the city. In addition, it was a job that brought them closer to defeating the Demon Lord. In his thoughts, Sauta noticed that he had made a decent addition to his collection, but the level remained the same. His monster Tamer profession was at level 557, with a survivability of 252, physical strength of 95, magic power of 200, and intelligence of 2,898. He also had the divine gift of absolute dominance and the skills of Ball Capsule, Piercing Eye, and Monster Crossing. Sauta discovered a new skill, Monster Crossing, Class B. This skill allowed you to combine monsters with each other. The conditions for obtaining it included intelligence above 1,000 and the number of captured creatures over 50. Suda thought about the fact that skills might depend on the number of creatures caught, and this opened up the possibility for him to create new monsters. He was excited about the idea of trying out this skill later. Aphrodite, feeling impatient, urged him on. Chloe presented them with a 40,000 call reward, to which Sauta expressed his gratitude. Chloe expressed her admiration for Sueda, noting that he completed the quest in just half a day. She added that for a beginner, finding at least one plant in a day is considered a great success. Sauta noted with a smile that there was nothing complicated about it, although in fact the plants were collected by his goblins. Nice Chloe's compliments made him feel good. He asked Aphrodite about the cost of earning money in Japanese yen. She replied that one call was worth a little more than 1 yen. Thus, they earned more than 40,000 yen in half a day, to which Aphrodite remarked that it was too much for him. Sauta then suggested that they find a hotel, and they went there. When Aphrodite saw the room, she exclaimed, wondering why the inn was so bad. The cost of accommodation with 2 meals a day was 4,000 coal. Sauta reminded her that they had a roof over their heads and a private room, which should be enough given the limited funds and the need to feed the goblins and wolves. Aphrodite had expected a luxurious bed and a bath, but, dissatisfied, decided to go to the capsule for the night. Sauta couldn't help but wonder how many times this goddess had slept today, and was relieved to see that his bed was ready and the monsters were fed. He sighed and started testing the crossbreeding skill. Sauta marveled at the possibilities of crossbreeding, wondering if he could even cross Aphrodite. He wondered what would happen if he combined it with a goblin, but decided against the idea and chose a goblin as the base. When trying to choose a material for crossing, he was confronted with a message that such a combination is not possible. Sauta decided that the only option left was to cross the 2 goblins. A system message confirmed that interbreeding was possible, and he received information about the results. Sauta eventually learned that crossing a normal goblin with another goblin would result in an elite goblin that would be stronger. The elite goblin belonged to the divine demon family, its class was F, and its level was 1. The survivability of this creature reached 30, which indicated its weak stamina. An elite goblin's physical strength was 35. Magic power was 20, and intelligence was 10. He had no skills. The conditions for its crossbreeding included a pair of goblins, and elite goblins were stronger than normal ones, but the results of the crossbreeding depended on the conditions of their cultivation. The Goblin Knight belonged to the Divine Demon family, its class was E, and its level was 1. The survivability of this creature reached 60, which indicated its moderate stamina. The Goblin Knight's physical strength was 85. Magic power was 40, and intelligence was 30. He had no skills. The conditions for its crossbreeding included a pair of elite goblins, and goblin knights were the lowest rung in the demon family and could wear various equipment. The results of crossbreeding depended on the conditions in which these creatures were raised. Sauta realized that elite goblins could also be interbred. He thought about how he could use them in his plans, and it flashed through his mind that the Goblin Knight was an interesting idea. The number of monsters was limited, and he knew that he should use their fusion and leveling wisely. 20 minutes later, Sauta was delighted to see that out of 42 normal goblins, he had managed to create 1 elite goblin and 10 knights. The goblin's equipment and appearance also changed. He concluded that the elite goblin had become a brave novice, and the Goblin Knight was undoubtedly a seasoned leader. At that moment, Sauta realized that the goblins couldn't level up any further than a knight, which meant that he currently had the strongest possible army. Sauta expressed satisfaction with his work and wished the team success. Meanwhile, the girl who was running through the forest felt fear and anxiety. The men who saw her shouted that she had escaped and that they needed to catch the creature. The girl was filled with anxiety and reflected that things would be different now that he had disappeared. The men were aware of the threat and expressed their fears that if she escaped, Bakraja would finish them off. They asked if the potion was working on her, and they knew there was no other way. They were worried that they would feel bad if they ruined a valuable item, but it was better than letting her escape. They decided to shoot. One of the arrows hit the girl's shoulder, and she stumbled off the cliff, feeling pain and fear. In desperation, she cried out for the help of a mighty demon. Aphrodite asked Sutaus where they were going anyway, noticing that the Kasala forest was in the wrong direction. Sauta said no, but he wanted to go to a place. By the door, he noticed a sign that said, "Silver Shield, a merchant shop with a guild license." Sauta was pleased to note that this was the right place. Aphrodite wondered what kind of shop it was with a license. Sauta explained that he had heard about it from Chloe. He added that thanks to the guild's license, adventurers are exempt from paying duties on goods, so prices are affordable here, and they will be able to take everything they need. The merchant greeted them with good wishes. Information about the merchant showed that his name was Edgar Martin. He was a man, and he was 31 years old. The merchant asked them what they wanted. Sauta replied that they needed some comfortable clothing first, but was interrupted by the merchant, who noticed that they were dressed as if they were wearing the first thing they could find. He offered to lead them behind him. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, asked if they would buy her clothes too. Sauta agreed, noting that her current outfit attracted too much attention. She was delighted, exclaiming that this was the first time she was buying her own clothes, because in the sky you can only wear regulated outfits. Suti Tanata, noting her joy, ironically asked if the world would split in half if she dressed casually. It flashed through his mind that she was already happy, and even Dee was acting like a normal girl in the store. The merchant introduced them to the equipment department and offered them an item that he thought was just right for them: an F-class adventurer's uniform and F-class adventurer's shoes. Sauta was surprised to find out that the prices were quite high. 1,500 yen for clothes and 1,000 yen for shoes. He noticed that both men's and women's clothing had their own designs, and asked Aphrodite if she liked it. However, she didn't hide her displeasure, saying that it was junk for commoners. Aphrodite pointed out the witchy E-class dancer outfit that she liked. Sauta sighed when he saw another eye-catching dress, and was horrified by its price tag of 18,000 yen. He quickly decided that it was too expensive. He said they buy clothes to avoid being stared at, not the other way around. Aphrodite, not understanding him, asked what it had to do with clothes. She recalled that clothing is a matter of self-esteem, and as the goddess of beauty, she cannot compromise on appearance. Suta thought that there was only one thing to do: try to pay her a small compliment. He called her silly and remarked that she was so charming in her own right that ordinary clothes would not hide her beauty. He wondered if that would be enough to calm her down. Aphrodite was surprised and asked what he meant. Suta, noticing her reaction, was a little taken aback. Aphrodite covered her face, saying that she was touched by his words and wondered if he had something unexpected to offer. Sauta asked her why she was so embarrassed, because don't beauties like her get tired of such compliments? Aphrodite waved it off, saying that she wasn't embarrassed, but just thought that Suta made such things sound strange, and that was why she was scared. She explained that the relationship between gods and humans is weak, so she had never heard such words from men before. Sauta was surprised by her reaction. He thought that being a goddess of beauty, she should have been inundated with compliments from men. But it seemed that the reality was quite different. Aphrodite decided that since Suita was so insistent, she was willing to compromise. Sauta happily replied that it was great and thanked her. Then Aphrodite looked down at her new dress and asked if it made her look like a simpleton. Sauta hastened to reassure her, saying that no, this dress suits her very well. Aphrodite said with a grin that he looked pretty good too. She felt that she was finally able to come to terms with this world. Sunita was surprised by her words and asked if it was true. The thought crossed his mind that he hadn't expected the clothes to be so comfortable and cheap at the same time, which was a real stroke of luck. He suggested that we leave the bag of clothes and go to the Kasela forest. Aphrodite agreed and said that today she would also help. When they arrived at the forest, Suta gathered the goblins and instructed them to perform the same task as yesterday, collecting medicinal plants. He made a comment about how there were fewer goblins because of the crossbreeding, but he assumed that the wolves wouldn't eat them now. Sauta also suggested collecting plants and new companions. He started to put the goblins in a ball capsule, but Aphrodite soon stopped him, telling him that she was already tired and offering to take a break. Suta thought that the lazy side of the goddess had reappeared. He reminded her that they were just getting started, but if she wanted to, she could go back to the capsule. At that moment, Aphrodite noticed that not a single flower was around. Suddenly she exclaimed that there was something up there in the tree. Sauta, not understanding what exactly she meant, asked what else. At that moment, they both noticed a girl in the tree, and he exclaimed in bewilderment that it was a girl. Sauta was confused as he looked at the girl in the tree. He wondered how she got there, and hoped she didn't have any bad intentions. The possibility that she might have fallen off the cliff didn't inspire confidence. In any case, she had to be rescued, since the goblins hadn't returned yet, so he had to go down himself. Aphrodite pushed Sauta forward. With some difficulty, he lowered the girl from the tree, and, after examining her, realized that she was seriously injured. She didn't just fall, she had an arrow stuck in her shoulder. Sauta decided it was best to leave her lying down for now. He used the piercing eye skill, and found out that her name was Caroline Barton. She was 372 years old, and she was in a state of exhaustion. Suta was surprised to see that Caroline had a pretty face, even though she was wearing a maid's uniform. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to live to such an age, as she looked to be under 20. Aphrodite explained that Caroline was a vampire demon. Suigauta was shocked by the news. The demons, according to Aphrodite, were those who 300 years ago became allies of a mighty demon, subjugating people to their power and threatening even the gods. Sauta couldn't believe the demon was in the forest. Aphrodite didn't know how this could have happened either. She remembered that when the mighty demon died, the other demons lost their power and began to hide from the humans. Aphrodite noted that Caroline was badly injured, and if they left her, she would die in less than an hour. Sauta asked if there was any way to save her with her power. Aphrodite replied that it was impossible. Previously, she would have been able to heal her wounds with magic, but now, she didn't have any magic power. However, she mentioned that there was one way to save Caroline. Aphrodite reported that the ball capsule has the property of restoring health. She reminded him that Tamers couldn't subdue vampires, but if he showed absolute dominance, he could save Caroline. Now it was up to him to decide whether she would live or not. and it wasn't an easy choice. Sushita realized that this choice was really difficult. It took him a moment to realize how hard it was to take responsibility for a strange girl's life. The guilt nagged at him, but he knew he would have to do it. He analyzed his resources. He had Aphrodite, Caroline Barton, 6 goblins, 10 elite goblins, 10 goblin knights, and 5 wolves. Now Caroline's name was added to his list. He seems to have succeeded. For the first time since coming to this world, his level had increased. Suta found out his level went up to 569, an increase of 12. His stats were survivability 258, physical strength 96, magic power 205, and intelligence 2,958. He noticed that there weren't many experience points given for vampires. Sauta continued to wonder who Carolina really was and what had happened to her. To be honest, he hadn't realized what had happened yet, but he knew that now he had caught a cute vampire. 3 hours later, Sauta noticed that their haul was impressive. They collected more than on the previous day. However, although the goblins showed no signs of fatigue, he noticed that the pace of their work had clearly slowed down. Sauta concluded that they had probably gathered almost all the medicinal plants in this forest, and it was useless to continue working. He decided that was enough for one day. Suida thanked the goblins and told them to return to the capsule. Aphrodite, laughing, declared that her time had come. She joked that Sauta couldn't do it without her. This caused him to be perplexed. Aphrodite continued to tease him, hinting that if he would bow down to her, then perhaps she would help him carry the loot. Sauta thought it annoyed him, but even with its help, it was unlikely that they would be able to carry off all the loot. He didn't want to attract the attention of the goblins, so he wasn't going to involve them. Aphrodite continued to tease him, forcing him to say words praising her beauty. It suddenly dawned on Suta that his absolute dominance might allow him to subdue living things. He wondered if this might also apply to natural features, and decided to give it a try. Aphrodite asked him what he was going to do. Sauta used a ball capsule, and his efforts were crowned with success. He was surprised that he didn't feel any restrictions now. Aphrodite confirmed his assumption and noted that she was playing a joke on him. Sauta laughed and realized that it was impossible for a kind girl like her to say such things. Aphrodite noted Sauta's improvement and praised him for it. Sauta laughed and remarked that since he was growing up, she had less work to do. Aphrodite, taking him by the clothes, admitted that she had gone too far, but stressed that she had helped him sincerely before and asked him not to leave her. Sauta said he understood and asked her to back off. Chloe informed them that the reward was 64,000 calls and pointed out that Suda was a real miracle worker. He thanked her for that. People from the guild, discussing the newcomer who registered with some beauty. Suchana thought about how he had attracted attention and decided that since there were almost no medicinal herbs left, he would start another quest tomorrow. At this time, they noticed a little girl who offered delicious apples. Sauta thought that she was probably only about 7. And thought that even in this world, such children were forced to work. Aphrodite expressed a desire to eat, and Sauta agreed to buy 10 apples. The girl was delighted and thanked them. Sauta tasted the apple, and noticed that it tasted very good, even sweeter than what he had tasted on Earth. Suddenly, a man about 37 years old approached them and introduced himself as Bakraja Ackerman, who noticed them and asked if they recognized the girl. Sauta realized at that moment that she was talking about Caroline. He began to wonder why the stalkers were interested in Caroline and who they really were. Bakraja, noticing his confusion, asked if he knew anything. Subinoida said no, but he didn't understand why they were being targeted in such a way. One of Bakraja's subordinates expressed dissatisfaction with South's tone and reminded him who he was talking to. Standing in front of him was Bakraja Ackerman, the 4th largest slave trader in St. Bell. Sauta knew better than to underestimate his opponent, but he didn't fully understand who he was. Bakraji's subordinate threatened Suada, saying that because of his impoliteness, he could lose his life, because Carolina is their product who tried to escape. Sugita realized that Carolina didn't want to be enslaved, and probably fell off a cliff while escaping. Sugita said he would bring Caroline back for a reward. Bakraja and his subordinates were loudly discussing the rumor that Suta was also involved in slave labor. Aphrodite felt a twinge of apprehension. The man warned them that they were behaving like suicides, because if they were caught by Mr. Bakraja, terrible things could happen. Aphrodite, not knowing what he was talking about, asked him what he meant. The man was surprised that they didn't know about Bakraj, and Sauta explained that they had only recently arrived in the city. Hearing this, the man started to talk, but asked them to keep their voices down, as there are terrible rumors about Bakraj. According to the man, Bakraja spends his entire life in dirty pleasures with female slaves. and many of his slaves die under cruel circumstances. He added that if Bakraja takes a person to his mansion and enters into a ownership contract with him, then it means the end for that person. Hearing this, Sota thoughtfully realized what they were facing. He also thought that Caroline probably ran away to escape slavery. He decided not to interfere. But what he saw shocked him. Bakraja turned to a little girl who was selling apples, demanding permission to sell them, and when she didn't understand the question, he grabbed her, saying that bad girls deserve to be punished, and dragged her with him to teach a lesson at home. The girl, frightened, asked to be released. Sota couldn't resist turning to Bakraja, denouncing him for using force on a child. Although he tried to stay away, he had to step in because this feeling was unbearable for him. Bakraja recognized him. He asked disdainfully if the adventurer had any complaints. The girl, trembling, whispered, "Brother." Sota thought that introducing children might only be acceptable in the 2D worlds of Japanese manga, but not here, knowing that Bakraja wouldn't understand what he was talking about. Seeing Sota's silence, Bakraja became angry and, drawing his dagger, ordered him to die. Aphrodite saw the threat, and when she saw movement, she shouted to warn Sutao. Sota thought that this was a critical situation. A bright light flashed around them, causing everyone to close their eyes. Sota summoned a goblin knight. Bakraja asked in surprise if he was a monster tamer. He started swinging the dagger. Sota reflected that, despite his age, his opponent moved with surprising agility for a man of his age. Bakraja, with a mocking expression on his face, said something that would make the monster tamer regret resisting his will. He ordered his subordinates to capture Sota. Bakraji's subordinates rushed forward, shouting loudly that Sota was now surrounded. Sota, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to the goblins, ordering them to defend. Bakraja, seeing the goblins, was shocked when he realized that there were so many of them. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed that this couldn't be happening. Sota, noticing the enemy's confusion, reassuringly told the goblins that this was their chance. Sota wondered inwardly that the goblins had weapons and wondered if they had made them out of wood. At this time, Bakraja's subordinates tried to stop the goblins by shouting. Suteta thought that these creatures might make a promising army that could help them in battle. Suddenly, Bakraja seized the little girl and threatened that if Sota's army did not retreat, he would cut her throat. The girl said the word brother in a trembling voice. Sota was angry inside and cursed, not wanting to show his emotions. Bakraja, not waiting for an answer, continued to press Sota, asking what he was worth and whether he really wanted the girl to die. Sunada, realizing the gravity of the situation, agreed to give up. But before that, he wanted to tell Bakraja something else. He tossed him a ball capsule, and Bakraja caught it, incredulously asking what the jokes were and what the item was. Sota, grinning, said that Bakraja was caught. Suddenly, the capsule activated. Bakraja expressed bewilderment, exclaiming that he did not understand what kind of light it was. Suna caught Bakraja in a ball capsule. Inside the ball capsule, Bakraja screamed, trying to figure out where he was, and demanded to be released. Sutta, responding to his concern, said with some mockery that it served him right, and added that he should go to sleep and not wake up until he gave the order. Bakraja eventually fell asleep before he even realized what was happening. Sutta thought about the scoundrel being caught, and considered the development of the plot, noting that the townspeople should have escaped. He then asked the little girl if she was okay and if she was injured. The girl replied that everything was fine, and thanked him for saving her. Sota was relieved to know that the girl was okay, and he was overcome with emotion. Again, he reflected on his opinion of absolute submission, considering that depending on the intent, it could become a dangerous weapon. If you use it thoughtlessly, you can disrupt the harmony of the universe. Aphrodite, turning to Sueta, started to say that she didn't really want to discuss it, but he should know that he was very good today. Sueta didn't believe it, claiming that Di wasn't capable of such words. In response, Aphrodite exclaimed in bewilderment and asked him to fall behind and start moving. Sota agreed with her, noting that the day was drawing to a close and they should go find an inn. He thought that today, thanks to the goblins, they earned a lot more than he expected, but they also took a hotel room that was almost twice as expensive as yesterday. He was sorry to say that he was so eager to take a bath that he had to pay up. One night was worth 7,000 calls. In addition, he caught 18 goblins and upgraded them, which strengthened his combat power and brought excellent results. But not everything went smoothly, because there was a demoness named Caroline Barton. The capsule healed her wounds, but he didn't know what to do next. He asked Caroline if she was awake. In response, she said that he was a powerful demon and got lost in her thoughts. Sota, not understanding what she was talking about, noticed that she seemed to have confused him with someone else. Caroline went on to say that she couldn't forgive herself for turning her head over and asked where they were. Sauta explained that they were at the St. Bell Inn and that they had found her injured in the woods, so they had taken her with them. She vaguely remembered how she had been rescued when she was hanging from a tree, but in general she remembered everything and expressed a desire to thank him. Sauta, embarrassed, said he shouldn't do it. Caroline, realizing her impoliteness, introduced herself as Caroline Barton and added that her family could simply call her Carly. She asked him his name. Sauta replied that his name was Kazuhaya Sauta. Caroline, adding that she could call him Mr. Sauta, asked if she could express her gratitude to him. He, in turn, asked what exactly she wanted to thank him for. Caroline explained that she had been brought here as a slave. She told about how humanity flourished, gained strength, and people drove the demons out of their homes, forcing the latter to hide. If demons are caught, they are immediately sold to the nobles. She had nowhere else to go, so she invited Sauta to join him, asking for permission to help in his life's journey. Sauta said it wasn't necessary and suggested that he might hire her as a maid or in a similar role. Caroline agreed and said that would do. She admitted that she can be overly talkative, but is confident in her combat skills. She promised that if Sauta would let her join his adventures, she would be very helpful and could help him earn money. Sauta reflected that he had no doubt that Carolina's stats were quite high, and it looked like he could trust her words. He remembered that Caroline Barton is a vampire and her level is 173. She had a high survivability of 433, physical strength of 310, magic power of 388, and intelligence of 357. She also had impressive skills: Fire Magic Supreme, Wind Magic Supreme, Water Magic Supreme, Dark Magic Supreme, and Light Magic Intermediate. Sauta knew that if she was left alone, she would surely be in trouble again. He decided that he saw no reason to refuse Carly and agreed to her request. She, in turn, was delighted and exclaimed that a huge gratitude would be expressed to him. Sauta, a little embarrassed, asked her why she called him master. Caroline explained that since he was now her master, she would call him by his proper name, although it might sound strange. Sauta assured her that this was absolutely not strange, and asked her to always call him her master. He thought about how lucky he was. The girl had called him master, and he wouldn't have to pay her for it. Caroline continued, addressing him as a master, and as if understanding his needs, said that if he wanted her to do something, she was willing to submit to anything. Sauta, slightly surprised, asked what everything meant. Caroline readily confirmed that of course, her savior was him, and now her soul was his. She even added that she was ready to lose herself in the dust for him. Sauta couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was his best chance. He imagined having a maid with silver hair and scarlet eyes who would do anything for him. This realization caused him to get excited and made everything inside of him flutter, as if everything was being turned inside out. At that moment, Aphrodite informed him that she had emptied the tub. Sauta told her not to go out naked. Aphrodite was surprised and asked if Caroline was awake. Caroline, hearing this, was shocked and asked what the goddess was doing here. Sauta, surprised, asked Caroline how she knew that Dee was a goddess. Caroline explained that gods and demons are two sides of the same whole. They are created as complete opposites of each other, so she feels its essence. Satrikik thought that this was indeed true, especially when Dee saw Carly, and clearly said that Carly was a demon. He, realizing that everything had revealed itself, said that this girl was Aphrodite, whereupon Caroline, startled, exclaimed the name of the goddess. She asked how one of the 12 Olympian gods ended up on Earth, and if she wasn't a high-ranking celestial god. Aphrodite confirmed that everything was correct. Sakibrat reflected that Aphrodite's name was often heard in video games, but he didn't think that she was a famous person in this world either. He realized that he had two incompatible entities in his possession at the same time, a goddess and a demoness. But first of all, they had to admit to her that they had accepted her into the team to fight a powerful demon. Sauta started telling Carly what they were really planning. Following Suta's words, she asked with understanding of the situation if it really turned out that Lord Suta was traveling with the goddess to find and destroy a powerful demon. She said that everything was clear, and in that case, she would also do her best to help him, Mr. Suta. Suta expressed his gratitude to her, saying that he was grateful to her. Caroline, a little embarrassed, asked if she could use the shower. Sutata agreed without hesitation. Aphrodite added that she didn't flush the hot water. Caroline thanked them. Inwardly, Caroline reflected that she had met a strange man. She had indeed heard rumors that an otherworldly hero would appear in their world. But she didn't know anything about the divine protection of goddesses. She knew that there was only one person in the world who possessed such power: the great and powerful demon, Lord Ibris. He had firmly established his authority in this world with his power to subdue all demon kings. When Caroline first saw Mr. Sot, his face reminded her of a mighty demon. As a servant, she had never been more devoted to anyone before than to Master Ibris. It was then that she fell in love with him. Her intuition told her that Lord Suda was the reborn Lord Ibris. She knew that the soul of a demon as powerful as Ibris did not die after the body was destroyed. Rumors confirmed that a famous fortune teller predicted the rebirth of a powerful demon. However, it seems that Mr. Suda himself does not realize this. If the prophecy is correct, he will soon have the power of a mighty demon. Caroline was sure that he would be ruler of Athelgate again. She was suddenly uneasy with her thoughts and wondered what was happening to her. She shouldn't have been so excited. She knew that the day would come when she would be able to serve him, and everything would be just like in her dreams. The team has grown, and along with it, expenses have increased. Suta reflected that now that there were more of them, it was necessary to earn more money. He still had Bakraja with him, and Carolina would also be living in the pod for a while, so it would be better for her. Besides, Dee was with them. However, they had already collected almost all the medicinal plants, and Suta didn't know what to do next. At this time, the people from the guild were discussing the new quests that had been added. They noted that yesterday a heavy rainstorm passed over the Zumalia swamp, which made the monsters more active. Sauta thought about what to take from the quests. He saw a quest to subdue light mushrooms, which had the required rank of G. The goal was to subdue 5 light mushrooms, and the reward for completing it was 5,000 call, while completing the quest again was also acceptable. He also noticed a quest to subdue the amoebic slime with similar requirements and rewards. In addition to this, there was a quest to collect mushrooms for medicinal nutrition, which required you to bring 10 medicinal mushrooms for a reward of 6.000 call. All the quests seemed quite good to Soaida, and they were all located near the Zumalia swamp. He considered taking all the quests at once. 2 hours later, the team found themselves in the Zumalia swamp. Sauta sighed and said that there didn't seem to be anyone around, then pulled out the ball capsule. Caroline, looking at the capsule with admiration, noticed that they were indeed free to enter and exit it. She thought that this absolute dominance might be too much for a simple person. Sauta, hearing her words, asked what she was saying, to which Caroline replied that nothing. At that moment, Aphrodite turned her attention to Sauta, saying that a mushroom monster was approaching them. Sauta saw that it was a light mushroom, level 2 of 5, class G, with vitality 21, physical strength 5, magic power 11, and intelligence 11, as well as the paralyzing powder skill. Sauta turned to Carolina, saying that he would like to see her combat skills, and asked if she would mind taking on the mushroom challenge. He asked her, if possible, not to kill him, but simply to deprive him of his powers, for which he would be very grateful. Caroline, confident in her abilities, replied that she could handle the task and that he should trust her. She was determined to impress Su Tao. Suddenly, the mushroom monster attacked, and she was surprised that it happened like this. It was clear to Suda that he shouldn't have forced her to fight without knowing her opponent's abilities. Carolina wasted no time in using wind magic to attack the mushroom, which shocked him. It was clear to Suda that she had managed to knock the spores out of him. You can demonstrate your abilities. With a kick, she drained the mushroom of its strength and looked at it, asking if it had finished its attack. Su was impressed with her performance and exclaimed that she had done a great job and could be relied upon to fight. Caroline thanked him sheepishly. Aphrodite, watching what was happening, decided to intervene and indignantly declared that she also wanted to become useful and energetic. Caroline, a little confused, didn't understand what Aphrodite was talking about. Soon out, pleased with the way things were going, said that with a joint effort, they would complete the quests quickly. Saute explained to the team that their task this time is to collect medicinal mushrooms. He suggested using the Goblin Avalanche tactic to effectively complete the task. Saut suggested that they split up into 3 teams, his own, Dee's, and Caroline's, emphasizing that it wasn't very efficient to give out orders alone. He added that if they could do it quickly, he would also like to take on the task of subduing the monsters. At the end, he asked if new orders would be opposed if necessary. Carolina, looking at Suit with interest, asked him how many creatures he had tamed at the moment. She was impressed and delighted, saying it was amazing. Suit, in turn, modestly replied that she was mistaken, because she simply had nothing to compare it with. Carolina retorted that she had heard that tamers with 3 creatures were already considered great people, to which Saut wondered if that was really the case. Aphrodite, who overheard their conversation, noticed that Suit had received so many experience points from her that he was no longer allowed to hand out work. Suit's thought was about why she had such a smug smile. As a result, he suggested splitting the roles. Sauta ordered the goblins and the wolf to follow Detty and Caroline's orders and defend them with full force. After 10 minutes, Suit was impressed with how quickly everyone had completed the task. He decided that he wanted to complete the medicinal mushroom collection. But before that, he had something important to do. Sauta thought of Bakraj Ackerman, a slave trader who was at level 18 and had survivability scores of 45, physical strength of 52, magic power of 32, and intelligence of 25. He had dagger mastery skills and initial levels of fire and water magic. Bakraja would wake up and ask him where he was, looking confused. Sauta's thought at this time was that he himself had given Bakraja the task of sleeping in the ball when he caught it. Sauta came to the conclusion that everything was just beginning for this uncle, and he seemed to have many adventures ahead of him. Bakraja, realizing the situation, exclaimed in displeasure what had happened. Sauta used a light mushroom to apply a paralyzing powder to Bakraja Ackerman, who was in a state of paralysis. Bakraja was at a loss to understand what was going on. Sutata was pleasantly surprised by how effective the powder was, which exceeded his expectations. This paralyzing powder was Class E and could attack at a distance of about 2 meters, causing paralysis in the opponent, which was perfect for tamers like him. Sauta considered summoning his wolves, but then decided that he didn't know what to do with Bakraja. He had a limited number of tamed creatures, and there was no point in just keeping Bakraja in the ball. In addition, he remembered that to be a master of dagger slaughter and have a high slashing power, one had to kill more than 10 people for fun. Sauta decided that there was no reason to let Bakraja live, but Bakraja, realizing his situation, shouted that he would rather die than be a pathetic errand boy. Sauta was puzzled about Bakraji, imagining him as something strange and unreliable. He compared it to a hentai knight surrounded by orcs, and noted that despite all his screams of death, it doesn't make him feel any attraction or desire to act. He wasn't going to kill him, and he didn't want to just let him go. When Bakraja asked if Sauta was going to let him go, Sauta confidently replied that he wasn't. Bakraja, not understanding Suta's intentions, asked what exactly Suta was going to do with him if he didn't let go and kill him. Sauta informed him of his intentions to reincarnate him. He didn't understand what was going on and expressed his emotions in confusion. Sutauta, meanwhile, had received system messages about the creature's selection for interbreeding, and he decided to use Bakraja as a transformation material. Bakraja, realizing what was happening, screamed in panic, trying to figure out exactly what Suauta had done to him. Bakraja was transformed into a werewolf with the Atlas number 422. This monster belongs to the demonic beast family and has a vitality of 80, physical strength of 115, and magic power of 40, but its intelligence is only 10. The werewolf has the Poison Claw skill, which makes him a dangerous opponent in battle. The conditions for its appearance include the crossing of a beast, a demon, and a human, which allows it to occupy the middle step in the hierarchy of animals. Thanks to its human blood, its intelligence is slightly higher than that of a normal wolf, which makes it more adapted to interacting with the world around it. The main features of its fighting style are its fast movements and claw attacks, making it a formidable opponent on the battlefield. Sauputa was surprised to find that the werewolf looked impressive, and even wondered if the werewolf could speak Japanese. He realized that he now had a creature that completely obeyed his commands. This unexpected find led to the idea that he created one of the most powerful monsters in his collection, making it a great weapon for future adventures. Sauta was pleasantly surprised to realize that his abilities as a tamer had produced such a significant result. He was pleased with the results of his team's work. He also noted that joint efforts have brought an impressive harvest. He was thinking about how goblins reveal themselves better when working in a group. Carolina reported that she had managed to kill a light mushroom and showed proof of her victory, while Aphrodite added that she had brought additional materials. Sauta expressed gratitude to his team for the work done. He thought about the fact that he had given Dee and Carly other tasks, and now they can simultaneously complete quests to subdue monsters. This created an opportunity for significant loot, and he was confident that their efforts would yield excellent results. Caroline expressed concern about how they would be able to carry away all the resources they had gathered, as it was too much for the three of them. Sauta reassured her that there was no need to worry about it. He used a ball capsule for storage. Caroline was impressed by how well he was using the capsule, and expressed admiration for his skills, which caused Saut to be surprised and confused. Sauta felt uneasy with each new reaction from Carly, and wondered where his goddess, Aphrodite, had gone. Suddenly, he heard the cry of Aphrodite, who was captured by an amoebic slug. The slug looked impressive, level 7, class F, with a vitality of 78, physical strength of 12, and magic power of 32. Saotaro was surprised to think that this was indeed an amoebic slug that exceeded 2 meters in height. He understood that the slug's characteristics were the most powerful of the wild creatures he had ever encountered. Aphrodite panicked and begged South for help, saying that the slug was sticky and uncomfortable. Sauta rushed to save her, but when he tried to use his ball capsule, he was unable to escape. But the slug fought it off. This shocked Saut, as he had never encountered a pod that could be repulsed. His mind was full of thoughts about how batting didn't guarantee a hit, and he began to panic, realizing that the mushroom's paralyzing powder wouldn't be able to reach the slug, and trying to hit D would be dangerous. The situation was becoming critical, and Sauta knew that he needed to act quickly and decisively. Carolina suggested that her master entrust her with the situation, assuring her that with her leg strength, she could easily reach the slug. Sauta, impressed by her confidence, thanked Carly. He thought that if she could land even one hit, he would have a chance to throw the capsule. However, he noticed that D was shouting strangely. Aphrodite explained that the slug had groped her in hidden places. Sauta was shocked to realize that the monster was pulling her clothes off, as if it thought she was preventing it from eating her. He apologized and told the slug to do something obscene to her, thinking it would help him in the situation. Suddenly, Caroline turned to him, which made Saut ask in a panic what was going on. He suddenly realized that she must have read his mind. At this time, the thought flashed through Caroline's mind that this damned goddess had seduced her master. Carolina got close to the slug, and Sauta asked Carly in confusion. She replied that there was no excuse for her, as she was also captured. Surprise filled Saut's mind. He couldn't believe the situation had gotten out of hand so quickly. Sauta felt confused when the thought of a catastrophe occurred to him. He couldn't believe Carly had even caught the slug. It seemed to him that she had rushed to him and surrendered without resistance, but he immediately denied his suspicions, deciding that this was unlikely. Caroline said his tentacles were stickier than she'd thought. Her voice was trembling, and she couldn't help but be confused. Sauta kept thinking about the guy who'd pulled off his clothes like a deity again. He felt both admiration and surprise, as he thought how beautiful it was. Aphrodite screamed in alarm, asking Sudas to save them as soon as possible. Caroline, turning to her host, begged him for help, adding that he could do as he wished. Sauta became confused and wondered what he should do in this situation. He knew he shouldn't look too closely, because if he didn't help them out, this guy might eat them. However, it occurred to him that right now, it seemed that all of the monster's tentacles were occupied. At that moment, Sauta made up his mind and threw the ball capsule towards the monster. He realized that he was facing an amoebic slug that was level 7 out of 10 in class F. The monster had 78 survivability points, 12 physical strength, and 32 magic power, as well as 25 mana. He had no skills, and was ranked at the bottom of the water demon hierarchy. The slug had more than 10 tentacles with which to hunt its prey, and its liquid body could serve as a material for creating lotions. Sauta realized that he had caught an amoeba slug. Aphrodite, all sticky, said happily that they were saved. Carolina admired Sauta for living up to her expectations as a host. Back in the city, Sauta reflected that his military expedition had turned out to be a rich catch. He completed several quests, catching 7 mushrooms and 1 amoebic slug. The thought of trying to crossbreed the creatures in the evening made him smile. He could feel the smile on his face when Chloe praised him. Chloe informed him that his reward for the quest was 76,000 calls. Sauta thanked her, expressing his appreciation. Chloe went on to say that, as always, he was amazing. She noted that it usually takes more than a year to complete such a large amount of work, but to collect so much material in one day, she sees it for the first time. Sauta laughed, saying that they didn't deserve such praise. The thought occurred to him that maybe he had a crush on Chloe. She always praised him, and he felt that she was kind. He suggested that Chloe spend the evening together and have dinner together, asking her how she liked the offer. Chloe, a little embarrassed, replied that it would be some other time. Sauta pondered, feeling sad at the thought of outsiders on Earth and another world being outsiders as well. However, he quickly found solace when he realized that he now had money, and decided to buy out the entire supermarket. Aphrodite and Caroline were waiting outside. Sauta looked abandoned and broken. Aphrodite saw him and asked if he was crying, to which Caroline replied that she really did seem to be crying. Sauta thought of Carly and asked if there was anything she needed to buy in her new life, certain that she now had needs. He urged her not to be shy and speak up. Caroline, beaming with joy, thanked him and confessed that she would have liked comfortable clothes that were easy to move around in, as it was difficult for her to do so in a maid's outfit. Sauta, aware of her need, confirmed that it was indeed important. Carolina blushed and added that if possible, she would like a change of underwear, since she only has what she is currently wearing. Suta considered, noting that this would have to be carefully chosen. Aphrodite, hearing their conversation, said that she also wanted underwear. Suta, a little surprised, asked if she hadn't bought it yesterday. Aphrodite replied that women's underwear is such a thing that there is never a lot of it. Suta remained perplexed, saying yes. They came to Silver Shield, a merchant shop with a guild license. Suta opened the door and announced that they were here. He thought that this was the place where underwear was sold, so he called it the Box of Dreams. Suta reflected that the design of women's underwear in Atalgade was almost identical to that of Earth. The other day, he learned from the story of Mr. Edgar, the owner of a merchant's shop, that there is a material similar to rubber in Atalgade that can be easily processed. He came to the conclusion that the history of underwear here goes back many centuries. As a true fan of the panties of young beauties, Suta was sure that there was something here that would pleasantly surprise him. At the moment, he was interested in the classics of underwear. Aphrodite, seeing something, exclaimed that it was cute. Caroline, on the other hand, glanced at the object and noticed that it didn't seem to suit her age. Suta thought about the fact that Diri had chosen a cute little thing with a bright red color, as expected, while Carly, on the other hand, chose a sexy purple. It was hard for him to choose between super and awesome. Aphrodite, noticing his thoughts, asked abruptly what the hell he was doing with them, telling him to leave. Caroline, however, did not object and said that she did not mind staying with them. Suta felt kicked out and decided that there was nothing he could do and went to see something else. He remembered that he had goblin knights and wondered why they were running around with sticks. He thought that if they were given stronger weapons, it would be more useful in battles. He asked the merchant if he had any weapons suitable for beginners. The merchant replied that he had something, but couldn't recommend a specific weapon. Suta asked why. The merchant explained that he didn't have a specialty shop and didn't have many weapons that he was familiar with, let alone repair them. He recommended that beginners buy weapons in specialized stores, as many of them offer free repairs for some time after purchase. Suta was surprised by this information. The merchant added that he could point out a gun shop and scent bell if needed. Suta replied with interest that yes, please. Caroline turned to Suta, calling him master. Suta noticed her and asked if they were all there and what Carly would wear on her next trip. Caroline, a little shy, asked if the expensive uniform really suited her. She was wearing an E-Class Ranger suit that was designed for easy movement. She was wearing F-Class leather boots, which were sturdy and slightly increased in impact power. Suta laughed and comforted her, telling her not to worry about the price since she had guessed right with the choice. Caroline thanked him for his support. Suta, however, thought that this narrow navel and this zone of bliss were just like in his dreams, and noticed that Carly looked attractive in a tight suit. Aphrodite chimed in and asked if he thought Carly's clothes were about 6 times more expensive than hers. She clarified that the ranger suit cost 9,000 call, and asked how to understand this. Suta, understanding her concern, replied that if she insisted, he would buy her something new next time. Aphrodite puffed out her cheeks. Aphrodite confidently added that the purchase would definitely take place, reminding Suta that he had given his word. Suta, mentally summing up his purchases, noted that now all they had to do was go to the gun shop that Mr. Edgar had suggested, and then they could go home. Looking around, he guessed that the store was located here, judging by the route description. Aphrodite quietly suggested that we skip this store, and Caroline supported her, saying that she would rather go to another one. Suta agreed with them mentally, noting that the appearance of the place repelled him as well. He read the name on the sign and guessed that the store was probably run by a grumpy, eccentric guy. Comforting himself with the thought that the store was closed and they wouldn't be able to enter, he decided to consider another option. At that moment, the store's door suddenly opened and a girl came out. Suta immediately noted the information about her. Ciel Otherlod of the dwarf family, gender female, age 13. Ciel greeted the world around her, adding that she hadn't seen it for a long time. Suta was startled to see that this was a girl, not a grown man as he had imagined. Ciel noticed them and asked if they had come to the store. Suta nodded, a little confused, and then asked if she was the owner of the store. Ciel confirmed his guess with a smile, introducing herself and adding that she was the manager of the Scarlet Blade and her name was Ciel Otherlod. Ciel asked what weapons the customers were looking for and said that she was finally done with the shop's layout. Suta thought uneasily that it was amazing how a 13-year-old girl managed such a place where you could find so many unusual things. She spoke to the adventurer, drawing his attention. Suta, hearing her, simply replied with a simple M, waiting for her to continue. Ciel exclaimed, asking if these girls were really with him. Suta confirmed her words. Ciel felt a rush of cold water wash over her, surprised to see such attractive customers and striking beauties for the first time. At that moment, Caroline blushed with embarrassment. Aphrodite, confident in herself, decided that they should buy weapons here. Sauda reminded Aphrodite that she had just suggested looking for weapons in another store. Aphrodite, not paying much attention to this, replied that it was a long time ago and she did not remember anything. She noticed that at first glance, Ciel was barely able to stand on her feet from her beauty, and added that she believes that the girl knows her business in blacksmithing. Sauda wondered in his mind why the two of them were here, but decided not to worry about it. Ciel greeted the guests warmly, inviting them to pass by and take their time, as well as take a look around the store. Sauda noticed the contrast between the eerie view outside and the cleanliness inside. He thought that there was nothing to match the richness of a specialty store in a merchant's shop, even though there were so many items that it was hard to see. Ciel, noticing the adventurer's inexperience with weapons, offered to help him and asked if he would like to get some recommendations. Sueda expressed his willingness to get help but clarified that he did not need the weapon. Ciel was surprised to hear that. He summoned a goblin knight, to which Ciel asked if the goblin knights needed weapons. She added that, unfortunately, she had never picked up weapons for monsters before and thought about how to do it. Sauta explained that it meant she hadn't met any tamers among her clients yet. Sauta replied that there were some such customers, but very few people bought weapons for monsters, primarily because not all monsters could use weapons. Sauta, while thinking, remembered that among all the monsters he had seen, only goblin knights could use weapons. He noticed that there were no goblins upgraded to the elite level or goblin knight level in the city or forest. Sueda came to the conclusion that it was almost impossible to teach monsters how to wield weapons without the crossbreeding skill. Sauta suggested that they look at some kit, asking them to show them something inexpensive for beginners. Ciel agreed. She introduced an F-class bronze sword for 6,000 call, noting that adventurers who often participate in raids prefer bronze swords. She then revealed a 3,000 call F-class round shield that was light and easy to handle. Ciel also mentioned the 3,000 call F-class bronze spear and 5,000 call F-class bronze mace, which were also popular with adventurers. Sauda was surprised when he saw the goblin equipment. The thought flashed through his mind that the goblins now definitely looked like knights. He imagined that after equipping all the goblin knights, he would get his unstoppable squad, and noted that the price of equipment was quite reasonable. After deciding the question, he made the final decision. Super decided that they would immediately test all the weapons and then buy 3 more shields. Ciel thanked him for that. Sauda noted in his mind that tomorrow they would conduct tests and see if the weapon was suitable for goblins. Ciel asked him to leave a name for their visitor's map, adding that repairs would be free if the weapons were blunted, and that they were always happy to see him, Mr. Sauda. Sauda replied with satisfaction that he was also glad to see them. After that, Sauda and the girls returned to the inn. There was a hint of relief in South's mind. He could finally get some rest after such a busy day, even though the level hadn't increased 1 iota. He noticed that he had a new skill called Contact. Contact was a Class D passive skill that allowed you to hold a mental conversation with captured creatures at a distance of 50 meters from the tamer. The condition for obtaining it was to have an intelligence above 100, and the skill allowed you to give an order to the creature. Sauta thought that it was similar to telepathy, and if it was true, the skill would be of much use. He decided to try it on Dee and Carly. Sauta considered how he should proceed, and decided that he should just direct his thoughts in the direction of Dee and Carly. Using the contact skill, he informed them that he was testing a new skill that appeared to be telepathy, and asked them to respond with a mental voice if they could hear it. Caroline and Aphrodite reacted with surprise. Aphrodite thought in surprise that she couldn't believe the voice in her head was his. Carolina, on the other hand, was impressed and said admiringly that it was amazing, because now they can talk to the owner around the clock. Suta, happy with their answers, offered to test the skill in different ways and asked them to help. Caroline agreed, and Aphrodite added that they didn't seem to have anything else to do. Sauda noted with satisfaction that everything was clear to him now and concluded that this was a super useful skill. In his mind, he realized that nothing would work without him, since his monsters, Dee and Carly, couldn't connect with each other. However, the skill still turned out to be cool, especially since it could send commands to those in the pod. Aphrodite asked if the work was finished, to which Sauta replied that it was, and thanked them for their help. Aphrodite, relieved, said that she would be the first to shower, and Caroline added that she would do the laundry. Sauta agreed with their decisions. He decided that he would now start breeding monsters. During the day, he caught 8 light mushrooms and 2 amoebic slugs. And looking at his findings, he noticed that there was only one possible combination. He found that he could cross a light mushroom with an amoebic slug, and the first result was a crazy Atlas number 732 mushroom from the plant family, Class D. This mushroom had Level 1, Vitality 35, Physical Strength 10, Magic Power 25 and Intelligence 25, as well as the skills Paralyzing Powder and Disorder Powder. The conditions for crossing a light mushroom and an amoebic slug were clear. The creatures occupied the lowest rung in the plant family and had the unique ability to skillfully attack with spores that could cause sexual arousal in the enemy. These spores also had commercial value, as they could be sold expensively as a material for the production of aphrodisiacs. Sauda wondered what the disorder powder was, which was also Class D, and allowed for long-range attacks, putting the opponent in a state of sexual attraction. He was surprised to learn that such a condition could also occur, and decided that he needed to make sure of it immediately. The system message confirmed that crossbreeding of the selected creatures is possible, and suggested performing the operation. Sauda thought about it and decided to summon the mad mushroom. He noticed that the color of the hat was different, but the appearance was similar to a light mushroom. The question of how to conduct the experiment occurred to him. If he ordered spores to be sprayed on a girl, it would be considered sexual harassment. At that moment, Sauda came up with a new idea. What if he ordered the mad mushroom to spray spores through the contact? Then the victim won't even know that he did it. With that thought in mind, he concluded that this was the perfect crime. Aphrodite came out of the bathroom and saw Sauda, and asked if he had made a new monster. She noted that the crazy fungus has a cute pink hat, and added that it is a very convenient skill to create such creatures. Aphrodite enthusiastically said that with the help of these strong monsters, he would be able to defeat a mighty demon, and she would return to the sky, even closer to her goal. Sisher felt that this was his chance. He used the contact skill and ordered the mad mushroom to spray the messiness powder. Grib did as he was told. Aphrodite, feeling the effect of the powder, began to cough and asked a question about what kind of powder it was. In his mind, Sauda realized that the spores were more aggressive than he had expected, and the chaos powder's attack area was larger than the paralyzers. Aphrodite grabbed his shoulders and called out his name in alarm. Sauda addressed her by her first name. Suddenly, Aphrodite threw Su on the bed and told him that something strange was happening to her body, adding that she was hot. Sauda thought in a panic that his own body was also starting to burn, and he couldn't resist. He felt that together with D, they were both unable to stop themselves from being sexually attracted to the mad mushroom powder. This situation was extremely inconvenient, and being in this state, he couldn't think straight. He noticed that Devi's body looked very sexy, and wondered if she had always been like this. Aphrodite leaned closer to Sauda and asked him to hold still for a moment. She was about to kiss him, but he couldn't say anything. Caroline suddenly threw a bucket of water over them. With a smile, Caroline turned to the couple and asked them if they had come to their senses. Sauda said her name, puzzled. Aphrodite, confused, began to realize what was happening and exclaimed that she shouldn't look at Sauda, repeating that she didn't like him at all and that she didn't want him to think the wrong way. She got out of bed and went into the other room, closing the door behind her with a bang. Caroline's thoughts grew suspicious. She suspected that Aphrodite was flirting with her master and inwardly wanted to kill her. Sauda, confused, asked what was going on and addressed Caroline by name. She replied that it was nothing special, and in her mind she asked herself again what was happening to her, because she had to restrain her feelings. Sauda wondered if the contact had leaked some of her thoughts, and if it was really Carly who had said it. At this moment, he came to the conclusion that the cold water proved to be an effective remedy against the mad mushroom skills. Carolina remembered that when she lived in the village, they were attacked by crazy mushrooms, and now she knew how to resist them. Sauda was interested and asked how exactly. However, before answering, Caroline asked Sauda for his opinion. He responded, puzzled, and then she continued, expressing her desire that, in the future, when he tested his skills, he would use her as an assistant. She sat down on the bed, saying that unlike Lady Aphrodite, no matter how ashamed she was, she wouldn't run away. Sauda was a little confused, saying that he would think about it. There were doubts in his mind about her intentions, even though he assumed that he had disguised his team to attack as contact. It looked like Caroline had figured him out after all. Before going to bed, Sauda shivered and wondered if his erotic thoughts were seeping into the girls' heads. That night, he couldn't sleep for a long time. He was disturbed by her smile, which seemed creepy to him. The guild was in turmoil. People were crowding around the bulletin board talking among themselves. One of the adventurers sarcastically suggested that others take a new quest, saying that the task, although absurd, but promises a solid reward. His partner grinned back, joking that they wouldn't need the money in the afterlife. Sauda, entering the guild building, noticed the crowd that had gathered, and decided to see what was going on. He also went to the blackboard and saw the announcement of an emergency quest to subdue the bird-like dragon. The reward for completing it was as much as 3 million calls, and repeated execution was impossible. Sauta couldn't help but be surprised. He realized that such a huge reward attracted all these people. Curious inwardly, he decided to ask Chloe for details. Chloe explained that the quest appeared just a few days ago. The information came from eyewitnesses who visited the Casela forest. She said that the target of the mission is a basilisk, an extremely dangerous predatory monster that can use fire breath. Chloe also recommended that he prepare carefully if he did decide to take the quest. Sauta reflected, remembering that in his world, the basilisk was famous not only for its fiery breath, but also for its venomous saliva and its gaze that turned living things to stone. But if here he has only a fiery breath, you should still be careful. Aphrodite came up to him, surprised that he didn't take the quest. Sauta decided to abandon the quest, believing that it would require too much time and resources. Instead, he suggested that Aphrodite go to the Zumalia swamp to conduct another study. Aphrodite reacted with surprise to Sauta's refusal, pointing out that a reward of 3 million calls is a great opportunity to earn money. Sauta, however, calmly explained that while the quest sounds appealing, such a high reward surely indicates its danger. He stressed that he values life above all else and that their goal is not only to take risks, but also to return safely. Aphrodite, slightly amused, remarked that this was strange to hear from someone who had once trapped the great goddess with a capsule. Sauta looked slightly embarrassed, and Aphrodite shook her head, noticing that he was being too careful, even though it was a basilisk. Carolina explained that the basilisk is an extremely dangerous monster that can destroy an entire village, and even a group of 10 adventurers cannot do it. Hearing this, Aphrodite gave up the idea of participating in the quest in fright, deciding that it would be better to try another time. She expressed the hope that one day they would be able to defeat the mighty demon. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard begging to stop. Aphrodite recognized him immediately. It was the girl from the gun shop. Sauta immediately followed the sound and saw the stranger roughly grab a girl named Ciel by the hair. She looked scared and tried to fight back, but the man pulled her hard. He demanded that she stop talking and follow him to their office. Sauta was struck by the indifference of those around him, who chose not to interfere. He thought about what would have to happen to make the world a little safer. Turning to Caroline and Aphrodite, he asked them to wait in the capsule, as the task ahead promised to be troublesome. The girls agreed and left the situation to his discretion. Approaching the man, Sauta politely asked what was going on. The man waved it off in exasperation, saying it was none of his business and he'd better leave. Despite the tension, Sauta decided to remain calm and asked about the reason for the conflict. The man, noticing Sauta's insistence, irritably explained that he was engaged in debt collection and had a loan agreement. According to him, Sinalia's father, who has already died, borrowed 3 million calls and then went into hiding without paying back the debt. Sauta, after listening, suggested that such a large sum could be returned in installments, and not immediately. The man chuckled at that, and pointed out that that was why he'd offered to sell the store to Ciel, which he thought would help her pay off the debt faster. Ciel resolutely refused, explaining that this shop was inherited from her teacher, and she could not just give it away. The man, realizing that Ciel was not going to sell the store, said that she had no choice but to become a slave and thus repay the debt. This surprised and alarmed Sauta, and Ciel, in desperation, offered to split the debt into several months, wondering why it was necessary to pay it off at once. The man refused, citing obligations to return the entire amount, and added that if they had not lost one valuable slave, their affairs would have been better. He expressed dissatisfaction with the absence of Mr. Bakraji at a difficult time. Sauta realized that he was probably referring to the fat man he remembered, and realized that this whole situation seemed to have started because of him. He pondered the situation and realized that according to the man, the men's slave shop called Bakraji didn't make the profit he expected from selling Carolina. Sauta assumed that the reason for the problems was his intervention and saving Carly. Sauta also remembered that he had turned Bakraja into a werewolf, which only made things worse. In the end, he decided that he had to take responsibility for the situation. After thinking this, he asked if he could pay off the debt, but Ciel interrupted him, turning to him in surprise. However, the man standing in front of him mockingly replied that Sauta, being an adventurer with such poor equipment, was unlikely to be able to do anything. Sauta agreed that it wouldn't be easy to raise 3 million calls, but he knew there was only one way. Confidently stating that it would take him 3 days, he promised to raise the necessary money on time. The man objected, saying that he had no reason to wait, and expressed doubt why he should be trusted with Sauta at all. In response, Sauta reached into his pocket, then took the man's hand and put a coin in it. He explained that it was an advance payment, and that if he broke the promise, the man could keep it for himself. Curiously, the man replied that it was a funny offer and agreed to give 3 days. However, he still added that he doubts that this will change anything. Sil, slightly confused, addressed Sauta, calling him by his first name with reverence. Sauta replied with confidence that she could rely on him. Using the contact skill, he sent a signal to the other members of his group, saying that it was time to move out. Their goal was to go to the Kasila forest, where defeating the basilisk could bring significant profits. In the forest of Kasila, Sil noticed that Suta was taking too many risks. She said that the basilisk is a legendary monster whose scales are highly prized among blacksmiths, as they are used to create high-end armor used by royal knights. However, she stressed that this monster is incredibly strong, and even for a group of adventurers can become a serious problem. In response, Suta suggested that she stay in the city if she was so afraid. CL, in turn, explained that she could not leave this case, as it concerned not only her, but also her teacher. She admitted that she wouldn't be able to look the teacher in the eye if she involved other people and made them suffer. Sauta wondered if she ran the store alone and asked where her teacher was. Seal explained that her master was not only a skilled blacksmith, but also an adventurer. 2 years ago, he went on a mission to subdue monsters, and since then, the connection with him was cut off. After hearing her story, Sauta tried to calm her down, assuring her that she could rely on him since he was strong enough and wouldn't lose to the basilisk. Ciel, confused by his self-confidence, noticed that he didn't look so reliable, and his words stung South a little. Unexpectedly, Aphrodite chimed in and backed up Ciel's words, confirming her doubts and noting that Suta didn't really strike her as a reliable person. However, she was quick to reassure her that she was an ally of sorts. The goddess then introduced herself as Aphrodite, the deity of love and beauty. Sikib repeated Aphrodite's name in disbelief. Sutsetata, watching the situation, reacted with a bit of sarcasm, implying that the goddess was just showing off. Celiel, clearly confused and wary, doubted that this was really an Olympian goddess. She admitted that although she grew up in the country, and may be naive, but not so much that it is so easy to believe in it. Inwardly, Suta thought that Aphrodite was indeed a well-known name, one of the most popular among people. The goddess, noticing that Ciel didn't take her seriously, decided to prove her divinity. Thinking about how best to do this, Aphrodite suddenly stated that Ciel hides her real beauty under her clothes, having a magnificent physique. She added that she has a third breast size and accurately named her parameters 86, 53, and 83. These words shocked Sinel, who blushed and asked in confusion how Aphrodite could have learned such personal details. The goddess, with a smile full of self-satisfaction, giggled and explained that such abilities are only available to the gods. She said that she has a unique divine eye that allows her to see through any obstacle, and even determine details such as the color of Sal's underwear. Ciel asked in surprise if only the gods really had the Eye of God skill. Aphrodite confirmed this with confidence, adding that she noticed that Ciel was wearing white panties today. In a joking tone, she gave her advice as a girl to a girl, suggesting that she wear more sexy underwear. Embarrassed beyond belief, Ciel quickly admitted that she believed in Aphrodite's divine nature, and asked her not to say anything like that again in front of South. Sota, remembering her words, noticed that Aphrodite was talking about a curse that was placed on her after her descent to Earth, and that it prevented her from using her abilities. Aphrodite explained that his healing capsule gradually removes this curse, and thanks to this, the ability returned to her only recently. Sauta, noticing that Aphrodite was able to recognize not only the size, but also the color of her underwear, assumed that her ability was an improved version of his own piercing eye skill. Inwardly, he noted that he would like to have such a skill. Aphrodite, teasing him, suggested that he use her powers, but on the condition that he would fall at her feet, kiss them, and beg her with the words, "Mistress Aphrodite, share your power with me." To this, Sauta replied with restraint, promising that he would think about it when the opportunity arose. Sauta was angry inwardly, feeling a strong desire to possess Aphrodite's skill. He was willing to even kiss her shoes to get this skill, so eager was he to learn the color of the girls' underwear in town. However, the thought of how the surrounding girls would look at him with disdain kept him from taking this step. He was almost going crazy with envy for the divine skill. At that moment, Caroline, noticing his thoughtful expression, confided in embarrassment that she was wearing black panties today. Suta, blushing slightly, thought to himself that he was glad for such a confession, thanking her quietly. Meanwhile, Aphrodite asked if they were going to split up this time, to which Suta firmly replied that they would stay together, since the basilisk their target, is an extremely dangerous opponent, since 3 million calls are offered for his head. Therefore, they should be careful and stay close. Suddenly, a pack of wolves appeared on the horizon, 7 in all. Normally, Sato would have caught them with the capsule, but he decided to take advantage of the situation differently. He activated his ball capsule and summoned the Goblin Knights, ordering them to show off their power with new equipment. The goblins executed his command with lightning speed, taking out the wolves in a matter of seconds. Delighted, Suda thought that the new equipment was really excellent, as the goblins had taken down the enemy instantly. When the fight was over, he thanked the goblins for their excellent work. However, I noticed that one wolf was still alive. At this point, Caroline asked him to leave her this wolf. Suda, seeing no reason to refuse, asked her why. Carolina explained that vampires need to periodically drink animal blood, and wolf blood is especially nutritious for them. Understanding her need, Sata allowed her to do as she saw fit. A delighted Caroline thanked him, but to her surprise, she didn't act. Suda, noticing this, asked why she was hesitating. Caroline, visibly embarrassed, asked Sat to turn away for a while, admitting that drinking animal blood in his presence was a bit awkward for her. Sauda, understanding her request, agreed without further questions. In his mind's eye, Caroline had calmly admitted the color of her underwear, but she was too shy to drink blood in front of him. It seemed a little funny and strange to him. Suddenly, Caroline called out to him in alarm and asked him to look up. Sauta looked up, wondering what she meant, when suddenly he saw a huge basilisk looming over them. The monster was level 24 out of a possible 30, Class B, with survivability stats of 328, physical strength of 222, magic power of 415, and intelligence of 153. Even more worryingly, the basilisk possessed the fire breath skill, which made it a particularly dangerous opponent. Sapedita realized that this was a real basilisk, with extremely high stats. While he was digesting this, the basilisk suddenly attacked, releasing a fiery breath. Realizing the danger, Sutrita quickly ordered Caroline and Aphrodite to hide in the ball capsule, while the Goblin Knights escorted Cyril to safety. He then threw the capsule at the basilisk himself, using a death roll. Despite the enemy's high stats, Sauda knew that a hit from the capsule could have stopped him. However, the basilisk batted the capsule away with its wing, creating a powerful blast of air. Inside the capsule, Caroline and Aphrodite watched with concern. Aphrodite urged him to be careful, and Caroline begged him to avoid the battle at least once. Sauta, holding back his fear, thought that if he turned his back on the monster, he would immediately be killed. The situation seemed hopeless. Suddenly, the basilisk pushed off and grabbed the wolf's carcass, planning to drag the prey away from the very beginning. Sauta, realizing this, breathed a sigh of relief when he pointed out to Caroline that her dinner had been taken away. She replied that it wasn't a big deal, and the main thing was that he was safe. However, Sauta continued to think about how they could defeat such a powerful opponent, as the difference in strength was frighteningly large. Suddenly, Caroline noticed his left arm, smelled fresh blood, and offered to take care of the wound. Sauta, looking at his hand, realized that he had probably injured himself while dodging the basilisk's attack, and was impressed by how quickly she noticed it. Carolina explained that vampires naturally have a good sense of smell and can easily recognize the smell of blood. Sauta realized that this meant that she would be able to smell the blood of the wolf that the basilisk had stolen. Carolina confirmed that she remembers this smell, and added that she was wondering if she could recognize it at a distance of 200 meters. Saut had the idea that this way they could think through their tactics and determine the location of the monster's lair. He thanked Caroline and expressed his joy that they had become friends. Caroline blushed, a little embarrassed by his words. Suta thought about how nice it would be if their goddess was as useful as Carolina. Aphrodite, not agreeing with this, was indignant that she was also useful, and suggested that he just give her a task so that she could prove it. Sauta, winking, decided that he had something important to do that he wanted her to do, adding that it wasn't too dangerous, but it could still be difficult for a girl. Aphrodite objected that you should not underestimate her, because she is a goddess and is able to cope with any task. Sauta smirked and asked her if she was really confident that she could handle any job, and said that since she was so confident, he was willing to entrust her with the task. Suta asked Ciel for help, and she agreed. Inside, he felt that they now had everything they needed for the operation. He was preparing for the upcoming battle with the basilisk, and mentally warned the monster to watch out for them. 2 hours later, Suta spotted a basilisk nest. However, there was a terrible stench in this place. The thought of a basilisk impaling corpses on branches flashed through his mind, and he remembered that it was done in the Middle Ages. Sauta suggested that the group start preparing for the operation before the basilisk noticed them. Caroline confirmed his words, and Sikel agreed to the suggestion. Aphrodite said she would take over some of the work. Later, Aphrodite found herself tied to a tree and asked Suda in disbelief what all this meant. Suda, not understanding her displeasure, was surprised and reminded her that she had promised to do anything. Aphrodite confirmed that this was the case, but added that he did not say that he would use her as bait. Suda received a rebuke from her, calling him a devil in the flesh, and remarked that no one else but the real devil would do such a thing. CL thought about how she hadn't expected him to use her rope like this. Suda tried to calm Aphrodite down by telling her that he didn't like it himself, but that only she, the goddess of beauty, could do such a difficult job. Aphrodite responded by saying that she was the one who could handle this task. Suda decided to call their operation Basilisk Temptation, and explained that an ordinary girl can't seduce a monster, but D, as the great goddess of beauty, can. Aphrodite realized that there was nothing left for her to do, and since Suda couldn't cope without her, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Suda, laughing, noticed that she always trusted him, and laughed about it. The thought flashed through Saut's mind that this was a blatant lie. To be honest, he didn't believe that this monster was able to tell a pretty girl from an ugly one. At the moment, he just needed bait. After the descent to Earth, Dee lost her ability, but still retained a large margin of survivability. Suda came to the conclusion that since this was the case, she was unlikely to be harmed in the event of any unlikely problems during the operation, and that was why he chose her for this role. All he needed to do was not tell her. Caroline noticed that her master had taken a bold and decisive step. The thought flashed through her mind that this was exactly what she expected from a mighty demon. CL pointed out that tying a goddess to a tree and using her as bait was indeed a devilish act. Suda felt guilty for his actions, but he knew he had no other choice. He decided that if their plan worked, he would buy Aphrodite whatever she wanted. Addressing the goblins, the knight, the wolf, and the mushrooms, he said that the basilisk was the most dangerous monster they had ever encountered. He warned them that it would be dangerous and asked if they could count on him. After receiving confirmation, he announced that it was time to start. The wind was blowing in the right direction. The thought flashed through his mind that he should use the spore attack first. Suda activated the contact skill and ordered the mad mushroom to lure the basilisk out of hiding. Mushroom did as he was told, and soon the basilisk was excited. Suda used the contact skill again and told Dee that she should bait the basilisk. Aphrodite agreed, opening her clothes slightly, and spoke to the basilisk, urging it to come to her. The monster started moving towards Aphrodite. Suddenly she screamed for help, expressing her horror at what was happening and asking Suda to save her. Aphrodite screamed for help in desperation, begging Suda to save her. Suda gave the order for the goblin knights to attack. The goblins immediately followed his instructions. Suda knew this was their only chance. He ordered the mad mushroom to use spores to weaken the basilisk, and noticed that it was still able to resist. Suda also commanded the goblins to attack the basilisk, knowing that if the monster managed to escape, their operation would fail. He hoped that everything would go according to plan, and they would be able to cope with this dangerous task. The basilisk was level 24 out of 30, and its class was B. The status was exhaustion. Caroline confirmed that she was ready to act and kicked the basilisk. Suda exclaimed with joy that they had succeeded. Meanwhile, in the guild building, someone did not believe that they had managed to subdue the basilisk, noticing that it looked like a newbie. Chloe expressed her admiration, calling Suda amazing and saying that he was able to subdue the basilisk itself. She added that his reward of 3 million calls would be delivered tomorrow, as it was a large sum. Suda thanked her for this and thought about his future plans. The thought flashed through his mind that he could now solve the problem of Seal's debt. He realized that this dangerous quest was worthwhile, and he was glad that he had taken it on. Thanks to defeating the basilisk, his level had increased to 570. His stats were 258 survivability, 96 physical strength, 205 magic power, and 2,963 intelligence. CL turned to Sudita and expressed her gratitude, not knowing what she would have done without his help. Suda replied sheepishly that he couldn't have done it without the support of Caroline and the monsters. Suddenly Aphrodite grabbed him and exclaimed, wondering how he could have forgotten about her. Suda was a bit confused but quickly added that of course he couldn't help but mention the beauty of the goddess Dini. Chloe, thinking of the basilisk, reminded her that it used to stick corpses on tree branches. Suda confirmed that this was indeed the case, which caused the place to stink horribly. Chloe explained that this is what basilisks usually do when they are preparing to have offspring, which means that the basilisk was a female. Aphrodite and Suda were surprised to hear this. She asked what all this meant and why the female was trying to attack her. The thought crossed Suyit's mind that perhaps DB's beauty had nothing to do with it, and the basilisk just wanted to make her a food supply for its offspring. He wondered if this was too cruel. Sauta explained to Daisy that this means that her charm works even on her gender. Aphrodite realized that she could seduce even women. Suta silently noted that it was a good thing that she was easily deceived. The next day they received 3 million calls and, feeling at ease, went with Sauri to Bakraji's firm. In the eastern branch of this firm, Sunil's sadness was dispelled, and now her freedom was not threatened. However, the man who met them said that it would not be so easy, and that not everything was going smoothly. Sauta, puzzled, asked what he meant. The man explained that they were familiar with the word interest, and although he admired them for being able to collect such a sum in a short time, the amount of debt also cannot remain in place. Confused, Sauta asked how much they still had to pay. The man thought for a moment, then replied that it was approximately 3 million calls. He added that if they brought this amount, they would close the issue with new slaves. The thought flashed through Saut's mind that the man hadn't intended to keep his promise in the first place. He remembered that, as they say, the rules change during the game, and in bewilderment exclaimed, "Why on earth such requirements?" Ciel didn't hesitate to pay, taking out another 3 million. Sauta and the man were shocked when she said that she was going to give the money to Sauta, but now, in any case, she is free. The man, startled by her decision, could not believe the seriousness of what was happening. Ciel bowed and apologized for the delay in payment, inviting Sueta to leave. Sauta agreed, but the man stopped them, saying that he made a mistake and shortchanged the interest. In fact, the amount was 5 million calls. He added that now they will have to fill out a form for a new product, a dwarf courtesan. Ciel was in shock, and Saut wondered just how long this man would take to be impudent. They had already paid twice as much, and this was unacceptable. He remembered that it had probably been stipulated before the loan that the contract could not be terminated, and realized that talking to him would only take up time. The man, noticing their silence, rudely and threatening with a dagger demanded that they go for the money, while leaving Ciel here. Sauteta told Ciel to step back, but she showed concern and called his name. He reassured her with a smile and told her that it was fine, because he was actually very strong despite his appearance. Ciel believed him, and the man asked if they would like to dance. Sauta grinned in the affirmative and added that he had a suitable way to teach him a lesson. He summoned a werewolf, who immediately stepped forward. The man was startled, and before he could say anything, the werewolf punched him. Sauta, looking at the man, asked how he felt about the slap on the head from the boss, and demanded to keep the money for himself, in exchange for the fact that he would never appear in their lives again. He added that he should rest. Sauta was shocked when he found out that Sigil had sold the gun shop. She confirmed that she did it right after returning from the mission, explaining that she had time to think about everything. The thought flashed through Saut's mind that this was the 3 million calls she had received from the sale of the store. He asked if this was normal, since the shop was important to her and belonged to her master. Ciel replied that it was fine. After selling the shop, she could finally go looking for a master, as she wouldn't be able to do so while she was busy working in the shop. Finding a master was much more important than the store. Suta agreed that this was a good decision, and thought that Master Ciel wouldn't want her to spend her entire life in this shop. Then she asked him if he could take her on a trip with him. Suta was surprised and asked if she really wanted to go with him. Sikil confirmed, adding that her only useful ability when traveling is to create and repair things. She could become a personal blacksmith for their company, and was sure that she would be useful to them, thus repaying their help. Sauta acknowledged that it was a very good suggestion, but reminded them that the goal of their journey was to defeat a powerful demon. He asked her if she understood how dangerous it was. Sikil replied that she didn't care how many difficulties and dangers they encountered along the way, even if it was the mighty demon itself. The main thing for her is to find her master. Sauta, after making sure she was ready for anything, told her to look away for a second. Ciel obeyed, and then he placed a ball capsule on her back. She was surprised and asked what was going on. Sunil found herself inside the ball capsule, and was completely at a loss as to where she was or what was going on. When she saw Aphrodite and Carly, she asked what this place was, and what Suta had done. He used his skill to contact her, explaining that she was currently in his capsule and would stay in it for the duration of their journey. Ciel was shocked to hear Sauta's voice in her head. He explained that if she wanted to get out of the pod, she just needed to tell him, and if she had something on her mind, she could use telepathy. Ciel didn't understand why she was put in the capsule. Sauta explained that it is convenient and safe, as travel can be risky. Its capsule can protect her, as well as allow her to rest, heal wounds or illnesses, and satisfy her hunger. Carly and Aphrodite both remarked on how beautifully Sauta had veiled everything, and Sauta's thoughts flashed to the fact that this arrangement had given him a pretty blacksmith girl in the harem, which he was very happy about. The sutra began with a pleasant morning awakening. Sauda fell off the bed and looked around. Aphrodite was asleep and muttering to herself, wondering if breakfast was ready. Carolina was also in a deep sleep and expressed her joy that Suita had finally shown his true colors. Ca, also half asleep, said that Suta-san was acting like a hungry animal. The girls were lying on Saut's bed, and he wondered what they were all doing here. Sauda wondered what they were dreaming about and how they all ended up here. On the other hand, he knew that there was nothing better than sleeping with such beauties, although it was certainly impossible to sleep with them in every sense. Sauda said it was hard for them to get up, but there was something he wanted to tell them before they went on their journey. Aphrodite reacted to his words with bewilderment, asking what kind of formality. Sauda explained that they used to always sleep in the capsule, but recently they are constantly getting out to sleep outside. He wanted them to tell him why they were doing this. Aphrodite explained that the inside of the capsule was definitely very comfortable, but she was tired of being confined to the capsule. Sauda was surprised and asked Carly for her opinion. Carolina explained that her job was to keep an eye on Aphrodite so that she wouldn't attack her master in animal heat after sniffing mushrooms. At this point, Aphrodite screamed, expressing surprise that Caroline was talking about some strange case. Suda then asked CL what she thought about it. CL, after a moment's thought, replied that if Sueda had allowed her to take the blacksmith's tools to the capsule, she might not have been able to get out, but she was lonely without the girls. Sauda nodded, understanding her point. Saute's point was that they really did have a good reason. But it all started with Dumay getting out of the capsule first. If you think about it, then the solution could be to arrange the capsule from the inside. The girls began to discuss what items they would like to have in the capsule. Aphrodite expressed her desire to have a soft and fluffy bed, like the one she had in the sky, and added that she would be infinitely happy. Carolina also shared her thoughts, stating that her heart would welcome anything from the owner. But most of all, she would like to have books. She dreamed of a mini library with various publications, thinking that she could endure the absence of neighbors with such a collection. Seal said confidently that she knew exactly what she wanted. She needed materials to create new weapons, as working with high-quality raw materials made her lose track of time. Saut's thought was that the girls had very interesting requests, and even with money, it wouldn't be easy. He didn't know how much it would all cost, and he noticed that the mighty demon hadn't resurrected yet, and it wasn't going to happen quickly, so he decided that for now, he could take care of the lady's wishes, as well as take on a new quest, because life is overflowing. Chloe began by congratulating her, saying that Suta's rank as an adventurer had been upgraded to F rank for completing the quest. Sauda clarified what that meant and asked if it was a good sign. Chloe confidently replied that this was indeed the case. On average, it takes about a year for novice adventurers to level up to F rank, and its leveling speed was simply amazing. She noted that this growth was influenced by his recent victory over Basilisk. As his rank increased, more quests became available to him, and Chloe suggested that he take a look at them. After 10 minutes, Suta learned the new quests. The first one was collecting iron ore, a research quest that required rank F. The goal was to collect iron ore, and the reward was 5 calls per gram, and repeated execution was possible. The second quest involved collecting copper ore with the same reward, but already at 10 calls per gram. The third quest was for collecting silver ore, with a reward of 50 calls per gram and the possibility of repeated execution. Then there was the gold ore collection quest, which brought 200 calls per gram, and also had the possibility of repeated execution. Finally, the last quest was for collecting platinum ore, which gave 600 calls per gram, and also allowed repeated execution. South's thought was that these quests looked amazing and promised easy money. The reward for iron ore didn't seem like much, but platinum offered a fabulous 600 calls per gram. However, he knew that platinum was not so easy to find. But if they succeed, they will quickly become rich. Even if he didn't succeed, Sile's skills might come in very handy this time. Suda expressed his willingness to take on these quests. Chloe clarified that the ore mining quests take place in the Eris mine, and asked if he had a pickaxe and a lantern. Suda, thoughtfully, replied that he didn't have these things. Chloe explained that since both items are required for the quest, she suggests purchasing them right now. The pickaxe will cost you 5,000 calls, and the lantern will cost you 2,000 calls. A pickaxe is necessary for mining ore, and with the help of a lantern you can light your way. Sata, realizing that it would take 28,000 calls for 4 people, thought about the costs. Despite the fact that these expenses were necessary, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. But he still decided that he would get more ore and come out on top. 2 hours later, Sukita arrived at the Eris mine. He asked if it was really her. Aphrodite, when she first saw the mine, noticed that it looked a bit like cheese with holes in it. Caroline explained that this was the Ares mine, where many of the miners came from St. Bell to work. However, there are frequent earthquakes here, and monsters appear in droves. Therefore, the extraction of ore was assigned to adventurers. Sutata admired how much Carly knew. Carolina, who received the praise, said that it was better to ask Ciel for help when it came to working in the mine. Sutata, turning to Ciel, noticed that this place was different from her shop. Ciel was trembling with excitement. Sutata, concerned, asked what was wrong. She admitted that she had not been to the mine for a long time and was very happy. Saut's thought was that he didn't understand why she was so happy about this place. Then he decided to check if her race really liked rocks and earth. He remembered that games often use such cliches, so it would be better to clarify this. Sinuel replied that yes, it was true. The dwarves are descended from a tribe known as the Earth Spirits, and the ore brings them great pleasure. If they found a good quality ore, she didn't even know if she could control herself. Sauta, realizing that this might be a problem, hoped it wouldn't happen. However, it gave him a bit of motivation. He announced that it was time to start and offered to go to farm money to become rich. Caroline and Ciel enthusiastically supported him, saying that cheers. And Aphrodite added that you can rely on her. Sauta found himself in the shaft and noticed that everything was dark. He thought that the lanterns would be quite useful, and fortunately, they could be placed in a capsule. Caroline, who was standing nearby, offered to take on the task. Sueta was surprised by her suggestion. Carolina used her magic to light up the shaft, and Suta admired her. He exclaimed, wondering what kind of miracle this was. Carolina explained that this is a glowing ball that illuminates the path in the dark for a short distance and can work for about 8 hours thanks to magic. Sauta was startled by what he heard and thought that if he had known about it earlier, he would never have bought the lanterns. He would really like to have such a glowing ball. Sauta thanked Caroline. She responded with a laugh and expressed her appreciation for the praise. At that moment, Aphrodite called out to Sauta. He responded with displeasure, asking her not to make so much noise, and asked if she had started collecting ore. Aphrodite confirmed that she did and added that she had already found something. Sauta was surprised when he heard her answer. She showed him the stone she found, which was a rank GA normal stone with no special features. He expressed his disappointment, noting that these are just stones. Aphrodite retorted, surprised by his words, and pointed out how shiny they were. Sauta decided to use his divine eye to test the stones, and said that now this skill will be more useful than ever. Aphrodite was a little embarrassed and admitted that she could use this skill, but it required too much mana, so she wasn't going to use it unnecessarily. Sauta was startled by her words and reacted in bewilderment. Sauta was relieved to see that he also had a divine eye, albeit slightly worse than Aphrodite's. He realized that without this skill, Aphrodite wouldn't be of any use. Suddenly, he noticed a rock on the ground. A G-grade iron ore containing a small amount of iron. He asked Ciel if the stone could be sold. Ciel thought for a moment, then said apologetically that it probably wouldn't work out. She explained that it seemed to have been thrown away by other adventurers, which meant that they couldn't make money from it themselves. Otherwise, they would have kept it for themselves. Sauta realized that from this, it could be inferred that all the valuable ore had already been mined by other adventurers. Such thoughts made him want to give up everything and go home. However, Ciel had already gotten down to business, and Suta was surprised to ask what the problem was. She confidently replied that she would mine the ore themselves. Soon, she extracted several stones, an F-rank copper ore containing a large amount of copper, and an F-rank iron ore containing a larger amount of iron. Sauta marveled, asking how she knew where the ore was. Ciel modestly replied that it wasn't worth it. She explained that her race adored ore and could tell by smell where its deposits were. Sauta realized that this was her special skill, and with Ciel's help, they could earn a lot of money. He turned to her again, asking if she could show him where the ore deposits were still located. Ciel agreed, but noticed that he was scaring her because they were standing too close. Sauta realized that his thirst for money had blinded him. He apologized, knowing that if Senil hated him, she wouldn't help him. Meanwhile, Aphrodite turned to Carly, asking if they were thinking the same thing. Carly replied that she probably did. Aphrodite confidently stated that they would also mine a lot of ore, while thinking that she couldn't lose to Ciel. Caroline agreed, but she knew in her heart that she wasn't going to let anyone take over her master. Sauta noticed that the two of them were full of enthusiasm, and that cheered him up. Ciel called out to Suta, saying that she could smell ore behind the wall. Sauta, delighted, replied that then we should start digging. At this time, Aphrodite asked him to stop, and offered to entrust this case to her, assuring that she saw Ciel using a pickaxe and believes that she can also cope. Sashita was surprised by her suggestion and wondered if she was serious. Aphrodite, noticing his bewilderment, confidently declared that in her time she was called Aphrodite the breadwinner. She said that while the other gods were fighting bosses, she was collecting very rare gems. Sauta couldn't believe that she was talking about the game, but even so, he decided to ignore it and agreed. Aphrodite picked up a pickaxe, announced that she was about to show what she was capable of, and used a divine attack to start working. Sauta, watching her, couldn't help but notice how her chest was shaking, and it looked really divine. Ciel, watching Aphrodite, exclaimed that if she hit so hard she might damage the ore. Aphrodite asked if that was a bad thing. Philae anxiously replied that this was very bad, and offered to show how to work properly. Sauta expected her to show her skills and thought about how Ciel was always ready to help. Aphrodite, confused, asked what she should do now. Suda, lost in thought, suddenly turned to Carly. At this time, Carolina used fire magic to break down the wall to mine the ore. Ciel, startled, exclaimed, asking what she was doing. Carolina confidently replied that digging with tools was not very efficient, and that it was much easier to extract ore using her magic. Sikil, alarmed, warned her not to do this again, or she might destroy the ore. She ordered both Aphrodite and Caroline to sit in a corner and not interfere. Aphrodite and Caroline obeyed and sat down. 3 hours passed, and Suda appreciated their success, noting that they had collected ores quite well. F-class iron ore contained a large amount of iron, and F-class copper ore contained a lot of copper. Ciel turned to Suta in embarrassment and asked if she could take some of the ore for herself. Suta agreed, but asked why she needed it. Ciel explained that she wanted to make a new weapon for the goblins, and considering how much they had obtained today, she could make a lot of them. Sauta was overjoyed and thought that would be great. He reflected that he didn't spare any resources to strengthen his goblins. Thanks to Ciel's skills, they will soon be able to improve their cases. Suddenly, Sueta asked if they had seen Doree. Caroline replied that Aphrodite had decided to look for the ore herself, and said that she also wanted to help. Suda nodded, but an uneasy feeling crept into his mind. A bad feeling. At that moment, Aphrodite's cry was heard. Sauta was alarmed, not understanding what had happened there. He exclaimed that they were close at hand. Aphrodite was captured by a mad puppet. Sauta rated her level 6 and 10, Class F, with Vitality 52, Physical Strength 18, Magic Power 21, and Intelligence 15. She didn't have any skills. Aphrodite screamed for Sueta's help. He was shocked to realize that they were facing perverted monsters, and he remembered that he had seen something like this before. Aphrodite screamed for Sueta's help. He realized that these crazy puppets might be quite interesting creatures. Caroline turned to her host and caught his attention. Suta, determined to take matters into his own hands, shouted at the puppets to let Aphrodite go. He dropped the ball capsule, hoping it would work. He managed to capture one of them. The monsters let go of Aphrodite, and Sauta noticed that they were starting to run away. Carolina, not going to let them go, summoned her ice abilities, freezing the puppets. Sauta was impressed by her ice magic and was amazed at how gorgeous she was. Caroline turned to the landlord and asked him to show them who was in charge. Sauta thanked her for her help, admiring her strength. He was thinking about the fact that there were 3 puppets in the capsule. A few hours later, he noticed that they had done a great job. It occurred to him that they had also caught 2 puppets, which was a good catch. Aphrodite, tired, admitted that she couldn't stand on her feet, and Ciel confirmed her words. Suda offered to let them rest in the capsule, promising to let them know when they got to the hotel. Sauta reflected that he felt nothing. He noted that Minecraft is not toys, but what he needs. He liked that it was spacious and empty. The thought of being able to play around with crossbreeding monsters crossed his mind. Suda decided to see what he had. He had 5 crazy puppets, and he wondered what combination to try. He noticed one of them, the Mad Puppet Atlas number 751, the Pebbles family. She had Class F, Vitality 45, Physical Strength 15, Magic Power 18, and Intelligence 12, but no skills. He knew that the Stone family monsters had the ability to regenerate instantly, and that crossbreeding with each other could make a very powerful creature. A system message appeared on the screen, prompting him to select creatures that would serve as breeding material. And Sauta chose a Mad Puppet. The Evil Rubble Atlas number 752 belonged to the Pebble family and was Class E and Level 1. His stats included survivability of 55, physical strength of 25, magic power of 20, and intelligence of 20. He had no skills. The conditions for interbreeding included Mad Puppet and Mad Puppet. This monster ranked at the bottom of the pebble family, and when teamed up with allies, it could increase its combat skills. By interbreeding with other specimens, it had the potential to become a very powerful monster. Sauta studied the information about evil rubble and wondered what these harmless minions looked like. The phrase, "crossing each other can make a very powerful monster," intrigued him. He couldn't help but assume that the two evil rubbles could create something really powerful as a result of crossing. A system message appeared on the screen asking if it was possible to cross the selected creatures. Sauta froze, realizing that this might lead to the creation of a golem. Atlas Golem number 752 belonged to the Pebble family and was Class D and Level 1. His stats included 35 survivability, 185 physical strength, 10 magic power, and 5 intelligence. He had no skills. He occupied the lowest step in the family of pebbles, characterized by slow but destructive movements. By interbreeding with other specimens, it had the potential to become a very powerful monster. This monster was incredibly strong, and its physical strength was the highest it had ever seen. However, the screen still glowed with the message about the possibility of evolution of pebbles. This meant that the process was not complete. Sauta has decided to open a mad puppet hunt starting tomorrow. He was determined to catch as many of these monsters as possible to create strong creatures. Thinking about the reward, Sauta estimated that the main reward was 36,000 calls, which would be slightly less than 40,000 yen. If you divide it by 4, you get a little less than 10,000 yen each. It wasn't bad, but he wondered if it was worth the risk. Sauta knew that this was not the most profitable option, given the low price for iron and copper ore. Next time, it is better to immediately take up silver and gold. He thought sadly about how much he would have liked to get even a little gold. But soon his thoughts returned to Chloe. Sauta was willing to do anything to satisfy her request and see her smile. He wondered if today would be a good time to go shopping. Aphrodite, noticing his mood, asked what had happened to him and why he had decided to buy a new bed. Sauta replied that it was time to update something in his house. Aphrodite chimed in, adding that he had also bought a new outfit, an E-rank dancer's outfit. He recalled the incident with the basilisk and reminded her of his promise to buy something new as a token of gratitude for her efforts at that time. Aphrodite blushed slightly and asked him what he thought about it. Sauta assured her that everything was fine, but this statement caused Aphrodite to be surprised, and she exclaimed, wondering what it meant to be normal. He asked her what she was angry about, explaining that, as always, she looked pretty and cute and any outfit suited her. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, admitted that she didn't know about his opinion. Sauta confirmed that he really thought so and said that he was going to go to the Eris mine again. He urged her to hurry with her shopping, tugging on her arm. Aphrodite, surprised, asked why he was holding her hand. Inwardly, Sauta reflected that this was the moment to move on. The merchant in the store greeted them, offering to tell them what they would like to buy. Sauta said he was looking for the largest and softest possible bed. The merchant nodded, understanding the request, and invited them to go to the appropriate department. Sauta noticed that everyone was staring at them, which made him uncomfortable. The merchant pointed to the beds and added that he would like to recommend a bed made of the rarest material, angel cotton. Once again, Sauta's mind was filled with doubts. The couple had come together to choose a bed, and now everyone might think that they were dating or even married. The merchant turned to him and asked if he had heard. Sauta, a little surprised, said yes. The merchant recommended buying a bed made of very good materials, including angel cotton. He assured them that this bed would make them feel like they were in paradise. Sauta, thinking about it, was impressed, but asked about the price when he found out that the bed cost 1,200,000 call, which he thought was too expensive. Aphrodite, sensing distrust, warned them not to be deceived. Both the merchant and Sauta were surprised by her words. The merchant haltingly asked what exactly was wrong with the bed. Aphrodite sighed and remarked that it looked like she would have to call the explanation team. She was talking about the angelic pop in that bed. From what she could see, angel cotton was only 30%, and the remaining 70% was Ashira fluff. She noted that she would not call this material bad, but felt that if it is stated that the bed is made of angel cotton, it smacks of cheating. The merchant didn't know what to say in response. Aphrodite also wondered about the pillows, noting that they were made of an unknown material. She expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the store did not list the appropriate materials and asked how they can find what they need. Sauta, thinking about it, was surprised at how well Aphrodite understood questions and decided that she should be more helpful. It was clear to him that she didn't like the salesman trying to cheat them, and he wanted to deal with the situation quickly. Sauta also couldn't afford to buy a bed for 1.2 million. Sauta started to say that they would probably leave, but the merchant stopped them, offering them another bed that he could vouch for. He assured me that it was the best bed in the store and would be perfect for a married couple. Aphrodite was surprised by this statement. Sauda chuckled inwardly as he realized that even the salesman had mistaken them for a couple, even though they weren't. Aphrodite, showing interest, asked to show them this bed. The merchant thanked them and enthusiastically introduced the new bed, noting that it was made using mad mushroom spores. He added that thanks to this material, the bed will bring new sexual experiences every night, and the price will be only 1,500,000 calls. He also offered an interest-free installment plan for the purchase. Aphrodite, slightly surprised, expressed admiration, but Suinata immediately objected, saying that he did not agree with this purchase in any way. The merchant noticed Sauta's interference and said that he wasn't talking to him, but to this beautiful girl. Aphrodite, however, told Sauta to stay out of it and assured him that she was having a business conversation with the merchant. Sauta wondered why she was interested in such things. If he didn't step in, it could make his life hell. Realizing that he would have to use his powers of submission, he asked Aphrodite to come to him. Holding her close, he felt how good it felt. Aphrodite, surprised, asked what he was doing. The merchant, noticing their interaction, started to get nervous and apologize. Sauta explained that this bed was not suitable for them, and added that they were fine with it anyway, suggesting that they keep the bed for themselves. The merchant, understanding his words, apologized for his rudeness and expressed the hope of seeing them again. Sauta turned to Aphrodite, noting that everything had gone wrong, and they would have to sleep on the old bed for a while longer. Aphrodite agreed with him. Sauta thought that this was a really awkward situation and hoped that she didn't resent him for his actions. He knew that he would need to give her something again. Aphrodite, deeply impressed by her embrace with Sauta, reflected on how pleasant it had been. Aphrodite began to sing about how the beautiful goddess was called Aphrodite, and that she had been bought a nice dress because Sauta liked her the most. Sauta, thinking to himself, wondered what was happening to her. He expected her to be upset that they couldn't buy a new bed, and instead she was suddenly in a good mood. Caroline, distracted from the conversation, asked Aphrodite what the strange song was. Aphrodite replied with a smile that Caroline seemed to be afraid that she would take Sauta away from her. This made Caroline wonder. Inwardly, Sauta thought that such a direct statement might be too explicit. Carolina, responding to the joke, admitted that she does not know yet, as she has always been faithful to the mighty demon, whom she loved unrequited for more than 300 years. Sauta, startled, reflected that he too would like to have a partner who would love him for the rest of his life, and he felt envious. Aphrodite, laughing, said that Caroline's face showed that she was a failure in love affairs. Sauta, sensing that the atmosphere was heating up, decided to change the subject. He turned to Ciel for help. Ciel, interested, asked what exactly he wanted to know. Sauta explained that he wanted to mine gold and platinum ore today and asked if she knew how to find it. She said it would be very difficult. Sauta, puzzled, asked why. Ciel explained that other adventurers also seek to mine expensive ore, so the deposits may be exhausted. However, if they put in more effort and went deeper into the mine, perhaps they would find something. But the deeper they go, the greater the risk. Sauta realized that even though he wanted to mine expensive ores, he didn't want to take any chances with them. Carolina reassured everyone by stating that she had asked the bats to explore the mine yesterday, and now they were aware of all the local dangers. If Sauta wanted to go deeper into the mine, the mice could trick them. Sauta, thinking to himself, admired Caroline and her skill. Suddenly, the bats attacked Aphrodite, and she screamed, asking what they wanted from her. Sucheta, concerned, asked Caroline if it was her doing. Caroline was surprised to say that she didn't know why the mice had decided to attack Aphrodite. Sucheta agreed with her, not understanding what was going on. He noticed that it seemed that the deeper they went, the more often they encountered mad puppets. He had a good feeling when he saw that the mine was very spacious. Ciel informed Sututa that she could smell precious metals behind the wall, which was different from all the others. Sauta, surprised, asked what she had said. The thought that they would be able to get a lot of money popped into his mind. Aphrodite, full of confidence, offered to take over the case and used her divine attack. When she hit the wall, her hand felt pain, and Carolina noted that even the scratches on the wall did not remain, which indicated the strength of the rock. She expressed her fear that they would not be able to do without pickaxes here. Sauta realized that this was why the other adventurers hadn't touched this ore deposit. He decided that it would be best to leave the matter to others. At that moment, Caroline noticed that a huge golem had appeared in front of them. Sauta explained that he got it yesterday as a result of crossing mad puppets and offered to put all the hard work on him. He ordered the golem to destroy the wall, and it did so. When the wall was destroyed, Sauta exclaimed in surprise that it turned out to be a secret passage. Sauta thought about the stairs, wondering how long they were. Ciel, smelling the air, noticed that the smell of ore was getting stronger, and she was sure that they would find it soon. Sauta agreed with her, but his thoughts revolved around the fact that the staircase seemed to have been built a long time ago. He wondered where it led. Soon they saw precious stones. A D-rank silver ore containing a large amount of silver, a C-rank gold ore with a high gold content, and a B-rank platinum ore containing a lot of platinum. Sauta couldn't contain his delight and exclaimed, surprised by the amount of ore. Ciel noticed that this ore tasted amazing, confirming that it was a real platinum ore. Sauta, startled, couldn't believe that there was so much ore gathered in one place. Ciel said that all this ore can be sold for about 400 million calls. The thought that they would soon be rich filled Saut's head, and he couldn't accept it. Suddenly Aphrodite noticed something and asked what it was. Sauta, being in a stupor, saw the skeleton of a person and asked in bewilderment what she had. Carolina speculated that the place might have been used by a miner as an ore warehouse or treasure trove. Sifur asked how she knew that. She explained that she didn't know for sure, but she noticed the age of the skeleton and confidently stated that it had been lying here for about 100 years. She said that the mine for adventurers was opened relatively recently, and before that it was owned by the state. Consequently, all the ore produced was sent to the state treasury, and this led Carolina to believe that the miner could hide some of the ore here in order to resell it later. Sauta deduced logically that this person was probably the only one who knew about the treasures of this place. He hid some of the mined ore here, but most likely died in an accident. After that, the entrance to the mine was blocked with stones, and no one found out about its existence. Aphrodite leaned over and noticed that the man had managed to hide a lot of ore, but now it was no longer of any use to him. Suddenly she exclaimed that the stone was moving. Sauta, dumbfounded, asked what was going on. An iron golem appeared in front of them, level 20 out of 20, rank C. He had a survivability of 125, physical strength of 288, magic power of 15, and intelligence of 10. He also had the punching fist skill. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. Cao Tao was startled when he saw the iron golem and shouted, wondering why it was attacking them. Carolina suggested that it was probably because they had woken up the golem, adding that it seemed to be using the treasure trove to rest. Sauta, understanding the situation, realized that he couldn't leave empty-handed and decided to fight the golem. With the intention of attacking, he threw the ball capsule towards the golem, saying that it was time for him to go to the capsule. However, the capsule had no effect on the golem, and its thoughts were filled with bewilderment. Sauta realized that he couldn't catch the golem because of the dirt covering its body, which had apparently settled on it over the years spent in this place. He came to the conclusion that it was likely that even a sword wouldn't be able to beat down this mud. At that moment, the golem attacked Sauta, and its cry for help attracted the attention of Ciel and Caroline. Ciel anxiously called out to him, and Caroline asked if he was okay. Sauta replied that everything seemed to be fine, but there was some worry in his mind. He thought that even though the golem was slow, its punches were very powerful. If he lingered even for a second, he would die. Aphrodite chuckled and offered to step back and leave the golem to her. Sauta asked her if she was out of her mind, saying it was too dangerous. Aphrodite reminded him that when she was on Earth, she lost all her magic skills, but her health and other stats remained the same. Sauta agreed with this, but still expressed doubts. Aphrodite added that, if you think about it, the golem won't be able to hurt her. Sauta, still hesitating, asked if she could have said that during the battle with the basilisk. Aphrodite turned to the golem and told it to get out of here, to which the golem hit her, and Sauta exclaimed that it was unexpected. Aphrodite chuckled, remarking that to defeat the goddess of love and beauty, such a blow would not be enough. Sauta, impressed, exclaimed that Dini was doing great. Aphrodite appealed to Carly to act. Carolina took action, and Sauta was surprised to realize that it was indeed Carly who could fly. Carolina indignantly declared how the golem dared to attack her master. Then she used water magic, and Sauta noticed that the golem was beginning to lose some dirt. Carolina turned to Sauta, saying that he would help her now. Sauta tossed the ball capsule, figuring it should work now. The golem hit the ball capsule, and it occurred to Sauta that this time the girls managed to do it even without its help. They were able to dispense with any losses, and now he had the iron golem. Chloe said with regret that she couldn't pay for the ore Sauta had brought. He was surprised and asked why. Chloe reassured him by explaining that it wasn't the quality of the ore, but that it was too expensive, and she wasn't sure if she had enough money to buy it. This was especially true for platinum ore, because if it puts all of it on the market at once, it can lead to a collapse in prices. She added that the evaluation department should work gradually, and you need to prepare. Sauta realized that she was right, and wondered why he should make such a fuss. According to Ciel, all the ore can be sold for about 400 million calls. Chloe hoped that she could explain the reason, and asked to wait a little while since the assessment will be carried out within a week. Sauta thanked her and realized that it was a shame not to get the money right away. But it was okay, it would have to wait a little longer. Aphrodite asked Saut if he was finished. Sauta explained the situation more succinctly. Hearing this, Aphrodite exclaimed in bewilderment that waiting a week is too long, and suggested that the ore be taken to another place. Sauta explained that they brought too much ore at once. He also mentioned that he had considered the possibility of other stores, but at least they wouldn't be cheated out of their money in the guild, so it was safer. Sybil confirmed his words by agreeing with him. Sauta then asked Seattle if it wasn't a big deal that he handed over all of the ore he extracted to the guild. She explained that this ore wasn't suitable for making weapons and armor, as the quality wasn't right. Sauta agreed that it would be difficult without weapons. Ciel noticed that the inn was not far away. Sauta said that he had another small matter to attend to and asked them to go with him for a while. Ciel was surprised to ask what they were doing here, since they were already far out of town. Sushita expressed a desire to cross a pair of monsters. Ciel was surprised and asked if it was even possible. Sauta nodded, confirming his words. Carolina added that crossbreeding golems is best done outside the city. Sauta agreed and said that they were able to collect a lot of monsters today. To begin with, he suggested turning the mad puppets into golems, and then connecting one golem to another. He introduced the Iron Golem Atlas, number 761 from the Pebble family, which had rank C and level 1. The golem had a survivability of 80, physical strength of 180, magic power of 10, intelligence of 8, as well as a punching fist skill. The conditions for interbreeding were as follows: golem and golem. This golem ranked at the middle tier of the Pebble family and had the potential to become a powerful monster if it was crossed with a similar monster. Aphrodite asked what would happen if 2 iron golems were crossed. Sauts was also interested in this question. He realized that when 2 iron golems were crossed, it was possible to get a very strong monster. His mind was filled with curiosity as to what kind of monster they would be able to obtain. The adamantine golem, Atlas number 762, belonged to the Pebble family, had a rank of B and level 1. His stats included survivability 105, physical strength 350, magic power 35, and intelligence 30, as well as the punching fist skill. The conditions for interbreeding were as follows: iron golem and iron golem. This golem ranked at the middle stage of the Pebble family and had the highest levels of combat skills. Because it lived in the remote mountains, it was one of the rarest types of golems. Sauta was impressed. Ciel admired how shiny it was and asked what the monster's name was. He replied that this monster is called the adamantine golem, and added that it seems to be the last stage of golem evolution. She was surprised to learn that an adamantine golem means that its entire body is made up of adamantine ore. Sauta confirmed that this was most likely the case and asked what was involved. Ciel explained that her people had always dreamed of adamantine ore and asked if she could make weapons out of that ore if they needed it. Sauta clarified that she could actually make a good weapon out of adamantine ore. He turned to Carly, asking if it would be possible to remove some ore from the golem's body. Carolina replied that she didn't think it was a problem, since golems have high regeneration. Even if they knocked down some ore, his body would recover soon. Sauta, satisfied with the answer, decided to leave the adamantine golem to Ciel, allowing her to craft weapons to her heart's content. Within reason, of course. Ciel hugged Sauta, expressing her gratitude and joy at meeting him. Sauta said, laughing, that she was exaggerating. He had the urge to grab her ass in his mind. He knew that he had unexpectedly managed to get hold of the materials Ciel needed. Ciel walked up to the adamantine golem, introducing herself and expressing her joy at the meeting. Caroline asked Saut if he was really sure that she needed to buy something, adding that it wasn't necessary at all. Sauta assured her of his confidence, reminding her that she had asked him to find an interesting book, and expressed the hope that she would find something that she liked. He also noticed that she hadn't worn her maid costume for a long time. Carolina explained that she had chosen this outfit because they didn't have a monster hunt planned for the day, and asked if it looked weird. Sauta expressed his admiration for how Caroline looked in her maid outfit. Caroline staggered slightly, which caught Saut's attention. He anxiously asked Caroline about her condition, noticing her unsteadiness. Caroline apologized and explained that she was somewhat embarrassed by Saut's compliments. Sauta realized that her excitement was caused by his words. Sauta wondered how seriously Caroline took his words, remembering her gratitude for saving her once. Sauta decided to ask Caroline if she felt that she sometimes took his words too personally. Caroline considered the question and asked him to clarify what exactly he meant. Sauta supposed that Carolina would probably take any request he made seriously, even if it was as unexpected as asking him to show her his underwear. Caroline took his hand and, without hesitation, complied with this request, claiming that she was ready to do whatever her master wanted. Sauta was taken aback by her reaction and exclaimed in surprise at her action. Caroline asked him if he didn't like it, clearly concerned about his abrupt reaction. Sauta replied that although he liked it, he didn't think it was right and asked her not to do it again. Inwardly, Sauta admitted to himself that he was glad of what she had done, but it bothered him that she might be doing all this out of gratitude for his help, not out of personal sympathy. Caroline noticed that he was thinking and expressed her incomprehension at his thoughts. They came to the store. At this moment, a salesman addressed them, greeting them to the guild shop. Sauta suddenly recognized him and asked if he had ever worked in a furniture store before. The salesman explained that his brother actually works in a furniture store, so it's easy to confuse the two. Sauta realized that the salesman and his brother were probably twins. The salesman warned Sauta that his brother was not always honest with customers, hinting that he should not be trusted. Sauta asked if they had a rare spell book that he was interested in. The salesman narrowed his eyes at him and said that the spell books were expensive and hinted that he doubted Sauta's financial ability, so he didn't see the point in showing them. Sauta looked confused and confirmed that he understood. Caroline, holding the knife, threatened the man to be polite, outraged by his tone, and asked him who he thought they were. The man was evacuated, Sauta exclaimed, asking her to calm down and asking what she was doing. Caroline apologized, explaining that she was simply outraged by his rudeness and wanted to cut out his tongue. Sauta told her to let the salesman go. The salesman, straightening his tie, indignantly demanded that they leave and not appear in his store again. Sauta apologized, deciding to leave the store. He went to another, albeit small, but the second largest bookstore in the city. Carolina replied that the quality of books is more important than their quantity, and expressed the hope that in the new store they will be met by more polite sellers. Sauta expressed the hope that Carolina would find a book that she liked and asked her to let him know. Caroline thanked him and started looking at the shelves of books. In her thoughts, she noted with disappointment that books written by people were not particularly interesting to her, and their style had hardly changed in the last 100 years, considering it a waste of time. Sauta suddenly caught on to her thoughts, surprised that they came without concentration, as Caroline was clearly upset by the lack of a suitable book. Sauta suggested that Caroline leave the store, realizing that she didn't like anything here. Carolina tried to protest, but Sauta saw that her disappointment was obvious. Carolina admitted that she just didn't want to make him uncomfortable, explaining that her race is long-lived, and people's books aren't as interesting compared to their own. Sauta suggested going to another city to find a suitable book for her. Caroline was shocked that he would do this for her, considering it a whim. Sauta reminded her that she had helped him and other girls in difficult situations before, and he wanted to thank her for that. Caroline, moved by his words, felt weak and started to fall, but Sauta caught her. She explained that she was slightly overexcited and added that his kind words were enough for her to be happy. Sauta sighed, thinking about the current state of affairs. The guild, as it turned out, still hadn't evaluated the ore, and this left him without a job. He realized that he would probably have to find another task to get busy. After that, Sauta entered the guild building. Looking around, he noticed the crowd of people near the bulletin board and thought that there were unusually many people gathered there. Current tasks were discussed among the participants. People expressed surprise at another strange quest. One of them remarked with indignation that it was necessary to kill a ghost and wondered who could even come up with such a task. Sauta, hearing the word ghost, immediately became interested and turned his attention to the task. On the board he saw a description of the quest. It was necessary to subdue the ghost. This emergency quest was meant for the G rank, and its purpose was to subdue the ghost that had appeared in St. Belle's cemetery. A 10 million call reward was offered for completing the quest, and the task could only be completed once. When Sauta saw the 10 million call amount, he was very surprised. It flashed through his mind that the reward for subduing the basilisk was only 3 million. He walked over to the counter and asked the guild employee about the ghost suppression quest. Chloe, an employee of the guild, explained that there was indeed a ghost in the cemetery, which received the nickname Demon. According to her, this ghost was a serious danger, as it was rumored to be able to summon and control the undead. She added that as soon as the guild received news of this ghost, they immediately announced a reward for subduing it. After listening to Chloe, Suda expressed his gratitude for the information. Sauda, considering the offer, decided that the ghost quest was completely unsuitable for him. He was determined that he wouldn't take on this assignment, even with the huge amount of money he was promised. Recognizing his refusal, Aphrodite was surprised and couldn't contain her indignation. She asked why he didn't accept the quest, because the reward for it was just huge. Sauda calmly replied that the risk was too great and did not justify even that kind of money. In addition, he reminded them, after evaluating the ore they extracted, they will get enough money as it is. In his opinion, everything should have been done in moderation. Aphrodite thought about it and agreed that he might be right. Sauda added that in the current situation, they can take on simpler tasks for part-time work. But then Caroline joined the conversation and, somewhat hesitantly, suggested that he entrust the quest to her, since he himself refuses it. Siberta, surprised by her suggestion, asked if she was joking. Carolina explained that the demons were once defeated in a war with humanity, and they had to introduce certain rules so as not to disturb people anymore. However, she believed that the ghost that appeared in the cemetery decided to break these rules, and so she wanted to meet him and stop him. Sauda considered her words and noted that there were certain rules between demons and humans. It also occurred to him that Caroline often helped them in difficult situations, and now it was his turn to support her. Finally, Sauda gave his consent, but on one condition: he would go ghost hunting with her, since he couldn't let her go to such a dangerous place alone. Caroline blushed at his reply and thanked him with genuine emotion, adding that he made her heart beat faster. Sauda, watching her reaction, noted that she had once again managed to embarrass him. He decided that he would be more careful with his choice of words in the future. Later, they went to the club. Ciel, a little worried, asked why they had decided to go to the cemetery at night. Suta explained that, in his opinion, ghosts only become active at night, and asked her not to worry. However, he added that if she is scared, she can go back to the hotel. Ciel indignantly stated that she would never leave them, as she would not be able to wait quietly and would worry about them if she was left alone. Sauda nodded at his companion's words and noted that he understood their mood. Aphrodite, watching the conversation, smiled and noted with a laugh that Ciel seemed to be afraid of ghosts. Feeling uneasy, Ciel asked Aphrodite if she really didn't have a fear of ghosts. Aphrodite, with confidence in her voice, declared that she had nothing to fear. After all, she was a goddess, and if a ghost suddenly appeared in front of her, she would simply destroy it with her sacred magic. Ciel, delighted by her response, drew out an approving drawl, which was only to be expected from a great goddess. Aphrodite, pleased with Sinel's reaction, winked and assured her that she would deal with the ghost herself. She added that Sinel has nothing to fear, because she will protect her in case of danger. Hearing this, Ciel was relieved and thanked Aphrodite, admitting that she felt calmer now. Sauda, watching the scene, thought it was a good thing that Ciel had cheered up a little. He didn't think she'd notice that Demi always said that, but it wasn't the way things usually ended. Half an hour later, Sauda, reflecting on the situation, thought that everything was going as expected, even though he had hoped otherwise. Aphrodite slowed her pace and spoke to Ciel, telling her to slow down a bit. But Ciel, noticing that Aphrodite was hiding behind her, asked in surprise what she was doing. Aphrodite, a little confused, explained that she was trying to protect Ciel from the ghosts that might attack from behind. Then she grabbed Suda's hand and called out to him. Suda, confused, turned at her call. Aphrodite snuggled up to him and begged him not to stray too far from them, adding that something unexpected might happen. Sauda pulled away, muttering to her to stop bothering him, assuring her that he wasn't going anywhere. He added that if she was so scared, she could stay in the hotel. But Aphrodite indignantly replied that she was only worried about him and would not return to the hotel, insisting that she was not afraid at all. Ciel, who overheard their conversation, confessed that she herself was afraid to go alone. Sauda nodded, understanding her concern. He also reflected that the girls seemed to have their own reasons for not going back. At that moment, Caroline cautioned him to be careful, as she noticed something moving in the foliage ahead. A level 15 Hitodama creature with an E rank suddenly appeared in front of them. His stats indicated survivability of 10, physical strength of 0, magic power of 153, and intelligence of 32. Hitodama's main skill was entry-level fire magic. Aphrodite and Cecil, seeing him, were startled and screamed. Aphrodite couldn't help but panic, losing her composure. Ciel tried to bring Aphrodite to her senses and begged her to come to her senses. Suta, watching, thought that perhaps he should have left the girls at the inn after all. At that moment, Carolina warned him that Hitodama was preparing to attack. Suta, realizing the danger, quickly summoned an adamantite golem and ordered it to protect them. Meanwhile, Hitodama started releasing fireballs that flew towards them with a thud. Sukata, watching Hitodama's clumsy attacks, chuckled and noted that this seemed to be all he was capable of. It seemed to him that it looked too weak for the enemy. Caroline assessed the situation and guessed that this was probably one of the ghost's minions. In her mind, Hitodama had received orders to attack anyone who approached his master. Suta nodded and concluded that Hitodama was following his orders faithfully, even though his forces were clearly inferior to the enemy's. In his mind, he thought that such a monster might be useful and decided to capture it in a capsule. Santa also noticed that Hitodama was protecting his master and suggested that there might be someone with similar abilities in this world. Although his plan was similar to stealing a monster from another owner, Suta sighed and decided to take the risk of making Hitodama his own. Hitodama was soon trapped in the capsule. Sutada analyzed the situation and concluded that it was probably possible to take monsters in this world even if they already had a master. It displayed data about the captured creature. Hitodama, Atlas number 907, Family of Immortals, Rank E, Level 15, Vitality 10, Physical Strength 0, Magic Power 153, Intelligence 32, Skill Entry Level Fire Magic. This type of monster is the main representative of the Immortals, often scaring people with an unexpected appearance, and its fire attacks can cause good damage. Sauta continued to ponder and realized that since he was able to retrain someone else's monster, it meant that others could do the same. This meant that his absolute dominance skill wasn't as all-powerful as he thought. Caroline looked at him admiringly and remarked that he was, in her opinion, simply incomparable. Sauputa, who later caught another Hitodama, noted with satisfaction that the task was completed successfully. However, his thoughts were filled with doubts. This is the fourth monster captured, but the ghost itself was never found. He and Caroline split up to speed up the search, but so far to no avail. Suddenly, Sauta heard a strange voice that laughingly asked if he was the guy who was catching his subordinates. Sauta tensed, realizing that it might be the ghost's own voice. A voice called to him to look up, and Sauta did so. There, high above him, was a girl. Sauta was stunned. The ghost was a little girl, not a fearsome monster. It displays information about her. Yuko of the Ghost Family, Level 32, Rank S. Her stats were astounding. Vitality 488, Physical Strength 325, Magic Power 1011, Intelligence 258. In addition, she had medium-level fire magic and high-level dark magic. Sauta gasped inwardly as he assessed her strength. He hoped that his ability to estimate parameters would not fail him. After realizing that Yukoneko was indeed a serious opponent, Sauta understood why there was such a high reward for her. However, he decided not to engage in battle, but to immediately try to catch it with the ball capsule while it was still moving. He threw the capsule, but it went right through Yuko, as if it wasn't there. Sauta couldn't believe what he was seeing. The capsule had gone through. This put him in a dead end. Is it really impossible to catch a creature that does not have a physical body? In that case, his plan failed. Moreover, they didn't have a single monster that could deal damage to the ghost. In other words, Sutada realized that they were in grave danger. Yuko looked at Sauta with a sneer and asked him with slight disdain if he really thought his attack was serious. Her voice took on a playful edge, and she added that it was now her turn to attack. Sauta thought irritably that the ghost was indeed extremely unpleasant, although if you looked closely, she looked quite cute. But he immediately dismissed those thoughts, realizing that he needed to stall for time. In a rush, he suggested that Yuko wait a bit and sit down at the negotiating table to discuss everything in a peaceful way. Yuko chuckled and called him a stupid adventurer. She explained that people like her had long since gotten rid of unnecessary emotions, so begging her for mercy was useless. Coolly wishing him a speedy departure to hell, she prepared to attack. Sauta, seeing that it was impossible to avoid the blow, thought that perhaps his adventure had really come to an end. He could only accept being killed by a cute girl like Yuko. Suddenly, he heard Caroline's voice calling out his name. In the next instant, she pushed him out of the way. Sauta, hearing her voice, called out to her in a daze, not believing that Carly was really here. Standing in front of him was Caroline Barton, a member of the vampire family, with staggering stats. Level 173, Vitality 1732, Physical Strength 1240, Magic Power 1520, Intelligence 1428. She had high-level fire, wind, water, and dark magic, as well as medium-level light magic. Sauta turned to Caroline. then thought about how much her stats had improved. He noticed that in the moments of serious battles, her appearance changed, just as it did in the battle with the Iron Golem. Sueta realized that when Carolina fights at full strength, she takes on a different form. This fact made Sueta feel confident that he could now rely on her completely. Meanwhile, Carolina turned to Yuko and asked her in a reserved but imperious voice if she understood who she was attacking. Sauta was surprised to see that Caroline's clothes were in tatters, but she didn't seem to be paying any attention. His attention was also drawn to Yuko's reaction. The ghost's face showed shock and fear. Yuko, recognizing Carolina, was stunned and barely managed to get out the words, calling her headmaid. Startled, she asked what she was doing here, not expecting to see her. So Gota, startled by what he heard, realized that Caroline was familiar with this ghost. He remembered what Yuko had said about getting rid of her emotions a long time ago, but right now, she was clearly scared to death. Carolina sternly reminded Yuko that she was too bold to show her teeth. She added with a cold sneer that she didn't think she would live to see the day when Yuko dared to go against her. Yuko hastily defended herself, remarking that it wasn't like that, and that there was no way she would have raised a hand against Carolina. Caroline didn't let her finish and ordered her down to the ground immediately. Yuko, terrified beyond belief, instantly obeyed, apologizing to Carolina. Sauta watched in amazement as Yuko followed her orders without question. It became clear to him that Carolina had an unquestionable power over Yuko. Carolina told Yuko that it wasn't her who should be apologized to, but her master, Sarita. Yuko was shocked and asked why Carolina obeyed a human, thinking that it was shameful for demons to serve these nobodies. She added that the only person to whom concubines can be loyal is Ibris. Carolina became angry with Yuko and warned her that if she insulted her master again, she would kill her. Yuko was scared and apologized, not knowing that Carolina was traveling with Sota. She apologized for her inappropriate behavior. Yuko bowed and sincerely expressed her regret. Sauta didn't need an apology and told Yuko not to worry. Carolina apologized to the owner for the misunderstanding, explaining that her former colleague had caused trouble. It was clear to Sauta that this was related to a previous job, but he remained in thought as he had more questions. Yuko looked depressed. Carolina said that Yuko has a rather bad temper and asked for permission to take her under her responsibility, to explain to her that it is impossible to attack people. Sute agreed, but asked Carolina not to be too strict with Yuko. Caroline thanked her host and promised that she would do her best. Sauta's thought was that he originally wanted to subdue the ghost, but since Yuko was an acquaintance of Carolina's, he couldn't do that. He thought that if Caroline kept an eye on her, it wouldn't be a problem. Carolina told Yuko that this time, Suta decided to forgive her, but only on the condition that she would never hurt people again. She added that although her master had forgiven her, Caroline herself had no intention of doing so. Yuko was surprised. Carolina, threateningly, reminded Yuko that she had ruined the clothes her master had given her, and Yuko would have to be punished for that. Yuko was scared and asked Carolina not to punish her. Caroline replied that the punishment was inevitable. Carolina took off Yuko's clothes, which shocked Sauta. She warned Yuko that she would get 100 punches on her bad ass for doing this, and if Yuko tried to break out or get in the way, she would add the same amount. Caroline started counting down. Sauta's thought was that he thought the ghost couldn't be physically harmed. He was puzzled as to how this was possible, and was surprised at how hard Carolina was hitting Yuko. Everything Carolina did with Yuko made him question her. Carolina continued to count down. 90 to go. Yuko begged for forgiveness. Sauta's thought was that he couldn't understand what kind of character Caroline really had. Aphrodite wondered if she should have let that ghost go. Sute replied that they were definitely not going to get any guild rewards from now on, but he was glad that everything ended well. Ciel asked Caroline what her connection to the ghost was. Sauta's thought was that Ciel was doing well, as he also wanted to know about it. Carolina explained that she and Yuko were colleagues at a previous job. They were maids and did cleaning, cooking, and other similar chores. Aphrodite understood the situation and added that when Carolina said Yuko was a demon, she thought she would be difficult to handle. But in the end, it didn't cause them any problems. Aphrodite also asked if all lower demons were so weak. Sauta's thought was that this was not the case. Despite Yukimako's status, her stats were very high. Therefore, he couldn't call her weak. Sute also suggested that if Carolina and Yuko were so strong, then the other subordinates of a powerful demon were probably no worse. He was even afraid to think what they might do. Aphrodite was surprised and asked if they had been here recently when they were breeding monsters. Sute explained that he had caught a few more monsters today and suggested that they be crossed immediately before they returned to the inn. Aphrodite was outraged that Sute had caught more monsters, including fire wraiths, and wondered if they also lived in the capsule. She also asked how she would live among them now. Saute asked what was wrong with that. So Kiss thought was that these ghosts could be crossed with wolves. The information about Kitsunebi was as follows. Atlas number 420, Beast Demon Family, Rank D, Level 1, Vitality 35, Physical Strength 15, Magic Power 100, Intelligence 55. Skills: Fire Magic Beginner, Dark Magic Beginner. Breeding conditions: Wolf and Hitodama. It is a low-level monster in the Beast Demon family that is well suited for magic attacks. Saute thought that the Kitsunebi remained unchanged in stats, but their skills were getting bigger. He decided it was worth a try. He was also impressed by how cute this animal looked, which is obtained by crossing Hitodama with a wolf. Carolina confirmed that the Kitsunebi is a very useful monster. Suete was surprised and asked if this was true. She explained that Kitsunebi can use 2 types of magic at once, which is quite rare for the lower races. Demons often use them as pets. Saute noted that this means that this monster is both cute and useful. Sagel, when she saw Kitsunebi, said that he was so cute and that she wanted to take care of him. In his company, she can be in a capsule around the clock. Saute agreed and said he understood. Ciel thanked him. Sucite then turned to Aphrodite, asking what was wrong, but she said nothing. She added that she doesn't like Kitsunebi because she is the sweetest and most beautiful person in the world. Suite asked if she was really jealous of the animal, and informed her that they still had 3 wolves and 3 Hitodamas left, and he would make 3 more Kitsunebis. At this point, the system reported that a rare interbreeding had occurred. Sote was surprised to see that there was a rare interbreeding. Sota's mind was full of questions. He didn't understand what the result was. He was struck by the monster's vastness and shagginess. The new monster's information was as follows. Kedamaro, Atlas number 438, Beast Demon Family, Rank C, Level 1, Vitality 185, Physical Strength 75, Magic Power 60, Intelligence 35. He had no skills. Crossbreeding conditions, Wolf and Hitodama, with a 5% chance of being obtained by crossing. It is said that this is the sage among all the monsters that live in the forest. Its fur is highly prized, and merchants are willing to pay a lot of money to sell it. Sota's mind was filled with confusion. He had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining a Kitsunebi, but he ended up with a completely different monster. He wondered if the rare interbreeding might have been due to a low chance, and this could have caused such an unusual result. Carolina also expressed surprise, noting that she had never seen such a monster. Sutet asked in surprise. Even Carolina didn't know what kind of creature it was. Carolina replied that she had never seen such monsters in 300 years. She assumed that this was due to the fact that this monster belongs to a very rare species that lives in remote places. Suishis realized that he was really lucky to get such a rare monster. Suishis thought was that although the monster was rare, it didn't have the magic skills of a Kitsunebi. Also, despite the high amount of HP, it still does not reach the level of the adamantite golem. Aphrodite walked over to Kedamaro and began stroking him, admiring his fur, which was as pleasant to the touch as a cute animal's. She called out to Sauta to order the monster to lie down on the ground. Saute agreed, but his mind was filled with doubts about what Aphrodite was up to. Saute ordered Kedamaro to lie down on the ground, but suddenly Aphrodite was lying on top of Kedamaro, which surprised Suta, Ciel, and Caroline. Aphrodite blushed, exclaiming with delight that Kedamaro was exactly what she wanted. He was perfect for her desire. She asked for permission to take care of it, saying that she could sleep on it forever. Sut was surprised to say that he had fulfilled her wish in this way. He reminded her that she really wanted a big and soft bed. Aphrodite confirmed that the fur and softness of this monster is not inferior to the beds in heaven. Sut, seeing her admiration, agreed to give the monster away, saying that since she liked it so much, let her take it. Aphrodite gave him a grateful hug in return, expressing her joy and gratitude. Sut thought that he was lucky, as he had completely satisfied Desatis' wish. Saut noted that now Diao didn't ask to get out of the pod, which meant that she really liked the monster. He even thought that now he could take the entire bed for himself. However, this meant that he would no longer be able to see half-naked beauties in the morning. But as he'd noticed, there were too many people for one bed, and he was happy with that outcome. Before going to bed, Saut decided to check his stats. These included skills such as ball capsule, piercing eye, monster crossing, contact, and psychological manipulation. Saut started to think when he noticed that he had a new skill, psychological manipulation. It was a Class B skill that allowed you to control the body and mind of a subordinate monster. The conditions for obtaining it included rare crossbreeding and intelligence above 1,000. He speculated that this skill might have been obtained through a rare crossbreed, but he didn't fully understand how it worked. Sauta was worried that his body might be vulnerable while he was using this skill, which would make it dangerous to use in battle. However, while in the hotel, he decided it was safe to try it. When Suit activated the skill, he was asked to choose the monster he would like to affect: Aphrodite, Carolina, Seal, Werewolf, Adamantite Golem, Ketamaro, Goblin Knight, or Kitsunebi. He was surprised that he could even choose Aphrodite. A thought crossed his mind that he could use this skill to smear her, but he quickly pushed the thought away, reminding himself that he had promised to restrain himself. Then he decided to choose D, as she was the first on the list. However, as soon as he tried to use the skill on Aphrodite, the system reported that his skill level was too low to manipulate this monster. Suit was a little upset, but soon thought that it was possible to choose someone else. He even jokingly considered picking a mad mushroom and sending spores at it to see how D would react again. Sauta thought that the skill really worked, and he was inside the capsule. Everything seemed too big for him. He realized that he was in the body of a mad mushroom, so the skill had worked, and Suda was now inside the capsule. Sauta decided to visit the girls, feeling curious about what they were doing inside the capsule, because not everything can be seen from the outside. He noticed D, who was asleep as usual. Sauta was surprised by the gorgeous view he was seeing. Aphrodite tossed and turned and said something unintelligible, as if she'd said something about food. Sunuta thought that the local monsters can't hurt the girls, so she's so relaxed. Sauta realized that this was a great chance. D's body was perfectly shaped, and being in the body of a mushroom, he could take advantage of the moment without taking any risks. He felt that it would be unforgivable to miss such a chance. But at that moment, the mad mushroom was hit by Katamaro while protecting Aphrodite. Sauta thought that he had almost died. He apologized to Mad Mushroom. Sauta wondered if Katamaro understood what he wanted to do, since he was always on guard. He didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Realizing that Katamaro was too vigilant, Sauta decided to look for another target. Then Carly caught his attention. He noticed that she was doing something. Caroline counted the numbers aloud. She then spoke to someone, telling them not to slow down and not to slack off. She reminded him that as Saut's right-hand man, she couldn't let his troops relax. Sauta realized that Carly was training goblins in her spare time. This explained why the goblins' levels were rising on their own, even if he wasn't sending them into battle. All thanks to Carly. Carolina kicked one goblin knight and noted that there was no team to rest. Sauta had an idea. If he provoked Carly to kick him, he would be able to look under her skirt again. Deciding to take this chance, he prepared for a change of management. Then, a system message popped up asking him to choose a Goblin Knight monster. Suda mentally asked the Goblin Knight to lend him his body. He found himself in the body of a Goblin Knight and immediately felt that the sword and armor were insanely heavy. Caroline saw him stop and asked him why he wasn't moving. Then she warned him that he was now going to be punished. She would increase his gravity from 5 to 10 times. With that, she snapped her finger. Sauta was surprised to find that Carly could increase gravity, and assumed that she was using this spell to improve her training. Then he realized that he couldn't even stand up and wondered if this test was too difficult for him, or if it was just that he didn't have enough combat skills. Caroline lifted her foot and stepped on him, asking him how much longer he would lie on the ground. Sauta thought it was gorgeous. He was stepped on by a beautiful girl in the role of a maid. He could see her panties. After that, he felt like he was in heaven. Caroline saw the look in his eyes and suspected something was wrong. She asked what that look was, and noted that there was a human look in his eyes and a presence of magic. This left Saut in a daze. He realized that staying in the goblin's body was a risk. It was time to act decisively. Suprata decided to choose a different monster and chose Kitsunebi. He thought it was a good choice. Goblins are unlikely to attract girls' egg sympathy, but Kitsunebi are quite cute. After becoming a cute creature, he decided to use it to his advantage. He headed towards Seal's cabin, noticing that she seemed to have been able to build it with new materials. Sauta was impressed with her skills, as building even such a simple house requires a lot of skill. Sigili was surprised to see Kitsunebi and asked in surprise if it was him, calling him Kotaro. Sauta thought that Seal had given the fox a name. He sensed that she was particularly attractive in the capsule, and he knew that his plan had worked. Now he could enjoy the sight as much as he liked. Seal noticed something unusual and asked if something was wrong. Cieltha thought again that her voice sounded very sexy. Ciel then noticed his heavy breathing and expressed concern, suggesting that he go inside if he wasn't feeling well. Suta, as he assumed his Kitsunebi form, reflected that this was the perfect cover, and that now he could try something even more daring. Cecile asked if Kotaro was any better. Sauta considered jumping on her chest or even climbing between her breasts. He noticed that he and Ciel were alone on the bed, and he couldn't help but notice her wet body, as well as the soft curves that caught his attention. Sauta in Kotaro's body started rubbing against Ciel's chest. Ciel asked in surprise what Kotaro was doing, noticing that she felt tickled. She couldn't help but laugh and burst out laughing. Cicero thought to himself that this was truly amazing. Ciel told Kotaro with a smile to stop, still laughing. Sauta thought to himself that he couldn't stop and should try everything. Sauta reached under Ciel's t-shirt. Ciel blushed and felt shy as she noticed that the situation had become a little awkward. Ciel Fita thought to himself that Ciel really has her own characteristics that he thinks are cool. He began to lick Ciel's chest. Ciel was surprised by what was happening. Sauta thought to himself that he hadn't expected to see this side of Ciel, and he blushed with embarrassment. Even though he knew that foxes were cute, he didn't expect things to go this far. On the surface, Ciel seemed naive and innocent, but it seemed that she was much more vulgar at heart. Sauta decided that this was even better, and continued to act. Someone knocked on the door. Caroline apologized for the intrusion and turned to Ciel. Caroline saw Ciel jump in surprise and asked what was wrong. Ciel was startled and replied that she was fine. Panicked, she asked if there was an errand to run. Carolina explained that she wasn't here on business, but because something was bothering her. Sauta thought that Caroline had come at a bad time. He was worried that if she suspected something was wrong, he would have to change control quickly. Caroline began to say that she sensed her master's presence. This stunned Sauta, who thought that he should calm down and run away if anything happened. Ciel didn't understand what Carolina meant, and wondered if Sauta could get into the capsule. However, in Suit's mind, he argued that this was impossible. Carolina clarified that in theory this should not be the case, but she feels his presence. She explained that she could discern the souls of all creatures, and Sueta was afraid that she could sense his soul, which was dangerous for his stealth. Ciel expressed doubts that Sueta could have used his ability to trap himself in a capsule, since he was a monster-hunting tamer. Carolina, on the other hand, suggested that perhaps he has a skill that allows him to move into the capsule. Ciel wasn't sure about that, but she didn't think it was likely. Sauta tensed and decided that he would try to hide it until the next meeting. She suggested that she should ask Saut directly, and Caroline agreed with her. When Suata left Kotaru's body, he was relieved that he had managed to avoid detection, although not without difficulty. Caroline excused herself and left the room. After Caroline left, Ciel stated that she didn't think it was right to use monsters to satisfy her fantasies. Suit realized that perhaps he had gone too far, and as expected of Caroline, she was very perceptive. His plan to use the skill had almost been exposed, and now he should have been more careful and refrained from doing so, to avoid unpleasant consequences in the future. Inside the guild building, Sota could hear some of the guild members talking about how he was the one who had defeated the ghost. Another person said incredulously that he was still quite young. Sauta was alerted by the strange atmosphere created by the rumors that had spread. It seemed strange to him that everyone thought he was the winner over the ghost, even though Carly had beaten him. He'd just told Chloe about it, and now he was sorry he'd done it. Then Sue remembered the day he'd told Chloe about the ghost, telling her he wouldn't cause any more trouble. In the meantime, a stranger approached him and asked him if he was with me, adding that he would like to speak to him in private if he would agree. Acquaintance with the man began with a brief presentation of information. It was Gard Westberg, who was 22 years old. Sauta asked who he was, and the man, realizing his mistake, explained that his name was Gard Westberg, and he was from a family of heroes. Sauta, who was surprised, reacted with surprise. Gard confirmed and began to tell them that 300 years ago, his ancestors had performed great feats in the war against the mighty demon Ibris. The country knows them, the Vestbergs, as a family of heroes who, according to legend, are reborn in each generation, gathering strength to defeat a powerful demon again at the right moment. Sauta was puzzled by this information and wondered why Gerd had told him this story. Sauta then asked him what exactly he wanted to talk about. Gard, coming to his senses, admitted that he was impressed with Sota's ability to defeat the ghost in the cemetery. So he decided to ask him for help in subduing a powerful demon. Hearing this, Sauta was surprised and asked if the powerful demon had been reborn. Gard, noticing Sauta's attention, suggested not to discuss it right there. He suggested that we go to a bar in the north that night, where he planned to wait for Sauta. Later, Aphrodite expressed her opinion about the plan to subdue the demon, saying that she does not support this idea, because she believes that you need to accumulate more strength first. Sauta was surprised by her attitude. As before, He had always wanted to defeat Ibris as soon as possible and return to heaven. He wondered if Tamer had become too comfortable for Aphrodite to even think about heaven. It was quite possible. Then he turned to Seal for an opinion, and she, a little embarrassed, replied that if the rumors about the demon are true, then she supports the idea, because the sooner the problem is solved, the fewer victims there will be. Sauda liked Seal's reasoning and agreed with her, but decided to find out what Caroline thought. Caroline, on the other hand, thought it was all a waste of time, since she thought the powerful demon guard had mentioned might be a fake. This puzzled Sauda, and he wondered how Carly knew. She was embarrassed and admitted that maybe she was being overconfident, but added that she just felt like this demon might not be real. However, she offered to go and find out everything. Sauda agreed, thinking that they could just listen to guard, and if the case turned out to be too dangerous, drop out. He asked Aphrodite for her consent, and she reluctantly agreed. Later, when Sauda arrived at the appointed place, Garrett met him, and, confident that he had made up his mind, went straight to the point. Garrett asked if Saputa had heard rumors that evil spirits had taken up residence in the mansion to the east. Saputa told Garrett that he hadn't heard anything about what had happened at the mansion. Garrett explained that several high-ranked adventurers were rumored to have gone there, but none of them returned. This was exactly what he wanted Sauda to do. After hearing this, Sauda asked if it was possible that the mansion was actually inhabited by a powerful demon. Sauda's mind conjured up a picture of the demon hiding somewhere in a tall tower, not in an ordinary mansion. Guard, a little hesitantly, confirmed that it was possible. Sauda was confused by the vague answer, and made a mental note to start with it. Then Guard offered a reward for the task, 30 million calls, specifying whether such an amount would be suitable. Sauda jumped in surprise. Guard, not embarrassed, confirmed and added that, being a descendant of heroes, he can afford such money. It occurred to Sauda that if you analyzed all the information you were hearing, it was unlikely that this was a real, powerful demon. But even for a fake, the reward of 30 million was an impressive sum. The mind quest was also expensive, but not that expensive. Encouraged, Sauda enthusiastically accepted the assignment and assured him that he would do his best. Guard was pleased by this response and expressed his enthusiasm. Sauda and Guard shook hands, and Guard enthusiastically said that they would fight together for peace on Earth. At this time, the bat made its way to Guard and observed Guard's actions. Guard laughed and said sarcastically that another fish easily took the bait. A man standing nearby, a fellow Guard member, asked if he planned to send the adventurer to fight monsters again so that he would be exhausted, after which the quaint fisherman could take their toll. Guard confirmed and added that if the monster was too strong, they would just leave the adventurer to fend for themselves and run away. The man, delighted with this plan, praised Garrett, calling him a genius. With a chuckle, Garrett continued, explaining that many people were deceived because of his noble background. Just mention a powerful demon or a monster hunt, and the state generously pays for the services of heroes. He exclaimed that the business of subduing demons was profitable. His accomplice supported him with laughter, saying that no one would doubt the words of a noble hero. Meanwhile, Bat relayed what she had heard to Caroline, informing her of Guard's plan. After hearing the report, Carolina clarified whether this information was really accurate. After the confirmation, she was indignant and said that Guard was using the master's name for low purposes, and added that they would not be spared. The next day, they came to complete the task. Sauda, looking around the building, asked if it really was the same mansion, noting its impressive size. Aphrodite asked doubtfully if they were really going to enter, and expressed her concerns. She added that if the real Ibris were there, even a child would be able to beat Sauda, and maybe they should practice a little more. Ciel, feeling the same way as Aphrodite, quietly admitted that she was also a little scared. Sofita made a mental note to feel uneasy himself, but he didn't think the real Ibris could be in this place. Caroline, wanting to reassure the others, confidently stated that the magic power emanating from the mansion definitely did not belong to a powerful demon, although it indicated the presence of a high-ranked creature. Then she turned to Sauda and assured him that he would be able to handle the task without difficulty. Sauda replied that he understood, although he noted in his mind that Carolina, as always, overestimated his abilities. However, he thought that with Carolina around, there was nothing to worry about, so he added some courage, determined to keep his temper under control no matter what happened. After entering the mansion, Sauda admired its appearance, describing it as an old, dirty, but still attractive house. Suddenly, Caroline stopped abruptly, and Sauda immediately asked her what had happened. Caroline, without looking away, pointed admiringly at the magnificent collection of books collected here, and said that only the most first-class publications were stored here. Sauda, surprised, asked if these were really the books that Caroline had dreamed of and wanted to collect. Caroline confirmed this and remarked with regret that if she had such a collection in the capsule, it would not be so tedious to be bored in it. Sauda thought that since these were the books that Caroline had requested, it might be a good idea to try to borrow a bookcase for her capsule. But first, he needs to decide what to do with those who live in this mansion and find out who really owns this property. Aphrodite's sudden cry echoed through the mansion's corridors. Sunarda, alarmed, immediately asked what had happened. Aphrodite, stammering with fear, replied that terrible, vile monsters had appeared in front of them. Right in front of them were ghouls, level 15, Class E creatures with 118 vitality, 82 physical strength, 15 magic power, and 10 intelligence, but no special skills. Sauda, instantly making up his mind, announced that he would send the monsters to the capsule. However, Aphrodite quickly stopped him, saying in horror that they also live in a capsule, and she is categorically opposed to the neighborhood of this rotten meat, which stinks so much. Sota, without thinking twice, agreed and ordered the Kitsunebi to attack. The Kitsunebi easily burned the ghouls with their fiery breath. Suota looked at the result and was surprised to see that the rancid meat was now covered with a crisp crust. Ciel, overjoyed, praised the Kitsunebi and stroked them affectionately, calling them well done and handsome. Carolina, sensing the magical energy, reported that it was from there that the magic she mentioned earlier was coming. Sauda steeled himself and ordered them in, hands clenched into fists. When they opened the door, they suddenly saw Yuko changing her clothes. Sauda, stunned, immediately exclaimed her name in disbelief. Yuko, equally surprised, also cried out, and then asked irritably what he was doing here and told him to leave immediately. Carolina, not hiding her curiosity, asked Yuko what she was doing here. Yuko, slightly stuttering and confused, explained that she was the head maid and that this was her house, where she just changed clothes in her room. Caroline, hearing her answer, responded calmly, as if accepting her explanation. Aphrodite turned to Sauda and asked what they were going to do now. Ciel didn't hide her surprise as she asked Sauda if he really knew Yuko. Sauda, a little confused, just mumbled something in response. In his mind, he decided that it would be wise to start by asking Yuko to understand what was going on here. They started questioning Yuko, wanting to understand how and why she ended up in this abandoned mansion. Yuko explained that she had long gone to live in the east, away from the city, but her former home was destroyed by hunters, and she had to find a new shelter. She found this mansion, the owner of which, as she learned, died of an illness, and it remained empty. That's how Yuko settled down here. Sauta, surprised by her words, remarked that he thought she lived in a cemetery. Yuko explained that she did visit the cemetery to revive a few new allies, because there are many bodies and, as she put it, materials. Sauta, slightly shocked by the term, repeated the word materials to himself, trying to make sense of her approach to the matter. Yuko, on the other hand, noticed with annoyance that adventurers and hunters, whom she called disgusting people, were now entering the mansion more and more often. Carolina added that the state pays hunters generous rewards, thus explaining their frequent visits. Sauda, understanding what was happening, thought that the hunter's goal must be money. He remembered that Guard had also mentioned it. Sauda looked at Yuko questioningly and asked her what she did when uninvited guests came here, and asked if she was really killing them. Yuko shrugged and explained that if she saw strangers, she didn't touch them, just asked them to leave. To scare them off completely, she set ghouls on them, allowing the monsters to bite them lightly. Sauda, surprised, said that it would be better to give such details right away. Meanwhile, Garrod suddenly chimed in. He said he didn't know who lived in the mansion and thought Sauda would come alone. But he said it was even more interesting. Sauda, slightly confused, asked Guard what he was doing here. Guard replied with a grin that he had obviously used him for his own purposes, considering him a pawn for the victim. He confessed that he lured him here for the sake of fighting monsters, so that all the participants could be put down in the midst of the battle. However, after seeing Yuko, he was sure that there was no point in waiting now, and decided to act right now, relying on his team of hunters from the Rose Festival clan. Sauda, who had realized the scale of the trap, mentally admitted that he had suspected Guard of being dishonest, but he hadn't expected Guard to be able to deceive him so easily. Caroline, noticing the tension, offered to deal with the garbage immediately, assuring that 10 seconds would be enough for her to tear them up and destroy the bodies. Sauda quickly stopped her, knowing that Carolina could destroy everyone in the heat of the moment. In an attempt to hold off his opponents, he summoned a goblin knight and ordered it to engage in battle. Guard, seeing the challenge, chuckled and said that although he thought the rumor of taming was untrue, he now sees the opposite. He quipped that he considered tamers an insignificant profession and doubted that one green knight could protect South from 10 hunters. When Sauta summoned more goblins, Guard was shocked, not expecting so many. Sauta made a mental note that being able to control 15 creatures requires a level around 150, which should really inspire fear even for someone like Guard. However, Garrett quickly regained his composure and urged his hunters not to back down, stating that they wouldn't give in to some goblins. Sauta noted with satisfaction that his goblins were clad in armor that Seal had tempered, and had undergone rigorous training under Carolina's guidance. Guard, perplexed, was outraged when he found out that they were beaten by some goblins. Guard's subordinate, Domin Baldox, responded with confidence, offering to take on the problem, assuring that he could handle it. Domin Baldox, who was 35 years old, defeated the goblins, deciding the battle in his favor. Sauta, watching the scene, thought that this man was really strong. Guard, impressed by Domin's actions, praised him, saying that only he could be relied upon in such a situation, and then ordered him to rip off the enemy's head. Domin, with determination, replied that he would show the enemy how to be indignant in the presence of Mr. Guard. Sauta, analyzing the situation, thought that solving the problem would require something more serious than just goblins or knights. He made a decision and gave the command to send the werewolf into battle. The werewolf wasted no time in obeying Suida's order in an instant and sprang into action. Domin, looking at the situation in surprise, noticed that Samata was quite a worthy opponent. Guard, shocked by what was happening, exclaimed that Suida even had a werewolf. Sauta calmly replied that the werewolf was a worthy opponent, and Gardu, in turn, offered to admit his weakness. He also warned that he had a few more comrades in reserve, and asked if Guard would have the last word before releasing them. Startled, Guard, realizing the danger, suddenly fell down, asking in shock who Sauta was. Domin, aware of the risk, immediately warned Guard that the situation was dangerous, and offered to run away from here. Guard swore, exasperated and hopeless. Sauta, with a slight sneer, asked where they were going to run off to. Sauta used the contact skill to activate the mad mushroom effect. Having received the order, the mushrooms complied with it and started the task. The messiness powder started to take effect. Guard felt an unusual reaction, and when he noticed the change, he cried out that his body was on fire. Sauta, after seeing how his plan with the mad mushrooms worked, watched the chaos they caused among Garrett's subordinates. The messiness powder affected everyone, breaking their sanity. Guard's subordinates began to behave strangely, expressing excessive affection for each other and losing control. Even Domin, who was one of the most reliable, succumbed to the influence and began to admire Garrett, losing his determination. Guard, realizing that the situation was out of control, tried to regain his position, but his efforts were futile. His men had lost the ability to follow his orders, and he was helpless. He realized that his situation was hopeless. Guard tried to threaten Sauta, promising revenge, but Sauta was sure that Guard and his team were no longer a threat. Sauta thought that the Rose Festival had received a well-deserved punishment, and now their name fully reflected their fate. Aphrodite asked quietly if he had deliberately put the mushrooms on with all the consequences in mind. CL responded by calling Sota an animal. Yuko, barely able to contain her laughter, admitted that she hadn't laughed so hard in a long time, and added that the sight was impressive even for an ordinary person, praising him for the idea. Sauta thanked her for the confession. Carolina grabbed Yuko's ears tightly and angrily, told her that she was being rude to her master. Yuko hurriedly started to apologize, begging for forgiveness. Sauta, assessing the situation, suggested that Yumiko leave the mansion. He explained that rumors about evil spirits had already spread and stronger hunters might come here. Yuko replied with a grin, calling the suggestion silly, because nothing would change for someone like her. There was no place in the world where she wouldn't be hunted. Sauta thought about it, noticing that Yuko looked different now than she did in the cemetery, when her features were slightly blurry. He guessed that she might have two modes, ghost mode and human mode, just like Carly, and decided that his guess was correct. Sauta said that he knew of a quiet place that would be perfect for Yuko. Yuko asked incredulously if this was really the case. He confidently confirmed, adding that this place is not only comfortable, but also larger in area than the mansion, and that hunters will not be able to get there. Intrigued, Yuko admitted that she found it hard to believe, but if it was true, she expressed a desire to see the place, asking Sauta to show it to her. Sauta agreed, and said that he would show the place if Yuko turned away a little. Yuko turned her back and asked if she was standing properly. After confirming that she couldn't see, Sauta quietly placed the spherical capsule behind her. Sauta thought that his guess was correct. In human mode, Yuko could be touched. This meant that the residents would now be able to sleep in peace, and Yuko herself would be completely safe. Satisfied with the result, he mentally noted that he had managed to capture a ghost today. South Kazakhstan Region 1 was inside before I realized what was happening, and I was surprised to realize what had happened. A week later, Suda bought the mansion where Yuako lived. This house, he had heard, was usually worth over 5 billion calls. But due to rumors of monsters, the price plummeted, and Sauda was able to purchase it for 10% of the original price. The purchase took almost all of the bounty from the ore fees, but he considered it a good deal. It was a little unsettling that his creatures had been in pods all this time, but now they could live in a spacious mansion. Carly got the books, and he did all 3 of the girls' errands. Aphrodite interrupted his thoughts by irritably saying that it was time to help with the cleaning, noting that the mansion was too large to maintain order alone. Sauda agreed absently. Aphrodite complained that the goddess had to do the cleaning, and Yuko supported her, resenting the fact that she, a demon, had to obey a certain person. Carolina quickly chastised Yuko, who quickly replied that she hadn't said anything. Everyone together, including the creatures, completed the cleaning of the mansion, completing this task successfully. Sauda noted that he had given each of the girls a separate room and moved all of their belongings to the capsules. Finally, he thought, it would be time for some peace and quiet to sleep. However, he suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake somewhere. At night, the girls slept in Sauda's bed, muttering in their sleep. Sauda, noticing this, thought that despite buying a new house and installing the capsules, the situation seemed to remain the same. In the morning, an alarmed Aphrodite came to him with the message that Carly had been captured by a man. Dazed, Sauda quickly went downstairs. He was shocked when he saw that Caroline was being held captive by some unknown person. Carolina apologized to Sauda, admitting that she had been careless. Meanwhile, the stranger, their enemy, was surprised to note that she had heard of demons living in this mansion, but those present seemed to be humans. Seal, who happened to be walking around the mansion, noticed what was happening and intervened. The stranger in confusion asked what all this means and whether the person really works with evil spirits. Recognizing her opponent's voice, Seal exclaimed in surprise, asking if her master was actually there. Sauda immediately remembered that Master Seal had disappeared without a trace 2 years ago after going to battle the demons. The enemy, startled, also recognized Seal and asked in confusion how she came to be here. Sota, meanwhile, managed to get information about the enemy. It was Riku Garbanento, a 23-year-old female dwarf from the clan. Seal began to tell her teacher everything that had happened to her during his absence. She described in detail her adventures, the difficulties she encountered, and the people she met. Riku asked in surprise if it was true, and expressed her gratitude to Suda for saving Ciel. She admitted that if she was outside the city, she would not have had time to come to the rescue. Sauta calmly replied that there was no need to thank him, since Ciel had helped him out more than once. Riku then clarified that Carolina was captured by Bakraji's house, and suggested that Sauta probably saved her as well. Sauta confirmed this, adding that Carly is not as evil a demon as you might think. Riku nodded, acknowledging the bad reputation of Bakraji's company, and complimented Sauta on her courage. Sauta thought that he had managed to convey his position to her, but suddenly Riku attacked Carolina, saying that there are no good demons in this world. Surprised, Sauta exclaimed what she was doing, but Riku confidently said that he was just bewitched by a demon. This is their usual technique. Sauta said that wasn't true. Caroline pointed out to him that it was useless to explain anything to the likes of Riku. Riku was impressed by her agility and called Carolina quick, to which Carolina replied with a grin that her punch was a human one, and that she would release some of her strength out of respect for her weapon. Sauta realized that Carly had gone into vampire mode. Caroline hit Ricky hard, causing her to lose consciousness. Seal called out to her teacher in concern, but Carolina calmed her down by explaining that the blow wasn't fatal and that Riku would soon recover. After a while, Riku actually woke up, realizing what had happened. She bitterly admitted her defeat, indignantly noting that she was not only defeated but also spared. For her, it was a real humiliation. Sauta, interested, asked Riku why she hated demons so much. Riku explained about the tragic incident that happened near Scentbell when her squad of 6 A-rank adventurers encountered the former demon army commander Rumil. Despite the huge difference in strength, her squad was defeated. Riku described how after this encounter, demons, including Rumil and his army, began to spread around the world, destroying people's lives. This was the reason for her determination to become a hunter of evil spirits and destroy demons to protect the world from their threat. She explained that her action was also dictated by the desire to avenge her comrades. Sauta answered thoughtfully, taking it all in. Riku continued, explaining that if she had stayed to tell Ciel about her decision, her confidence might have been shaken. That's why she left town without saying goodbye. Riku apologized to Seal for her sudden disappearance. Seal couldn't contain her emotions as she replied with relief that the main thing for her was to see her master alive and unharmed. Riku said that she had heard about an increase in demon activity in the area, which was the reason for her appearance here. She mentioned the mansion and casino built on the site of Bakraji's company, which is engaged in distributing huge loans. A lot of customers, unable to pay, turn into slaves, and rumors hint at the connection of this institution with demons. Riku added that they tried to introduce spies into the casino, but communication with them was lost. They may have already died. Sauta, hearing about this, offered to take the matter into his own hands. Riku, slightly worried, said that if she stayed, everyone would be in danger. Sauta smiled calmly and assured her that there was nothing to worry about, since Riku had already seen Carolina's power. Riku nodded in acknowledgement. Sauta then added that in addition to Carly, he has other strong allies to rely on. He assured Rika that together they would be able to rescue her companions and prove that good demons really exist. Sauta and Aphrodite headed to the casino, despite Sauta's concerns that he would be better off going there alone so as not to attract attention. Aphrodite insisted on accompanying him, saying that she would not forgive him if he spent their honestly earned money. As they approached the casino, they could hear people talking about the casino business booming recently. It was said that the old management of Bakraji's company disappeared without a trace, and the new management is showing entrepreneurship, which hints at active actions in the field associated with huge money. Sauta thought about it, remembering that he might have been involved in the mysterious disappearance that Riku had mentioned. He himself was curious to know how those concerned were doing. From what Riku had told him, he understood that there were huge financial flows going on in this place, and now he was curious to find out what was really going on here. Sauta and Aphrodite entered the casino, where the atmosphere was very unusual. He dumbfounded by what he saw, he exclaimed as he noticed the many bunny-eared girls around him. His attention was drawn to the strange plaques around their necks, and he wondered what they were. A man standing nearby immediately approached, explaining that Sauta seemed to have the privilege of visiting their establishment for the first time. He pointed to the price tags on the girls' necks, explaining that the female staff is a commodity, and if the customer wins, they can exchange special currency for the girl they like. Sauta was surprised to see that the man in front of him, Los Torizalti, was already at the age of 84. Perplexed, he asked again if this was really the case, and then clarified who was in front of him. The man finally introduced himself as Los Torizalti, the casino owner and chief executive of Bakraji's firm. After hearing this, Sauta realized that he was probably facing the new top of the firm that he had heard about in the rumors. He also realized that this system, where you can win girls through gambling, seems to be more profitable than the usual slave trade, due to the element of randomness and attractiveness for players. Lost added that if you have any questions, Sawada should just contact him. Aphrodite whispered softly to Sunuda that Lost wasn't human. Sunuda reacted calmly, only briefly saying that everything was clear to him. Sauta thought that his age confirmed his guess, but it seemed that the demon in human form didn't have a piercing eye. Otherwise, it would have sensed Dee's aura. It was the same with Carly. He wondered if the rumors about the demon's connection to the casino were probably true. Aphrodite spoke to Sumauda, making it clear that they needed to first learn as much as possible about the enemy before doing anything. Sauta thought that Aphrodite probably just wanted to play at the casino. He agreed. Aphrodite noted that she was right. 2 hours later, Sauta realized that he had lost a lot of money. The game started out fun, and he won a few easy games. But as soon as he started raising the stakes, the cards didn't favor him anymore. Aphrodite exclaimed Sunit's name in disappointment. She grabbed Saut's shoulders and apologized, saying that she had also lost. Sauta asked if Dee had also lost. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, apologized again. Sauta reassured her that it was fine. They only spent 500,000 calls, which was the planned expenses for the month. There was more than 1 million left in the capsule, and they could apologize to the girls later. Aphrodite corrected him, saying that there was no more money in the capsule. She admitted that she lost all the money that was in the capsule, and again apologized to him. Sauta was taken aback and asked if she was serious. Aphrodite, feeling uneasy, asked Sauta why he had brought her here, and what he intended to do. She was afraid that he might want to do something obscene with her, because she had lost everything. Sauta said it wasn't worth it and asked Dee if she really lost all the money. Aphrodite confirmed that she first lost 500,000, and then decided to try to win back. Sauta noticed that she probably didn't notice anything strange, such as the fact that small bets brought a win, and when she increased the bet, she lost more often. Aphrodite thought about it and admitted that she had indeed noticed something similar. Sauta expressed his opinion that they did not lose, but they were simply divorced. Aphrodite enthusiastically confirmed his words, saying that this is exactly the case. Sutada recalled that Rika-san had described how casino patrons were charged with debts, then taken into slavery, forged debts, and turned into commodities. He also described how men were sold as cheap labor. Sukata, he added that he wanted to expose their machinations. Then he asked Didi to keep an eye on his body and contact him via contact if anything happened. So thought about it, thinking that if he could crawl through the vent, he would be able to get out from the other side of the wall. In that case, he would need to use Kitsunebi. Aphrodite, not understanding what he was up to, asked what he was going to do. Suta, surprised, said that he hadn't told her before, that with the new skill, he could transmigrate into the bodies of other monsters. In this case, he was going to use Kitsunebi. Aphrodite confessed that this was the first time she had ever heard of it. Sada announced that DC now needed to be ready to catch him. Suda transmigrated into Kitsunebi's body. He wondered what to say about exposing their plan. That was one thing, but it might actually be a lot more complicated. The casino employees started laughing as they discussed, saying that it would be hard for them not to laugh. One of them asked if he was referring to that busty blonde, and added that with judging by her appearance, she's probably an aristocrat. Sauta was surprised, thinking they were talking about Denui. One of the employees continued that this is interesting, because often only idiots come to the casino who do not notice how they use illusion magic to change the suits of the cards. Sauta was shocked and thought how quickly they had revealed all their secrets. He wondered if illusion magic was a type of dark magic. Suddenly, Lost showed up and asked why they weren't working. The casino staff got scared and turned to him, calling him Mr. Lost. Lost demanded a report on the busty blonde, reminding them that he had given them orders to squeeze every last drop out of her. The employees replied that they had followed his instructions, and they had easily charged her 10 million calls. All of this was made possible by the illusion magic that Lost had taught them. They added that Blondie ran away with tears in her eyes. Lost hit the employee, asking if he was an idiot. He recalled that he repeatedly said that idiots in the game are charged a debt, and then put them on the counter. Lost also suggested that a woman with this appearance could be trained to dance and sold to perverted aristocrats, earning at least 30 million calls. A startled casino employee promised to correct his mistake. Lost kicked him, annoyed that he didn't know how to fix the situation. He called the employee an idiot who missed out on a lot of money, and called him worthless garbage. The casino employee disconnected. Lost smiled wryly and remarked that this was why he hated dealing with people. Sushita thought that people were nothing to Lost, just trash. He realized that the demon Lost was behind all this. Sauta noted that because of the likes of Lost, people think badly of good demons like Carly. He promised that Lost will soon have a shakeup. A few days later, Carolina said that her sense of smell suggested that there were members of her family inside. But based on the aura, she concluded that the casino owner was a lousy, low-level demon, so he wouldn't notice her. Sauta thought that, as always, Carly was the most reliable person in the world. He sold rare items from the mansion and raised 20 million calls, which is all the money they have now. Sauta decided to challenge the game in which he had already lost so many times, poker. The casino employee asked how much Suda was going to bet. Sauta replied that he would play all in and said that he would bet all his money. The people in the casino noticed Saut's bet and made a noise of surprise. Someone noticed that he was putting 200 chips at a time, which is the equivalent of 20 million calls, and wondered what he was up to. An employee of the casino, concerned about such a bet, asked if Sauta had changed his mind, because this step would be irreversible. He asked if he was sure of his decision. Sauta confidently replied that he was sure. The casino employee agreed and announced that the game would start. Sauta, thinking to himself that he was preparing for the worst, but seemed to have been taken for a simpleton, noticed the confident expression on the dealer's face. He realized that the man was relying on his sleight of hand and magic, but he thought about the cards that had been dealt to him. He didn't understand who was charging the cards like that, because even a pair didn't fall out. A casino employee offered to retake the cards. Sauta agreed, asking for it to be done. It flashed through Suan's mind that there was a chance of such a card falling out, but after spending so much yesterday, it couldn't be an accident anymore. He also noted that the dealer's face showed that he was hiding something. Using his contact skill, Sauta contacted Carly, asking for her help. Caroline replied that she was ready to comply with his request. She used magic to help Sauta. Sauta revealed with a smile that he now had all the trumps and a royal straight flush. The people in the casino were completely shocked when they saw Sauta's cards. One of them exclaimed that a royal straight flush is a 100-fold increase in the bet, which means a win of 20 billion calls. The casino employee, dumbfounded, could not believe that such a thing could happen. Sauta, thinking to himself, realized that if they decided to trick him with magic, it was fine if he used his own magic, just a little more powerful. He remembered that he had a pro-magician on his team. The casino employee, unable to restrain himself, accused Saut of fraud, demanding an explanation of how he did it. Sauta, in response, wondered why he was called a crook and asked if they knew the cards he was holding. The casino employee couldn't say anything and just sighed heavily. At that moment, Lost appeared, interested in the noise. He asked me what was going on. A panicked casino employee addressed him as Mr. Lost, apologizing for the noise. Lost smiled and invited Saut into the office, adding that he wanted to give him some advice for the future, considering that he had won such a large sum. Suda agreed and said he was coming. Carolina, watching, was worried about Suda. Suda reassured her that everything would be fine and asked her to wait here. Carly Lost noted with a grin that Sauta seemed to have been very lucky and congratulated him on his big win. Sauta, however, did not forget about his money and asked when he would receive the winnings. Lost wasted no time in promising to hand over the money and immediately swung the knife at Saut. Sauta, taken aback by the gesture, exclaimed in disbelief as to what Lost was going to do. Lost explained that they didn't have to give money to nasty people like Surta, and that if he just lost, it would be over. But now he would have to do extra work. Sauta, realizing that Lost had just revealed all the secrets of his business, knew that his plans would soon be ruined. Lost gave orders to his subordinates to kill Saut. Sauta responded by ordering his goblin knights to act, and they quickly neutralized Lost's subordinates. Lost, enraged, couldn't understand why Suit had so many goblins. Disappointed by the failure, Lost recognized that his subordinates were useless, and finally decided to show his true form. He revealed his true form and mockingly declared that Suda would now see his true strength. Lost introduced himself as Torazalti, a member of the vampire family, level 23 and class S. He gave his stats: vitality 188, physical strength 129, magic power 148, intelligence 132, and spoke about his magic skills in the areas of fire, wind, water, and darkness. Lost asked mockingly if Sauta had swallowed his tongue out of fear. Suta, assessing the situation, realized that Lost was much weaker than he had imagined, and that he was a pawn compared to Carly. Lost continued to pour out his confidence, calling Saut a pathetic flea, which only added fuel to the fire. Sauta, realizing that Lost was too amused, decided to use his Pokemon, which he knew would definitely knock the smile off his face. He summoned an adamantite golem. Sauta gave a command to his adamantito golem, and it immediately hit Lost. After the blow, Suta thanked his golem. Lost, dumbfounded and furious, couldn't figure out who it was and demanded an answer. Sauta calmly introduced himself as Kazuhaya Sauta, an ordinary adventurer. Lost, not believing Saut's words, began to doubt, claiming that an ordinary adventurer wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Suta, controlling his anger, reproached Lost for taking his money by fraud, and asked how many other people he had deceived and what had become of them. Lost was confused, trying to justify himself. Suda, feeling angry, said emphatically that his patience was over. Lost, in desperation, began to plead with Saut, promising to release all the debtors and offering first-class slaves if only he would be spared. But Suda rejected his offer, saying that Lost would face another reckoning. Sauta wasted no time in throwing the ball capsule that Lost had hit. Lost tried to pull away in a panic, but Sauta calmed him down, promising that until he freed him, he would sleep like a baby. Lost fell asleep before he could answer. Sauta, thinking that he had finally caught the casino owner, knew that the exposure of the casino's machinations was complete. The establishment lost its top spot and was closed. Casino employees, including Rika, were released. Riku, grateful to Suta, offered him the money that was confiscated from the casino. Satauta was surprised and asked if all this money really belonged to her. Riku confirmed that it is about 100 million, despite the fact that some of the money was stolen by escaped casino employees. She also asked if she could talk to Caroline. Riku bowed to Sauta, sincerely apologizing for her previous intentions and admitting that it was only through his efforts that the dishonest casino was exposed. She realized that she had previously condemned demons, but now that she saw his actions, she changed her mind. Caroline echoed her words. Sauta, smiling, thought that this was a good sign, since the misconceptions were beginning to disappear. Seal, a little confused, asked what Suda was going to do next. Riku replied that as long as there were demons in the world that affected humans, she would continue her hunt, and asked if Seal would go with her. However, seeing Seal's expression, Riku couldn't help but tease her that she was clearly in love. Seal was embarrassed and tried to laugh it off, while Riku cheerfully added that Suda should keep an eye on Seal. Riku, with a smile, placed the ring on Seal's hand, explaining that it is called the Death Resistance Ring and has the unique ability to save from a fatal blow once a day. She warned Seal that adventurers face dangers at every turn, and the ring will help her avoid being killed at a critical moment. Seal, moved by such a gift, thanked Rika, and Rika, in turn, wished her good luck, hinting that she should not lose to her rivals. Sauta, a little puzzled, asked what kind of contestants he was talking about, and Seal blushed, saying that the teacher was just joking. Lost regained consciousness and started looking around, dumbfounded, asking where he was. Sauta noticed that Lost had regained consciousness and curiously said that he was finally awake. Lost realized in a panic that he was bound and began nervously asking what they were going to do to him. He began to beg for mercy, promising to fulfill any demand in order to save his life. Suda, having heard his request, suggested something unexpected: to become a housekeeper in his house in a new body, teasing that since Lost is ready for anything, this may be a good option. Lost, a little surprised, agreed, noting that he was a good cook, but then he was overtaken by uncertainty when he realized that he was talking about a new body and the role of a housekeeper. Sauta, after thinking about it, decided to use his recent discovery, a new talent that allows you to cross demons. Succubi from the succubus family are powerful S-class demons with unique and dangerous abilities. Although their physical strength is moderate, 45, their magic power, 285, and intelligence, 120. Their main specialization is dark magic, in which they are considered one of the best among all demons, and the skills of squeezing the juices of aphrodisiacs, which allows them to manipulate the desires and emotions of other creatures. The peculiarity of these creatures is that all succubi are females, and they actively seduce and possess males of other families in order to create offspring, which they later leave. This gives them power and control over their victims, and their carnal love skills turn them into dangerous manipulators. The conditions for their appearance are associated with a rare and unusual cross between a vampire and a mad mushroom, which gives them additional magical abilities and powers. In turn, succubi pride themselves on their mastery of dark magic, in which succubi are considered among the best among all demons. Sauta thought that succubi are monsters that turn men into slaves with their sexy bodies and insatiable libido, and this is the dream of all men. He was also glad that this day had come and thanked Lost. Lost, having turned into a woman, was terrified of what was happening and did not understand what had happened to him. He started to panic, asking what had happened to him and what the changes in his body were. Sauta, though not fully aware of what had happened, couldn't help but praise the transformation, noting that Lost had a kawaii face and a chest size roughly similar to Aphrodite's. Lost, in a panic, asked what Suda had done to him, not understanding what had happened. Sauta, trying to calm Lost down, said that he didn't fully understand what had happened yet, but he noticed that Lost was now a truly beautiful woman. He added with a smile that he was even a little envious now, because Lost can now enjoy his new appearance and crumple such charms as much as he wants. Sauta joked about touching her new shape, which infuriated Lost. He tried to hit him but couldn't, as he felt his hand stop in midair. Sauta explained that this is the result of a ball capsule that restricts the ability to harm its owner. He thought that even though D had hit him several times, it seemed that the effect only came from punches made with the intent to hurt. Or the goddesses simply have characteristics that set them apart from others. Lost felt sad and wondered why he was doing this. Aphrodite, noticing his condition, asked what was wrong with him, while Seal expressed her sympathetic reaction, saying that she felt sorry for Lost. Sia thought about it, thinking that maybe he really had treated him cruelly. Carolina asked Sauta to let them handle the matter, and Yuko supported the proposal by approving it. Sauta agreed, but asked what they were going to do with her. Carolina replied that she wasn't ready to serve her master at the moment, so they would start re-education from scratch. Lost mockingly said that she would do without the maids, wondering how they were going to reform someone. Yuko slapped Lost, silently begging him for it. She scolded Lost severely, calling him an ignoramus, and explaining that the vampire mother, Mistress Caroline, was standing in front of him. She added that a lowly demon like Lost wasn't allowed to talk to her without permission. Lost, hearing Caroline's name, reacted with disbelief, saying that this was not true, because Caroline is a hero of the vampire family and will not serve a pathetic person. Caroline, controlling her anger, warned Yi Yi that if he said another insult to Mr. Suda, she would rip out her tongue and she would never be able to speak again. Lost, fighting back her shock, admitted that this was indeed Mistress Caroline. She also said that she was now happy to serve her, the vampire mother. Sauta, surprised by what was happening, asked if they had broken Lost's manhood. Yuko calmly replied that it was the highest happiness for vampires to serve a stronger individual, explaining that this was the expected response. Sauta thought for a moment, realizing that he now understood more clearly what had happened. After one night, Sota was surprised to see how many things had appeared. Aphrodite, laughing, said that it was all made by Lost, hinting at her culinary abilities. Suta, startled, asked if it was serious. Lost, with an expression of self-satisfaction, replied that there was nothing a human couldn't do, but a demon could. Sauta reflected that he only wanted a succubus, and now he has a housewife, which is also not bad. Previously, he trusted only Carly with all the housework, and especially the kitchen, because she literally had everything on her shoulders. Plus, he couldn't help but notice how good Lost looked in a maid outfit. Lost, seeing Sauta's look, hastened to explain that she had prepared this out of love and respect for Mistress Caroline, and certainly not for him. Sauta was surprised to realize that Lost seemed to be the real tsundere. Caroline, hearing Lost's words, reminded him that she had already told him to watch his mouth when communicating with his host. Lost, realizing his mistake, tried to justify himself, but Caroline did not allow him, severely punishing him for excuses. Lost apologized, but it was too late. Sauta, a little confused by the situation, asked if it was okay to eat now. Later, in his room, Sauta noticed with satisfaction that he had eaten enough and was now feeling good. Sauta reflected that he hadn't checked his status for a long time and was surprised to find that he had raised several levels, probably thanks to Yuko and Lost's help. He also noticed that he had a new skill. His profession was now Monster Tamer, level 576, with Vitality 262, Physical Strength 97, Magic Power 208, and Intelligence 2,993. Among the new features were the Divine Gift, Absolute Dominance, and a number of skills: Ball Capsule, Piercing Eye, Monster Crossing, Contact, Psychological Manipulation, and Reincarnation. Sauta's special attention was drawn to the Reincarnation skill of Class A. This skill allowed you to transform into the appearance of a captured creature for a while maintaining its own state. The conditions for obtaining it were to create a creature of at least S-class with an intelligence of at least 2,000. Sabata, while thinking, noticed that the conditions for activating reincarnation worked when Lost became a succubus. He found it interesting. He realized that this was some kind of psychological manipulation, but now his body will not be defenseless. All changes occur on another being, and this does not directly affect him. Suda thought it might even be fun. He thought about who to choose for reincarnation, and decided to choose Aphrodite, because she was at the very top of the list, and there was no reason to be embarrassed about this choice. Sukauta, who was reincarnated as Aphrodite, noticed that his voice and clothing now completely matched the appearance of this goddess. He felt no shame, because this was his body. Sauta thought that if you touch yourself a little, it's okay, because this is his property. He admired the softness of her body, thinking that he could keep doing it indefinitely. At that moment, someone opened the door. Lost was surprised to see that she had seen everything. Sugata, dumbfounded, screamed, trying to explain that it was him, Sugata, and not someone else, and that he was the sun goddess Aphrodite. Lost chuckled, noting that it was a cheap trick and that she knew exactly who was in this body. She added that the mannerisms and movements were too masculine to be convincing. Lost joked that if Caroline found out what had happened, Suta would lose all respect in her eyes. Suta, terrified, did not know what to say, because he knew that the consequences could be terrible. Inside, he realized that he was acting like a character from a hentai anime. In desperation, he asked Lost to keep it a secret and promised to do whatever she wanted. Lost chuckled and asked if he was ready for anything, then tied his hands together. Sauta, not understanding her intentions, was startled and asked her what she was up to. Lost replied that she was going to teach him a lesson in humiliation that she had experienced herself, a lesson in what it means to be turned into a woman. Sauta, completely confused, realized that the situation had become very confusing, and inwardly thought about how bodies intertwine like lilies and souls intertwine like roses. He was trying to stop Lost, demanding that she stop. Sauta thought that the captured creatures could not harm their master. However, Lost noticed with a grin that he could be won over with such a quick flick of his tongue. She claimed that it wasn't a demon rising, but just part of a special performance, and that now she could do whatever she wanted with it. Sauta, in a panic, asked her to stop. He realized that if she continued, he would lose something very important, and thought that it was better to just be branded a pervert. In desperation, he exclaimed that he needed help. Caroline heard him and hurried to help. She demanded an explanation, asking what was going on and what Lost's behavior meant. Lost quickly defended herself, claiming that this wasn't what Caroline thought. She explained that Sauta was abusing the skill and engaging in debauchery, and she was just trying to punish him. Sauta, in response, accused Lost of promiscuity, calling her a professor. He realized that the duration of his reincarnation was much shorter than he had expected, and apologized to Lost for his actions. Sauta noted that only cheese and eggs remained from the purchases. At the same time, he reflected that the more people at the event, the more difficult it becomes to organize purchases. In his mind's eye, he thought of hiding all the things in a deserted place, or sending them to a capsule, but in the end, he decided that he could handle it himself. Aphrodite, meanwhile, drew Suta's attention to a small clothing store, calling it cute. Sauta, noticing Aphrodite's new clothes, was surprised and wondered where she got them from. Aphrodite explained that Losta-chan made the outfit from materials found in the mansion. Sauta was amazed that Losta could create such a complex design, and thought that in addition to her excellent culinary skills, Losta could also sew, which made her a great member of the team. Aphrodite expressed regret that they hadn't been alone much lately, and noted that Suta had stopped saying anything nice about her. She shared her desire to spend the day together and go shopping. Sauta thought that this was probably why Aphrodite had put on her new dress. Accepting her offer, he allowed her to choose whatever she wanted. Sauta later noted that the volume of purchases was significantly higher than he expected, and admitted that he did not expect such a scale. Aphrodite explained that she had chosen the most delicate underwear for everyone and tried to choose the most suitable, which is why the number of things turned out to be large. Then she suggested that we go to another store nearby. The man turned to Aphrodite, shouted her name in surprise, and then, a little embarrassed, clarified that it was really her. This guy was Morozumi Shinji, a 15-year-old boy of Japanese descent. Suta, at that moment, wondered how a person with a Japanese name could possibly know Aphrodite. Aphrodite, also a little surprised, responded by noticing him and trying to remember. Morozumi Shinji confirmed that it was him and reminded her that she had summoned him from Earth. He introduced himself, which surprised Suta, since Shinji was also a summoner, just like him. Aphrodite finally remembered Shinji and called him by his first name, but Suta was skeptical that she actually barely remembered him. Shinji, meanwhile, asked her what she was doing in a place like this, reminding her that she was busy with the important work of connecting their world and this one. He also noticed Suta's presence and asked who he was. Aphrodite hastily replied that it was her servant. She explained that she took a vacation in paradise, chose an assistant, and decided to look at this world. Suta was shocked by her words, not expecting such a response. Shinji, however, took her explanation in stride, even agreeing that it was the right thing to do. Suta was completely confused and felt like his brain was exploding from such information. Although he knew it was difficult to explain what was really going on, he decided to accept the situation as it was. Aphrodite, changing the subject, asked Shinji if he was currently engaged in demon hunting. Shinji confirmed that he is currently serving in an organization called Secrets of the Abyss, which he described as the strongest hunter group in Athelgate. He added that they are daily strengthening their powers to prepare for the predicted resurrection, and noted that he achieved all this thanks to the profession of a holy knight, which Aphrodite gave him. Sauta thought that this profession was clearly something prestigious and powerful. Shinji thought of a friend that he would very much like Aphrodite to meet, emphasizing that this person is also Japanese and has extraordinary strength. According to him, they recently met. Suddenly they heard the voice of a rough man who, addressing a passerby, loudly shouted that he did not see where he was going and as if he wanted to die. In his mind's eye, Sauta noted that this stranger reminded him of a classic brute from the movies. The gruff man raised his voice and said that he belonged to a well-known group of A-rank adventurers in the city, known as the Basalt Brothers. Sauta was surprised at this moment to realize that these were indeed high-ranking adventurers, even though their appearance didn't show it. Basalt continued, adding that they were not some small-time adventurers, and suggested that the enemy bow an apology to avoid reprisal. At the same time, he rudely called him names and said that he was in trouble. Male passerby Basalt suddenly attacked the brothers. Sauta, watching this, was dumbfounded and couldn't believe the speed of his movements, almost not noticing the attack itself. His mind was preoccupied with the question of who this person really was. After a short fight, the mysterious man easily dealt with the opponent, dismissively called them weaklings. He turned out to be Kuro Ryuki, a 15-year-old Japanese man armed with legendary swords, the demonic sword Divine Save and the holy sword Stardust Blade, both Class S. These swords could only belong to a select few, and each of them was incredibly powerful. A single blow from Divine Save was able to cut through the darkness, and Stardust Blade was able to cut through the light. Sauta couldn't hide his astonishment at this time, and wondered in his mind where Kuro had obtained such legendary artifacts. Shinji, noticing the impression made on Aphrodite and Suta, proudly added that Kuro is the best in their group and has the strongest profession of a hero. He is known as the two-witted Kuro, due to his unique mastery of two holy blades at once. While assuring Aphrodite, Shinji assured her that with an ally like Kuro, there was no need to worry. There was no one who could defeat him. Kuro, according to him, was capable of destroying even a demon lord. Returning home, Suta sat down and said that he couldn't feel his legs at all after a long day. Caroline, expressing sympathy, apologized to him for having to shop for everyone. Sauta, trying to calm her down, said that there was nothing wrong with that, and added that today he had met a truly incredible person. Aphrodite agreed with him, noting that Kuro was truly amazing. She noted that he has a rare and strong hero profession, which, according to her, is completely opposite to the weakest and most worthless profession. A monster tamer. Sauta suddenly noticed the expression on Caroline's face and asked what was wrong with her. Carolina hesitated, then explained that she remembered someone named Kuburo. Suta, surprised, asked if she had seen him before. Caroline confirmed that she had once met him in battle and was defeated. Sauta was taken aback and stammered out if she really lost. Carolina calmly explained that before they met, she lived in a settlement with other demons, until one day a hunter named Kuro appeared and destroyed their village. Sauta, trying to understand the consequences of these events, suggested that her enslavement was also related to that defeat. Carolina confirmed this by explaining that she became a slave after losing to Kuburo. So Sauta silently realized how far Kuburo's influence on the fates of those he encountered extended. Sauta was deep in thought. He never knew that Carolina was enslaved after being defeated by a powerful opponent like Kumuro. Previously, it had seemed a mystery to him how such a strong Caroline could have been caught, but he hadn't expected the answer to be like this. This Kushiro seems to be really incredibly strong. As a demon-hunting hero, he was the absolute opposite of Sugita, the monster tamer who lived among them. Inwardly, Sugita recognized that if anyone had to defeat Ibris, it would have to be Kusuro. However, his heart told him that if it were possible, he would want to stay here, near his friends. When he first came to this world, his first thought was to return home. But now he realized that his current life wasn't so bad. He wished that the powerful demon Ibris would never be resurrected. However, he knew in his heart that it was inevitable. The world seemed to signal that their quiet days were coming to an end. Suddenly, he was woken up by Aphrodite, alarmed by something serious. Sauta sat up abruptly and looked around, asking what had happened and why everyone was gathered in his room. Ciel quietly pointed to the window and invited him to take a look. Sauta went to the window and looked out, unable to believe his eyes. In the sky in front of him, a dark castle loomed majestically, slowly floating in the air. Caroline confirmed his worst fears. This was the Demon Lord's castle. The people around were discussing the castle of a powerful demon that had appeared in the sky. Some were nervously calling out to the others to pack their bags, while others were directly expressing their fear of the impending threat. Sauta, hearing all this talk, wondered if the appearance of the castle was connected with the prophesied prophecy. There were disappointed voices of adventurers in the guild building. One of them was disappointed to learn that the required rank for the quest was not lower than A rank, and he himself was so eager to participate. After hearing this, Suta suspected that the quest might be related to the demon's castle. Sudita noticed a bulletin board that actually had an emergency quest called Subduing a Mighty Demon. This quest required a rank of at least A, and the goal was to explore the castle of a powerful demon that hovered over the coast of Deem. The reward remained contractual, and it was impossible to complete the quest again. The note stated that the quest would require an expensive zero-gravity stone to complete, and so the candidates would be carefully selected. Sauta sighed, realizing that due to his low rank, he wouldn't be able to participate in this quest. In his mind, he consoled himself with the fact that there were enough people of Shinji and Kuburo's level around to rely on for such a task. Deciding to leave this quest for more experienced adventurers, he continued to look around. Aphrodite later asked Suta if he had accepted the quest. Yuko and Lost stayed in the mansion. Suta explained that he was unavailable for his rank and had no choice but to give it up. Instead, he chose a different quest, Subduing Devils, which was suitable for his level.
The goal of the quest was to subdue one imp that appeared on the coast, and the reward was 8,000 calls. This quest also couldn't be repeated, but it was available for his G rank.
CL noticed with a touch of irony that Suta, as always, hoped that someone else would do his job and kill the imp instead, calling him a coward. Suta, outraged by this statement, asked again, not understanding where he was wrong again. Caroline intervened and reassured him that it was a wise decision to stay out of the castle. She explained that, according to her intuition, this castle is unlikely to be inhabited by a real powerful demon, and someone who presumptuously calls himself such a great title is most likely an imposter.
Suta, trying to understand how Caroline could be so sure, asked her if she was sure.
Inwardly, he thought that if Caroline's words were true, then there really was no point in going to a dangerous castle, and it was better to focus on completing normal quests. Suddenly, a gruff voice shouted an insult from the side, which immediately caught Sauta's attention.
He could tell by the sound that they were the Basalt brothers, the same thugs who had been so defiant earlier. The brothers, seeing that Suta did not notice them, continued to mockingly stir up the conflict, wondering why he ignored them, and declared him a cool man. Sauta, watching them, laughed inwardly at their ridiculous appearance, thinking that these brothers didn't look like A-rank adventurers at all.
They had only recently learned a good lesson from Kupro, but it didn't seem like they had learned anything. The thought flashed through his mind that he had passed a lot of strange people on his way today. Suddenly, Suta saw information about the one that the Basalt brothers were clashing with. It was a Dark Apostle, an S-class creature with fearsome stats. Level 40, Vitality 1008, Physical Strength 1580, Magic Power 1280, and Intelligence 888. Seeing such a dangerous enemy, Suta thought in a panic that the Basalt brothers should run as fast as possible if they wanted to escape.
The Basalt brothers, not realizing the gravity of the situation, taunted the Dark Apostle, calling him an armored moron. One of them kicked him. However, their audacity cost them their lives. The Dark Apostle mercilessly killed both of them.
Caroline, aware of the danger, called on Suta to withdraw immediately. Sauta, somewhat taken aback by what had happened, agreed, and turned to Aphrodite and CL, telling them to take shelter in the capsule for safety.
Taking advantage of the moment, he asked Caroline who this Dark Apostle was.
Caroline explained that he was one of the servants of Ibris, a powerful demon. Still, she was surprised by his appearance, since only Ibris himself could control the Dark Apostles.
Even so, Caroline was sure that they should leave the danger zone immediately and return home.
Their flight was halted by an unexpected sight. The Dark Apostles began to relentlessly attack the inhabitants, wreaking havoc on them. Panic-stricken residents screamed for help, their cries for rescue ripping through the air. Sausta, watching the chaos, felt helpless, knowing that he couldn't handle such enemies.
At this moment, a mysterious woman walked up to them, letting out a light chuckle. Her name was Rumil Fonelli, and despite her appearance, her age was 388 years old.
The woman greeted Caroline with a smirk, calling her by her full name, Caroline Barton. Sauta thought for a moment, trying to figure out what was going on. He wondered what Rika had told him about the commander-marshal of the Ibris army, who had destroyed an A-rank adventurer squad. He wondered how she knew about Carly. Carolina, in turn, asked Rumil what was going on here.
Rumil, grinning, answered A's question, saying that such things are obvious. Hebut explained, but that the apostles only follow the orders of Mr. Ibris and others. But that Caroline had once led the entire army, so how could she not have known that, was a mystery to him.
Sauta was amazed that Carly had once led an army. He was shocked, but given her strength and demon nature, it made it easier for him to believe in such moments in her biography. Rumil went on to ask Carolina to think about her own dignity, noting that Mr. Ibris recognized her talents. He also told Ali that if she acted like an obedient girl and went to the castle, the apostles would be quickly recalled. Caroline, outraged, asked if they wanted to take the townspeople into slavery.
Rumil replied, but he waved away that she shouldn't say anything stupid, but added but that all life in this world originally belongs to Mr. Ibris.
Caroline, having no other options, decided to go with them.
Sauta looked at her and said Carly's name.
Caroline bowed her head and confessed that she had no excuse, master. Suauta, deciding that he would not let her go like this, said that he would not let her pass. He ordered the adamantite golem to recapture Carly from her.
The adamantite golem began to execute the order, attacking Rumil. However, Rumil destroyed the golem with a single blow. Sauta was in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed that this couldn't be happening. Sauta wondered how it was possible for a golem to be destroyed in one hit. He shocked by what had just happened, he fell to his knees, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He felt his strength and confidence crumble, and questions about how strong Rumil was filled his mind.
Rumil, with disappointment in his voice, said that he was disappointed with Carolina. He said that a demon like her had made a mistake in choosing to serve a man like Suta. Suta felt weak as he thought about how he couldn't protect himself or others. The next morning, Lost, angry last name, thought about it, but that if Caroline is no longer there, then he is, but he's not going to stay and do anything in this place. Yuko agreed with him, saying that to obey a person like Suta, this is an error. Aphrodite, noticing their conversation, indignantly called them to order, saying that they were not ashamed to talk like this. Ciel supported her, adding that at such a moment, you need to unite and find a way to save Caroline. At that moment, Suta heard strange noises from outside. After a while, the guards entered the mansion. Suta stood up and anxiously asked who they were and what they were doing here, demanding an answer. One of the guards, addressing him by name, informed him that Suta had been arrested on suspicion of treason. Suta asked the guards about the reasons for the treason charges, wondering what they meant by that. One of the guards told him not to pretend and ordered his subordinates to capture him immediately. The guards immediately obeyed the order, grabbing Suta tightly, giving him no chance to resist. He exclaimed in confusion, demanding to be released, and in his mind's eye, he thought that he was going to try to get the capsule out. However, the guards managed to use some kind of remedy, from which Suta immediately began to lose consciousness. His last thought before he completely blacked out was about why it was getting dark so fast. One of the guards reported that the suspect was detained, and added that he should be escorted to the prison tower. At that moment, Ciel and Aphrodite said South's name, worried about his detention. Once in the prison tower, Suta began to mentally record his observations about what was happening to him. Already on the first day, listening carefully to the conversations of the guards, he was able to understand what was the reason for his arrest. It turned out that his detention was connected with an event called Attack of the Mighty Demon Apostles, which caused serious damage to the city. The government launched an investigation into the incident, finding witnesses who claimed to have seen a suspicious guy talking to demons. Upon further investigation, additional details emerged that indicated that this guy had repeatedly been in the company of demon-like creatures. The government, after drawing its conclusions, blamed Suta for the recent devastating event, presenting his actions as if Kazuhaya Suta had conspired with demons to overthrow the government. He also realized that due to his state of exhaustion, he had no strength left, plus his stats had dropped significantly, and his skills were blocked, making his situation much more difficult. Suta, whose level as a monster tamer had reached 576, found that his stats had dropped significantly. Its survivability was now only 27, down by 235 points. Physical strength was reduced to 1, down by 6, and magic power was reduced to 2, down by 206 points. Intelligence was particularly affected, dropping to 30, which meant a loss of 2,963 units. In a state of exhaustion, his skills were rendered unavailable. Suta thought that this condition might be caused by some kind of poison, and admitted that his situation was almost hopeless. On the third day, he noticed that the strange state of exhaustion did not go away. After starting to think about possible ways to get new doses of the drug into his system, Suta decided to flush all the food down the toilet to prevent further poisoning. On the fourth day, he felt cold and hungry, wondering how a person could become so ill after just one day of fasting. On the fifth day, after hearing the guards whisper, he learned that the exhaustion drug was being sprayed into the cell through the ventilation system, and it was useless to throw away the food. The sixth day brought some relief after the meal, but the thought of a possible deterioration of the situation remained in my head. The feeling of loneliness was becoming more unbearable, as he had no one to talk to. On the seventh day, the desire to meet someone increased. He wondered how his friends were doing, hoping they hadn't been captured. Then, with a pang in his heart, he realized how much happiness was hidden in his carefree days and freedom. On the eighth day, the door of his cell suddenly opened. Suta thought that perhaps his prayers had been answered, and someone would join him. To his surprise, the swordsman Kuro appeared in front of him. Recognizing him, Suta exclaimed in surprise, calling him by his first name. Kuro confirmed his identity and recalled seeing Suta with the goddess. Suta introduced himself, noting that, like Kuro, he came here from Earth. Kuro narrowed his eyes and guessed that Suta was also trapped. However, Suta, not understanding what he was talking about, asked him a question in a daze, wanting an explanation. Kuro, noticing Suta's confusion, explained that Suta probably wasn't aware of the latest developments.
He explained that all those summoned from Earth were arrested at the same time, and this coincidence was clearly not an accident.
Kuro emphasized that this was a well-planned operation, organized by the adjutant of the mighty demon troops named Hunkel, known by the nickname of the Great Sage. Sauta repeated Sage Hunkel's name in bewilderment, trying to make sense of what he was hearing.
Kuro confirmed his assumption and added that Hunkel's name is celebrated in the songs as the name of an outstanding commander of the Ibris army.
It was Hunkel who sent angels to all corners of the world and gained power over the human world. Kuro assumed that Hunkel had started to eliminate anyone who might interfere with the resurrection of the mighty demon.
Realizing this, Sauta asked a clarifying question, wanting to make sure that it was Hunkel who had resurrected Ibris.
Kuro sadly confirmed his guess,
adding that only a powerful demon could control the castle in the air, which required Ibris' resurrection. He said that Hunkel had obtained the preserved remains of Ibris for this purpose.
Half a millennium ago, the hero defeated Ibris,
which caused his soul to leave his body, and the magical energy dissipated. However, people were still afraid of him, and so the remains of Ibris were safely hidden under guard in the capital.
Kuro explained that, despite the guards, Hunkel managed to bypass the guards and steal the body, and then somehow resurrect it. Sauta, startled by this detailed account, asked Kuro how he knew all these details. To this, Kuro replied that he knew, of course, since he was the one who sneaked past the guards and stole the body.
Sauta exclaimed in disbelief.
Kuro hastily defended himself, asking Sauta not to misunderstand him. He explained that it wasn't really his fault, as he was the victim of Hunkel's insidious deception.
According to Kuro, an incredible beauty he had never seen before begged him to steal the remains, citing something extremely convincing, including her outstanding beauty.
Kuro recalled how he gave her the body, and then everything that happened next was a blur to him. Sauta, realizing the reason for what happened, slapped Kuro, accusing him that all the troubles were his fault.
Kuro, trying to defend himself, screamed that he didn't mean anyone any harm and didn't do anything wrong intentionally. Sauta thought of Kuro, realizing that despite his earlier admiration for this cold-blooded and incredibly strong warrior, he had completely forgotten that Kuro was an ordinary high school student.
Sauta's thoughts lingered on Kuro's equipment, 2 legendary swords, and a black feathered robe.
As he noted, they were hinting at the so-called 8th grader syndrome.
It seemed to Sauta that if you removed this ostentatious tinsel, then a powerful warrior with almost cheating characteristics would turn into a naive teenager who was prone to succumb to female charms.
After realizing this, Sauta apologized to Kuro for the blow and suggested that he think about how to get them out of prison.
Sauta himself decided that it was necessary to get Carly back as quickly as possible in order to face such a treacherous opponent as Hunkel.
However, Kuro, who was devoid of hope, coldly replied that it was useless.
Without their abilities, they are just ordinary Japanese schoolchildren and will not be able to do anything, since their defeat, in his opinion, was inevitable.
Sauta frowned, wondering if Kuro was right.
It seemed impossible to him that there was nothing he could do when his friends were in trouble.
However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected voice saying his name.
He recognized the voice instantly. Aphrodite, calling herself the most charming goddess in the world, announced that she had come to save him.
Not far from the prison tower, there was a tunnel that led to Sauta's place of detention.
Sealgota message from Yuko.
Using a spell, the message says that Sauta is on the 8th floor in cell B.
Lost, irritated last name situation, confirmed but the intention to make his way to Sauta, commenting that he was nothing but a problem. He also expressed surprise that it was possible to dig such a huge tunnel in a week. Seal reminded her that she was a dwarf, and her natural skills allowed her to dig a tunnel, although without the help of Lost's freeze magic, the walls would have collapsed long ago. She also thanked Ye for her sewing skills, which made their costumes look like a real warden and prisoner, and encouraged Ye, adding that Lost was better at this role than her.
Lost, blushing at the praise, replied sheepishly, not expecting Yi to be so appreciated.
Ciel suggested a plan. Find the keys and steal them without attracting attention.
Lost money la. I conclude that the only way out is to approach one of the guards.
He pretended to be escorting a new prisoner and asked for help. But keys, under the pretext that he is going to show the new house to his ward. The warden, suspecting something was wrong, noticed that no one had informed him about the new prisoner, and he had not seen Lost before.
In response, Lost coquettishly sat down on the table in front of A, and with a coquettish smile promised to thank the warden many times, persuaded A to give him the keys.
Discouraged, the warden agreed.
Lost also added that this is their shared secret.
The warden promised to keep it a secret and handed over the keys.
When did you get Lost but keys? he but quietly complained, but on the fact that EJI had to act as if he was developed, but I'm being frivolous. CL, however, praised it, stating that everything was perfect. Lost opened. But then, turning to Suta, he said curtly, but he should get his things and go out. When Sauta saw his rescuers, he was relieved to say their names, grateful that CL and Lost had come to his rescue.
CL, noticing that they didn't have much time, reminded Suta to hurry up, as they hadn't thought out the way back yet. Sauta, however, asked to wait, and said that he wanted to take one more person with him. Kuro, hearing this, became suspicious and expressed doubts about trusting someone who collaborates with demons. Sauta replied that although his friends might be demons, they were still friends to him. He noted that they all share one goal: to get into the castle of Ibris and fight. In addition, he added that they would need the abilities of Kubro, whom he described as the strongest hero with 2 swords. Kuro, after seeing the seriousness of Suneta's words, sighed and agreed to join in, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lost noticed Akada that the guards were already coming up to them, and warned Akada about it. CL quickly ordered everyone to move in their direction, and Suta hurried after them. Later, Yuko, barely able to contain her fatigue, dragged the entire team, while irritably asking why exactly she had to do this job. CL tried to cheer her up, noting that it was only a short walk to the wagon that was waiting for them nearby, and reminded her that it was chargeable. Suta, watching, thought to himself that their escape must have been a success, although it seemed rather strange. They were being dragged all the way by a girl with the ability to fly. Aphrodite laughed happily at that moment and reminded Suta that he was now deeply in their debt for the rest of his life. Suta agreed stiffly, acknowledging the truth of her words. As he did so, he noted with a grin that all Aphrodite did during the escape was hang on to Yuko like a useless weight. But in any case, her presence warmed him. Sauta, looking back on his life saved, expressed surprise and appreciation, noting that he did not expect help, even from Lost. However, Lost immediately retorted that she had not saved him for his own sake, but only so that he, with his cunning disposition, would help deal with Madame Caroline. Sauta, noticing that Kumuro's nose was starting to bleed, anxiously asked what was wrong with him. Kumuro quickly waved it off and declared that he was fine. Lost, noticing Kumuro's strange behavior, screamed, suspecting that he was looking up her skirt, to which Kumuro quickly replied in the negative. Yuko, annoyed by what was happening, warned everyone that if they didn't calm the situation down, she would just let them go. CL was relieved to see that Kubro had allowed them to stay with him, and Sauta had confirmed that this was really good news. Aphrodite, however, looked around with displeasure and compared it to the first night she spent with Suta, which made him laugh a little. Suta reflected that Kuro's group had established bases all over the world, and that the unremarkable appearance of these places helped avoid attention from the authorities. This shelter was perfect for hiding while Kubro went to another base to meet up with his fellow clansmen. He promised to come back if necessary, but Sauta realized that prison had played into his hands after all, even though he clearly missed the girls. Kuro also shared the zero-gravity stone, which opened up the possibility of entering the castle in the air. But Sota was a realist and understood that you can't just enter from the front entrance. To do this, a plan had to be worked out, and Lost and CL agreed to it. Yuko reported that she had problems. Sauta, concerned, asked what had happened. Yuko explained that her kindred had given her something important and showed it to her. The transmitted message stated that now and South Kazakhstan region can join the army of a powerful demon. It also offered to serve the great and legendary Lord Ibris. It was mentioned that there will be no delays in payments in the army, and the staff will be friendly, and the jobs will be comfortable. The call was that they should become demons. Sauta, somewhat taken aback, reacted doubtfully, saying that it was something strange. Meanwhile, in the throne room of the castle in the air, Rumil had finished, but your report. But I addressed Mr. Ibris, saying that the report was finished. Ibris had told Rumil that when they were alone, Rumil could call him by his real name. He expressed a desire for Rumil to trust him to the fullest. Rumil apologized, addressing him as Mr. Hunkel. Hunkel noted that the probability of success of their plan is about 30%, which was not enough for him. Rumil explained, but that people sent by the gods resist and display unpredictable power. Hunkel, after listening to him, ordered the arrests to continue, claiming that soon their advertising campaign would work, and demons from all over the world would join their cause. Rumil obediently nodded to Ade, agreeing. Hunkel took a deep breath and stood up from the throne. He admitted that problems do not stop appearing, and added that being great is not so much fun. However, he was only happy to talk to Caroline. Then he turned to Holger. He noticed that she was behaving like a mongrel,
not eating or sleeping. Caroline replied defiantly that she wasn't going to get poisoned or wake up in a coffin. Hunkel chuckled and said that her words were cruel.
He reminded Caroline that she had always been in love with this body and asked if she liked it when he touched her. He added that she had already shown her character and invited her to become his. Carolina spat at Hunkel in contempt and said that he was a stinking piece of dirt who had stolen Mr. Ibris's body and that she was sick of him. Hunkel laughed and asked if it was possible to spit in someone's face like that. Caroline's inner monologue was filled with fear and hatred. She felt Hunkel's strange affection for her, which she later hated. She knew that he had placed his soul in Ibris's body and was now lying about the resurrection of a powerful demon. Hunkel, pleased, declared that his magic would soon clear her mind, and she would be as docile as a doll, ready to jump as he ordered. Caroline felt that her body and soul could not fight this horror. She prayed for the help of her master, Sot.
A few days have passed. In the second dining hall of Ibris Castle, events were taking place that caught everyone's attention. One of the men turned to Losta, asking for more food. Lost replied in the affirmative, making it clear that she was ready to comply with the request. Meanwhile, the other men in the dining hall were animatedly discussing the Lost. One of them noticed how attractive she was and admitted that he intended to open up his feelings to her. Others objected to this, saying that Locusta should belong to everyone, not just him.
Suta used the reincarnation skill and turned into a Lost. In his thoughts, he noted that despite the outward appearance, the spirit lurking inside remained unchanged.
He knew that the effect of reincarnation usually didn't last long, but thanks to Losta's magic potion, this skill was now available for long-term use. But Lost will do it for Mistress Caroline's sake. As a result, the attractiveness of Losta's body was much more significant than the track records and portfolios of her rivals. That's how they ended up in this situation. Yuko, the head maid, suddenly reminded me that she had already had a conversation about how to handle wet dishes. She asked why she had to say it again. In response, Sulfita, in her Losta form, apologized guiltily to the head maid.
Suta recalled that Yuko, the current head maid, had previously imitated the maids from the old Ibris army and had now taken up the position. In her opinion, this circumstance also played into their hands. However, the main purpose of their stay in the castle was to meet her for the sake of Caroline. Using a disguise for the performance of their duties, they explored the castle in order to return Caroline to the capsule, because this required approaching her at a distance of no more than 5 meters. The contact skill was supposed to help with this search. The contact skill was passive, Class D, and allowed you to maintain a mental connection with captured creatures. Its range covered 50 meters from the Tamer. Sauta noted that although the castle was huge, the contact radius gave him hope that by making an effort and exploring the premises hard, he would be able to find Carolina. Most of the castle was searched, but Caroline was never found. All that remained was the throne room, which only high-ranking officials from Ibris' entourage could enter. However, no one had any information on how to get there. Suta thought that moving up the career ladder would not help, because it would take too much time, which she already did not have left. And then the chance suddenly appeared on its own. The people in the dining hall were alarmed when they saw the new guests, and someone said in surprise that it was the first division that had arrived. Rumil, one of the new arrivals, said hello and explained that the chef of the first canteen was slightly killed, so they came to have lunch here, in the second canteen. Suta recognized Rumil, an elite warrior from the first division, and one of the top officials who usually dined in the first canteen, which was reserved exclusively for the elite. In the second dining room, any demons and other creatures could eat. Knowing that Rumil had access to the throne room and the privilege of meeting Ibris in person, Suta realized that this was a rare opportunity to get close to her. He wondered, like, Emo, take this chance. Rumil turned to Suta, mistaking her for Losta. She looked at her suspiciously and spoke directly. Sugita, pretending to be lost, responded in surprise, trying not to betray her true thoughts. In her mind, however, she became wary as she realized that Rumil was studying her closely and probably suspected something. Rumil, expressing some interest, admitted that she was seeing Losta for the first time and demanded her name. Suta, playing his part, replied in a shaky voice, introducing himself as Losta Torizalti. Rumil, grinning, appreciated her and admitted that she liked Lost. She came close and squeezed Lost's ass, and inviting her to his room in the evening, promising that he would not harm her. Sauta, still pretending to be Lost, blushed and agreed. Later, Suta stood at the door of Rumil's room, thinking about what had happened. My thoughts were filled with surprise.
Rumil really thought Ego in the image of Lusta sexually attractive.
This unexpected circumstance, however, came in handy. Sunuta took this as the first real step on his way to the throne room.
Having made up his mind, Suta, still in his Lusta form, knocked on the door. Rumil opened the door and, seeing Suta in the form of Lusta, said affably that she was waiting for her.
Suta was surprised to see that Rumil was wearing a light robe, which added to the surprise of the situation. Rumil offered her wine, to which Suta, continuing her role, timidly replied that she did not drink.
Rumil, without hesitation, handed her a glass of ordinary grape juice instead of wine. Suta, slightly embarrassed by the attention, wondered inwardly if Rumil was showing any interest in her Mu caring, even though he was just a maid. After a short pause, Rumil asked why Lost had decided to join the mighty demon's forces.
Suta replied that he had longed to see Mr. Ibris, and that entering the service offered at least a small chance of doing so. Rumil nodded in understanding, because, as she added, the entire demon race adores Lord Ibris. Suta took advantage of the moment to ask if Rumil had seen Ibris in person, and if she could hope to see him for even a moment. Rumil explained that Mr. Ibris rarely leaves the throne room.
Trust to get there. You need a special suspension that gives you the right to enter the hall and see it in person.
Suta realized that this was the most valuable piece of information she had received in her entire stay at the castle. He decided that if he got the chance, he would try to get hold of the pendant.
Rumil suddenly noticed with interest that Losta only asked her about Mr. Ibris, and wondered if she really loved him that much. Supita, in the guise of Losta, tried to laugh it off clumsily, saying that she had no special feelings for Ibris. But then she panicked inwardly, realizing that perhaps Rumil was beginning to suspect her. However, Rumil grabbed Suta's arm, and she pushed him toward the bed. She quickly changed the subject, saying that when she was around Losta, she only thought about her, and was even jealous.
She kissed Suta. Suta was surprised that he hadn't noticed when Rumil had undressed him. Rumil said that she did not lose the fact that under the clothes, Lost really has a great body. There was passion in her voice, and she offered to spend the evening in love, not hiding her intentions. And she took off her robe. Suta knew in his mind that he was in a difficult situation, but he soon realized that this was a great chance.
A plan formed in his mind. He decided to make Rumil exhausted, so that while she was resting, he could take possession of her pendant without being noticed.
Rumil invitingly addressed him, calling him kitten, and assured that he would like it.
But then Suta realized that his plan had been naive. As an inexperienced youth, he was going to tire out a grown woman who probably had a lot of experience behind her. Embarrassed, he asked her to wait, but he already knew that he was in an awkward situation.
Suta thought with a blush that he was now out of the Virgin Club. In the end, contrary to his expectations, events were not unfolding according to his scenario at all. Rumil completely controlled the whole process, so he was left exhausted, having lost the ability to control the situation. Rumil reminded him that, according to the castle's rules, they couldn't sleep together. Rumil left the room.
Sumita was disappointed to note that despite his best efforts, Rumil had left, and his plan to steal the pendant had failed. However, he wasn't going to give up. A few days have passed. Once again, Rumil and Suta spent the night together. Rumil praised Losta, saying with admiration that she was growing up in her eyes, being surprised by ego your appetite. Suta was delivered by Rumili Uppleasure. He mentally analyzed the situation and noticed that Rumil was not wearing any armor, and this gave me a chance to capture her in the capsule. But he knew that the guards at the door of the room would notice any attempt to attack, and in case of the slightest mistake, his life would be in danger.
Rumil, summing up the evening, said that it was magical. Suta, still in the form of Losta, feigned sadness and asked her to stay, admitting that he was lonely, and again asking if she would leave him today. Rumil explained regretfully that she didn't want to leave either, but reminded him that those were the rules of the castle. Suta thought with annoyance that this plan too was a failure. He was mentally annoyed, calling it a difficult quest, and cursing the obstacles preventing him from obtaining the pendant. When he realized that he couldn't handle the usual methods, he decided that he had only one last measure left. In 3 days, he intended to complete this quest at all costs. 3 days later, there was an unexpected commotion in Ibris Castle. The guards, finding that they were under attack, immediately tried to assess the situation. One of them disdainfully remarked that this time, it was probably inexperienced adventurers who were attacking and easily stopped. They chuckled as they discussed the convenience of the zero-gravity stone, which allowed invaders to fly up slowly and then plummet down after being hit.
But suddenly they realized that the artillery suddenly stopped working, and the invaders managed to move forward. Shocked, they didn't understand how this could have happened. Suda realized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. The operation had begun. One of the guards reminded the others that the most important thing right now was to protect the castle's control cabin. They were afraid that if the invaders got hold of the cabin, they would be able to plant the castle and attack them from the ground. With these thoughts in mind, they set off to do their duty. At this time, Shinji appeared in the path of the guards, stopping them firmly. The guards were startled by his presence, as only a limited number of demons knew about the secret road he had traveled.
Shinji wasted no time demonstrating his technique by swinging in an arc. He destroyed the enemies. Sauta noted to himself that Shinji really had the skills of a true holy swordsman. CL meanwhile turned to Sauta, saying that together with Shinji, they would take over the protection of the control cabin. She asked Sauta to move on and carry out her part of the plan. Sauta, as Losta, thanked Ciel and Shinji for their support and continued moving forward. In his mind, he noted that luck was still on their side. None of his allies were injured yet. Although he was the one who disabled the artillery and informed his comrades about the secret path, he knew that there were demons in the team who were prone to submit to stronger creatures, and this instinct could interfere with their actions. At the moment, Kuburo remained his main reliable support. Meanwhile, Kuburo was fighting a surprisingly powerful battle, and Suta, watching him, marveled at his skill. The guards, seeing his strength, said with horror that he looked like a real monster and it seemed impossible to defeat him. Suta recalled how weak and desperate he had seen Kudro in the prison tower and couldn't help but wonder at the transformation Kudro had shown in battle. Kuro chuckled and noticed that the guys seemed nervous, but suggested that they take their time. He added that his name is a legend and his power will lead them to their deaths. Sauta, watching this, thought with a smile that, even though Kuro had 8th grade syndrome, a tendency to make outrageous statements, he was still incredibly strong. Kuro then continued to fight without slowing down, summoning demonic powers. Sauta noted that although Kuro was able to deal with the enemies easily, there were more and more of them, and it seemed that there would be no end to the stream of enemies. Kuro finally fell to his knees, breathing heavily, and uttered the word victory with relief. Sauta was impressed. Kuro was fighting alone against 100, but his strength was gradually running out. At that moment, Suda heard a familiar laugh. Rumil appeared in front of him, mockingly commenting that she hadn't expected to see such guests in the castle. Sauta was horrified to realize that Rumil had entered the battlefield. Rumil admired Kumaro, noting that he had single-handedly killed many dark fools. Even though he was an enemy, she decided to show him her respect. Then she invited him to go over to the side of Ibris, promising him untold riches. Kuro sneered and said that he wasn't going to become a slave for such small things. Rumil, undeterred, added that in their ranks he would have access to any woman of his choice, offering him the opportunity to take any of the waitresses as a close assistant. Kuburo was momentarily confused, which surprised Sauta, who was watching and mentally encouraging him to resist the temptation. Realizing that Kuburo wasn't going to agree, Rumil changed her tone and ordered him to die for the glory of King Ibris, launching an attack. Kuro managed to dodge her first blows, but soon he was forced against the wall, and the situation became critical. Sauta, who was still in the form of Losta, was worried about Kuro. He decided to intervene and called out loudly to Rumil, asking her to stop. Rumil turned and asked Losta in surprise what she was doing here, reminding her that the waitresses had been ordered to retreat. In response, Sukata, in the form of Losta, took out a ball capsule and said her name, taking a decisive step forward. He summoned the Dark Apostles and, turning to Rumil, asked her to surrender. Rumil was dumbfounded and exclaimed, not understanding why they rebelled against her. Sauta thought to himself that he was grateful to Kuro, since it was thanks to him that he was able to capture the 15 Dark Apostles. He decided that it was up to him now, and suggested that Kuro take a break. In the image of Losta, Suda stated that she only needed the pendant, and if they gave it away, they would not touch these people. Rumil, already enraged, could not believe what was happening, and said with bitterness in her voice that she did not believe in Losta's betrayal. Rumila's reaction shocked Suta. Rumil said that she loved her. She was introduced as a member of the Centaur family, having level 573 and Class S. Her survivability was 5,532, her physical strength was 6,540, her magic power was 3,920, and her mana was 4,028. Among her skills were Ultra Generation of Mega Silt and higher levels of Fire, Wind, Water, and Dark Magic. Sauta noted that Rumil's true appearance was quite impressive, and with such numbers she looked like a serious threat. Rumil destroyed the Dark Apostles with a single blow, which surprised Suta.
I thought that the Dark Apostles, they should have surrounded Rumil, knocked her down, or at least straddled her, but one blow was enough. He realized that today was definitely not his day. In the form of Losta, Sauta turned to Kubro in surprise, asking if he could still continue fighting.
Kubro, in turn, mumbled something unintelligible, saying that he wanted shishi from some ant. Sauta realized that Kubro had completely lost control, and realized that the situation was getting out of hand. I did, but it was Rumila's unexpected voice that scared him.
Rumil, turning to Losta, offered to go with her to apologize to Mr. Ibris together. She promised to be there and said that after that she would take care of the punishment herself.
Sauta, surprised by her words, could not understand how she was ready to forgive him, because he had betrayed her. He wondered what he had become to her, if she was willing to forgive him, and despite his surprise, he realized that he had one thought.
Sauta, in the form of Losta, bowed down to Rumil and said that he apologized for hiding the truth from her until now. Rumil sighed, expressed her satisfaction at this beginning, and asked if Suta would listen to her request.
Sokata, in the image of Laustadi, said that he no longer wants to lie and promised to show Rumil his real appearance. He broke the spell of reincarnation.
After that, Suta returned to his normal form.
Rumil, seeing that a guy was hiding under the guise of Losta, was surprised and thought that it was stupid of him.
I thought it was all like a dream, but then I realized that, no, this is really happening. She also wondered if she might have shared a bed with this boy. Due to the shock, Rumil lost consciousness and fell. Sauta, looking at her, thought that she was very shocked by what was happening. He apologized to her for lying and pretending.
Suta reflected that he had thought carefully and had come to the decision that he should take her with him.
He took the pendant and placed Rumil in the capsule.
Supeta noticed that the pendant was emitting light. He thought that this light would probably lead him to the throne room. Suta hurried towards Carly, but soon ran into a dead end.
He noticed that the light fell directly on one of the walls and realized that there might be a secret passage there. Sauta suggested that you can only pass through it with a suspension. He passed through a secret passage. Opening the door, Sauta entered the throne room and called out to Carly. Caroline spoke weakly to Sauta, barely able to pronounce his name. He, worried for her, came up, trying to support and encourage her, saying that he would help her soon, and asked her to hold on. But here, Ibris stopped him. I told him not to hurry. He asked if Solita had forgotten him, and added that he was only the mighty Ibris. Solita was dumbfounded and couldn't understand what was going on. Everything seemed strange to him, as if he had experienced something like this before.
Ibris calling Suta Kazehai, he explained that if he hadn't come, he would have come to him. He thanked him for saving his time and expressed a desire to talk. Ibris. He asked if Soeta thought he'd seen him before. Soeta couldn't understand what he was talking about.
Ibris laughing, he said that Suta did not understand, but promised to explain everything. He said that Mighty Ibris was the name of Sot from his previous life. Suta began to wonder if this was possible, but quickly dismissed it, thinking that Ibris just delusional. However, something inside him turned upside down, and he remembered the words of D, who said that only exceptional people receive the divine gift.
Suta couldn't understand how an ordinary Japanese schoolboy like him got the gift of absolute dominance.
He couldn't find an answer to this question, but assuming that this was true, things got even more confusing. Sota, after hearing the confession Ibrisa, he asked who he was then, if he had been Ibris in the past.
Ibris noted that Suta quickly understood the essence of what was happening and introduced himself to him. He said that he used to be an advisor in the army of Ibris but once stole his body and now lives in it. Sauta realized that things were much clearer now.
He remembered that Carly had guessed who he really was. So she said there was an imposter in the castle. There was only a fake, hidden in the body of the mighty demon Ibris. Hunkel invited Sauta to do something he had long dreamed of doing. Sauta, not understanding, asked what it was about. Hunkel pointed Sauta to a certain spot, telling him to pay attention there. The legendary mighty demon sword is an artifact of an unknown class, capable of revealing its true powers only to those who can pull it out. Hunkel added that the sword was the key to Ibris' hidden powers.
He expressed bewilderment as to why he was unable to draw his sword, and suggested that it was because of his inferiority. To draw a sword, you need both halves, the body and the soul. He offered to do it together.
However, Suta, after considering his words, realized that the sword was his, and memories told him so.
Going to the sword, Sota grabbed it and stated that Hunkel couldn't pull out the sword not because it was only half of Ibris, but because it originally didn't have the same rod of mighty Ibris. Sauta drew the legendary sword. Henkel noticed that the sword was easily taken by Sota and offered to give it to him,
claiming that Sauta would still get no benefit from the sword.
Sauta looked at Hunkel and asked what would happen if he said no.
Hunkel, flushed with anger, warned him to watch his tongue if he cared about his bones. He offered Sauta a choice. Either he calmly gave him the sword, or Hunkel took it from Suta's body. Sauta, thoughtfully, replied that his decision would be different, and threw the sword.
Hunkel was left at a loss,
And Sauta said that none of the proposed options would work, and it would not be according to Hunkel's will. Hunkel noticed that the sword was flying out of bounds, and exclaimed in exasperation, cursing the situation. He wondered irritably when the sword would finally be his. Then, holding back his anger, he said a few words with fury, agreeing with what was happening but clearly unhappy with the situation. Hunkel, revealing his true power, changed his size and transformed into a demon with level 1153, Class S, and colossal strength, magic and intelligence indicators.
His skills included super-level fire, wind, ice, dark, and light magic.
He stated that Sauta had missed his chance at life, and now it was time to die. After which, Hunkel attacked and crushed Sauta with his hand. Laughing, Hunkel said that Sauta died quickly, despite his Ibris soul, as his body was still human.
Carolina, seeing her master's death, began to scream in disbelief. Sauta, using the contact skill, contacted Carly and told her not to cry.
He admitted that his body can't be helped, but assured that this is not the end.
Sauta breathed a sigh of relief as he remembered. He had already transmigrated his soul into the goblin's body in the instant before his body was destroyed.
He knew there was still time.
Through the contact skill, he gave his creatures an order to hold out as long as possible to buy time.
Hunkel, looking at the Sauta creatures, sneered and disparagingly called them weaklings as he dispersed and killed them one by one.
Sauta watched them struggle, thinking of them with regret, apologizing for putting them in such danger, and hoping that he could hold on just a little longer.
When Hunkel realized, out of breath, that there was only one goblin knight left, he shouted that he, too, was going to die.
Sauta, aware of the critical moment,
realized that he had nowhere to go. Aphrodite appeared at that moment, and after looking around, she asked if she was late. When she was sure everything was ready, she turned to Sauta. Aphrodite glanced at Saut and confirmed that everything was ready.
Sauta mentally marveled at her presence, thinking of Aphrodite.
Hunkel, noticing her, asked in a frightened voice if she was a god, reminding him that there was no god on earth who could stop him. At his command, the protection was lifted, and he discovered that they were in heaven. Hunkel was stunned and tried to figure out how he ended up in paradise.
Sauta was relieved that they had all made it.
The first thing he did was order Ciel to take them up to the height to carry out the plan he was sure of up to this point.
Hunkel looked around and said contemptuously that it would not help to defeat him. Sauta wondered if Hunkel was right about something. He realized that although Dee had higher stats, her physical strength was inferior. He noted that Aphrodite's physical strength was 19,822, while Hunkel's was 35,940. Sauta realized that they had already done a lot, but victory was still not guaranteed. Aphrodite, noticing the tension on Saut's face, advised him to relax and promised to show him her hidden trump card. Sauta was intrigued by her words, not understanding what she was going to do.
Aphrodite, turning to Hunkel, pronounced the sentence, introducing herself as the goddess of beauty and invoking the divine wind.
Hunkel, furious and desperate,
tried to protest, claiming his power and unsurpassed strength, but his body was destroyed.
Sauta was stunned to realize that Aphrodite had used the same spell she had once tried to use against the goblin, and had destroyed a powerful demon with a single blow.
Aphrodite, pleased with herself, said that now he realized how beautiful she was. After a while, thanks to Aphrodite's restored magic powers, she was able to heal his body and all of his monsters.
After that, they returned to the soft green ground. Sauta asked Aphrodite if she was really leaving, to which she confirmed that she was going to go home, reminding her that the power of the gate would be active until the evening. Sauta refused to return, explaining that he still had business to complete here. Before leaving, Aphrodite gave Sauta a gentle peck on the face, causing him to blush slightly.
With a smile, she admitted that she liked him.
Aphrodite, she said goodbye,
adding that they had a fun time. After she left, Sauta stood there, wondering why he cared so much about her leaving. Memories washed over him. He remembered how he had forcibly brought her here and how she had lost all her strength, which often made her helpless, but still saved him many times with her actions and her smile.
Sauta mentally thanked her for everything, feeling a warm gratitude towards Aphrodite. Some time after Dee left, Saut's life changed dramatically. He settled in the castle and took the place of a powerful demon.
Romil announced that the report was over, referring to Sauta as the Lord of the Mighty Demon. Sauta, surprised, asked if Rumil would stop calling him that.
Rumil replied that he would not stop, adding that as long as Suta is weakly aware of his identity as Idris, he will continue to refer to him by this title. Sauta wondered how such a fate had come about.
It all started with the legendary sword, and then the demonic nature and traditions intervened, forcing the demons to recognize him as their master. Under pressure from Carolina and Rumil, who sincerely believed in his strength, he agreed to become their leader. However, his goal was not to rule the world. He decided to become a link between demons and humans, hoping to establish peace. Every day, he worked to create an environment where humans and demons could live together without conflict. Rumil suggested that we look through the attached documents for today.
Caroline turned to him, wishing him a good job and thanking Carly. Sauta thought that Carly and Rumil were helping him with his work, and noticed that nothing had changed. However, he noted that Carly is always close at hand. Caroline said that Suta had received a gift from the servants, a novelty from Losta.
Suta, surprised, exclaimed that Losta was a sorceress.
Sauta thought about the changes in his life. Ciel, Yuko, and Losta joined his staff and took care of his health. Although his life had changed, they were able to maintain a friendly and warm relationship, which pleased him.
But still, he missed their most boisterous companion, and that sometimes made him feel sad.
Rumil later informed Suta that they were in an emergency. Suta, concerned, asked what had happened. Rumil said but that some vulgar girl has broken into the castle and claims to know Sauta. Harriet was ordered to arrest her. Suta, surprised, asked what a vulgar girl meant.
There was a voice in response that warned, but, so that they didn't touch it.
When Sauta heard this voice, he felt that it was familiar to him.
Another voice rang out, a voice that challenged everyone to understand who she was.
The voice claimed that the greatest and most beautiful goddess was standing before them, and that one word from her and Suta would be thrown out. Suta and Carolina Sithe laughed after hearing.
Aphrodite, noticing their reaction, asked them to stop laughing and help her.
So everything is collected grassed all together.